does our back accept us? And I would say, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this, right? We thought again, after the Holocaust, never again, everybody loves us, anti-Semitism is not what it used to be, and then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate the Jews, and they take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and anti-Semitic lynch mobs, and they do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this hope is to us, anti-Semitism is rampant. And teaching us one simple lesson: circle the wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So we want to kumbaya people, right? And to come along, and everything else, and we're one community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not in one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's where the world works. Now, when the Shia comes, and the Hashem, that'll change. And when Shia comes, humanity will become one. But until that humanity is not one, there's clubs, right? And there's everywhere else. It's how to be like our Ishto. We are alone in this world. But again, we don't want to go alone in this. For other ways in business, because we have each other. And we always have each other. And this is what it says. Just like the people to Shabbos, I get the and we live in community, we community our talent, right? You know what it says? That's not true. There's not one thing that will be community in mankind. We have a reason of dignity, we have a reason of respect for every single person. But just understand that there's a different system of conduct, a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment that we have that to one another, because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that is the moment we throw ourselves in and we want to carry this situation. Secondly, should you return a lot of you see, of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% of us say yes. And don't try to tell us, I can do the extra money, right? You find. You proper human beings. But just understand that there's a difference between that and the reason Hashem Sahidu represents is the personal contract that we have with one another. A man who loves his wife like his own body, and when he gives a covenant, you have to love your wife like yourself. Right? You have to honor her more than yourself. And that's what is that? Why doesn't it say you have to go so you go see how to say Hashem does? And so what is this? Why do we say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important to sow. Right? Listen, the framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. The strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like, the most important people are self-preservation. So Gemara says, you could love your life as much as you love yourself. That's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be godless? Yeah, because love is an emotion. So from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife, and you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. The fact that covered is our physical behaviors. Right? So then when it comes to physical behaviors, you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And it's like that's on a very like individual level. So again, so if you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday. So right, she gave you a present on her birthday, which is you get a present multiple other times. Whatever cover you take for yourself. If you like certain things, whatever you like, make sure that your wife has even more than that. It's covered. It's physically measurable. So Ava, which is an emotion, Kazako, it's you can care about your wife as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. But covet that you get, that's the original. The covet you get to already pass the surpass the covet you get for yourself. When you love yourself. Now, not you. One of the greatest Inshallah. Also, again, this is so beautiful. And one who leads his children in a proper path. So listen, these types of routines, the ones that you can spend or you can always do it. What does it mean not to? What does it mean not to? Listen, what does it mean? What's about you? What's about you? God, what is about you? Shows you the way. Leads. Well, listen, the most annoying guys, the most annoying guys are the ones who talk too much. Talk too much, right? Just be quiet and move, right? Talk right, simply parenting. Effective parenting, much less talking, much more doing. Be a mentor. Be a mentor. Don't tell your kids what to learn, tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. Show them what to do. It's like, just I'm joking, I won't joke earlier, right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shore, to learn, to dabble, to see what, that you're mostly not supposed to give them up to sleep. It's just like, you're joking about it, right? It's tremendously serious. Not that none of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night. We're doing like a normal night's sleep at 11, 5 o'clock in the morning. Imagine. You talk about the drug. You can say whatever you want. You can say like money, you can say you can do all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you lead your children by the example of Yara and Shara, that's guaranteed. Incredible. But I'm not seeing someone from here, not even up early. Not even up early, I would say. Now, someone from here, this is really early. Right? Someone from here, you a little bit before they reach a goal time. Right? Which again, today's age is about 25, right? So now you can up a little bit before they reach a goal time. I love our Barcelona. So that's such a person. See, four ingredients everywhere. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. You said, people like this, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kids. Because I said, calm down, right? If you can love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. That's an accomplishment, right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give her more cover, which is the easier stuff. Give her more cover. What the cover you did for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a magic. Be a good guide. Be a good leader. Show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little bit before adulthood. That's something the Pasuk says, V'yagata, Shalom Alacha, U'Bakarat Alacha, V'Lotachta. Pasuk says, know that you're not such an everything is going to be peace in your tent, right? Bakarat Alacha, your home will be remembered for good, and ultimately again, you will not come to sin. So what's this about why is all of this brought down? Because again, we just saw before, I think you guys that you shouldn't marry off your kids before adulthood. So what's happening over here? So you might say, no, it's not a cop show. What's happening? You might say, ultimately again, this is really talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood, so the might say, again, that's not a big deal. Speaking about now marrying up your child as a couple, that's not just when you're still very young. Incredible. I don't want to say, it's not today for today. We're fine. Tomorrow, very short document, it's not showing. Gotta be short document. What's that tremendous way to start the week? Just gotta have your life. All right, let's go to the game. And that's whoever stays here, that's not just like what goes sick. I always fucking equipment and shop, but then they'll like find dust or Cheeto stains on it. Why does this picture smell like shit? All right, Joel, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's special thing. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar. I know Talmud sponsor, Tashin Kayev, Tosin Shbaka. We're dedicating all the Shuman Drashas this year. Wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Kessel and his engagement to Rabbi Cohen. Mazel Tov to the husband and Karen, maybe the Zohar message able to build the Bayis Neman in Israel, which endures again as we shall be. And Talmud responses for the month of Adar, Haba Azim Tova, Stephen Tarizim, and love memory of Tarizim, Dr. Hari Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and Ziv Levin and Bernie families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Israel, and Rafa. Note that in the Merit of Talmud Torah, all of the Rishon Sagan Aliyah, the families and Kama, all of those who wish to have a kid with full glory, so the 12 should learn to show their home. All of our houses should be shalom and Zikarat, and our holy soldiers should be successful. With all Maaseh Yedei. Let's with that, let us begin about what we're going to do today. Some really incredible Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is Ayin Vav 76. 76, and we are picking up actually on Ayin Vav. We left off Ima, which is actually on 76A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down from the top. Last word on the line. So just remember again, we're introduced over here to the topic of Sreifa. Again, which types of relationships are punishable by Sreifa? And now, by the way, you see already the common denominator, the types of infractions punishable by Sreifa, termed again are infractions which deal with immorality, which become denominator everything we need over here. So remember again, this is when you have to use that quote explicitly speaks about two relationships. A man marrying a white woman and her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework from there. So the verse is as follows: Mahu Kalas Lasura, Afi Kalas Asura. So we should say that just as a man is prohibited to his son's wife, so he should be prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So, right? In other words, the same way that he's prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law to his son, he should be prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son. I'm sorry, Ashes Binko. I'm sorry, Ashes Binko. You guys remember prohibited to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. One is chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. So you see what we're doing over here? We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is prohibited to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? Your son's wife. So that Gemara said, okay, so why do we say the parallel relationship again? Your wife's son's wife should also be asur too. Listen, I want to be clear. All of these relationships are asur. They're asur. The shaila is, are they asur with the rabbanon or are they asur with the alaisa? So your daughter-in-law through your son's wife is obviously asur with the alaisa. So the shaila is your wife's son's daughter, your wife's son's wife also asur with the alaisa? This person say no. Because the process is usually Rabbi says, so Rabbi says like this. The truth is, this goes back to yesterday's stuff. Remember, again, we have fundamental focus in general. How we darshan Xer Shabbos. How we darshan Xer Shabbos. Do we say, don't even know, which means you're going to say, remember that different, like, hardly from the Xer Shabbos. I should say, the final definition of the Xer Shabbos comes from the source item, or no, don't you know, but keep the asra, the result of the part really focuses on the destination of the exertion, or the second half of the exertion. We'll see inside in just a moment. With the rest of the is in reality, being the man that don't you know, being the man that don't you know, but keep the asra, but the Rabbi says, is you can't really learn out this prohibition ultimately of wife's son's wife. Why? Because the man that don't you know, the one who says focus on the initial halacha, and that means you define characteristics and qualities. So like this, Mahu halas vasura, just as a man says, just go ahead and typical case, right? Ruben's married to Rachel. And so remember again, Ruben's Kala, who's his Kala? His Kala is his daughter-in-law. Right? So remember again, his son's wife. Mahu halas vasura, just as Ruben, his daughter-in-law is asura to him. Afina bikalas asura. So we should say so too. Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to Ruben. Gemara says if that's the case, Mahu b'skila Afinam Biskila. Then we should say the same way if he didn't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by Skila. So to again, if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law to his wife, it should also be punishable by Skila. Umar says, okay, Remandra Amar Skila Amura Iko Nifra. According to the opinion that says that Skila is the most common form of death penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? The first wide line, I involve Amudal 76 in. What's the problem? Malvahu Shiki Imo Skila. Again, I want to say for moving himself, so remember again, the relationship with his mother, Marshall Eskila, Tomar Behi, Shima Besrefa. So the problem is, you see, the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. I mean, granted, it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless between relationships on his side versus her side. So we're trying to line up essentially to say that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e., his son's wife, so to again on his wife's side, he also is credited to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, you see it, the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's Skiba. If he has relations with her mother, it's Srefa. Right? That's one of the explicit sugim that we saw yesterday. Is that you can't go ahead and marry, have relations with a woman and her mother. It's not the Srefa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Come on, the Srefa, called furthermore, second white line, called Vita Srefa, the Kalas of the Skila. Furthermore again, if this construct of remains true, it means that if women would have relations with Rachel's daughter, again, that's an explicit plus like a woman and her daughter, that's straight up. And yet, again, Kalasa, according to this logic, if you would have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e., his daughter-in-law through his wife, it'd be like Skila. So again, the punishments don't seem to line up. To which the Gemara says, it's not a problem. Which is that's not such a kasha. Why? The beat of the Sreva, the Kalasa of Skila. We already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we're going to have relations with his daughter, it's a streifa, and yet again, if we have relations with his daughter-in-law, his son's wife, ultimately that is skila. Elamahu lochalakta ko bein imo bakamaso. The issue just is that, at least from Yudin's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition, a generation above and a generation right. So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter-in-law from his son are symmetrical. They're both the straight fast. So Alamahu Lokalaka both came so just like for Reuben himself, again, it was remember we said yesterday that so much of what we're doing in these previous relationships is going to be continuity in generations above and generations below. So when you look from Reuben's perspective, so again, when we look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. So again, being on her side, it should be the same thing. You should say that it should be the same punishment if Reuben has relations with Rachel's mother or Rachel's daughter-in-law from her son. Gemara says, that says that Sheikh is more cover. Ultimately, again, based on this question, we would not be able to capture this entire thing. Okay, so the Gemara supposes that's the first side of this. The second side of this, Man Amar, sorry, according to this, all the others construct. All of this construct. So remember, just keep our eye on what we're doing. So remember, we're trying to figure out what here. We're trying to make a suggestion that just as Reuben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law. In other words, his daughter was defined by his son's wife. But wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara suggested that love is saying the truth is, whichever way you dash it, Zero Shav is not going to work. This demon is not going to work. So, for example, Ran Amar, don't you know what would be fast, right? So, again, according to the opinion that that's just how by saying. But literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of Zero Shav will be defined by your whole destination of the kid. So it's like this. Mahu Kalasasula. Just as Ruben, right? Ruben's brother was convicted. Can't have relations with his son's wife. Afi Kalasasula. So this is the same thing. You can't have relations with Ruffles' son's wife. Who he Ba'asula. So you are saying, okay, then let's focus on the destination of that share. Possibly with the skila. Remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. That would be skila. Aval Hacha B'Seifa. But over here, if he were to have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's Sreifa. The Ashkif of the Eva, as we find with his mother, because we also remember again, on the Reuben's side, things are symmetrical. And remember, if Reuben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, Sreifa. Sreifa. Gemara says, the man Gamar, Skiba Chamura, no Befra. So according to the Gemara says that Skiba is more Chamur, he asks the following question. Right? So when it comes to the right, so focus with his mother will be Skiba Chamar, she will be Sreifa. But yeah, with her, with Rachel's mother, will be Sreifa. Bow, Mahu Halak the bow, they beat on the Kalasal. Afi Taklo, but they call the Kalasal. So you say something that there's distinction in the prohibition for Reuben between his brother and his daughter-in-law. So it's on Rachel's side. There should be a distinction between his daughter and his brother-in-law. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is more common than Skila, and I push y'all no reason to it. And based on this question, we can't darshan the proper halacha. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the word does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Let's remember, once they did, the Gemara wanted to say the same way that Reuben's daughter-in-law from his son's wife is by Sreifa, so too again his daughter-in-law through his wife. Reuben's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife. His son's wife is called by Sreifa. So there should be a parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be controlled by Sreifa. So I'm not remember again, both Rabbi and Rabbi agree that is not halacha. Rabbi says it first and opposite. Rabbi says either way, the Zereshava is not going to work. Zereshava doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara, as I'm supposed to say, once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still awesome. It's still awesome. It just means the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, what's an interesting case? What happens if Reuben violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'meisa, if Reuben has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by Sreifa? That's called Bitomi Anisaso. So his daughter and his woman that he violated. Having a relationship like that is punishable by Sreifa. Which the Gemara says, Rabbi Kavachomer. Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Abbas Bito Anish Abito Lakoshiki. Exactly. If the Mesa, Reuben is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of a violation of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so if he owns Shimon, I didn't want to say you can't choose once we have this concept, which you can't create Kavachomer through you can't create capital punishment through a Kavachomer. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So the Gemara says, no, you're right, give me most of the no, it's not really Kavachomer, it's obvious. It's obvious. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's mentioned by Sreifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter. Whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for relations with her. Incredible. Rabbi says, Amarli Yitzchak Barabini, Asya Hina Hina, Asya Zima Zima. Okay, Rabbi on the other hand, Rabbi learns that from a double Zereshava of Hina Hina Zima Zima. Okay, Tani Abu Rabbi. If he should know Laman and become an assassin, Hutzraf Hakasu Lomar Bas Ishkon. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, because we did not bring out, right? We don't have an explicit drasha. There's no explicit passage that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, if he fathered through violating her mother, that if he has relations with her, he is tied straight up. Because there is no explicit passage that says that. Hutcha hakasavoma, the passage needs to say, Bas Ishkon. So the Gemara says, "Ima bas koni b'sreifa, they ball of a sreifa." So this was also remember the pasuk over here is talking about a bas ish kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a kohen who commits silos. Remember, also we had this sugya a while back. Is this talking about irisin? Is it talking about isilin? So the Pashtos is talking about Harusa, right? And if a bas kohen who is an Harusa commits adultery, now what is she is judged with sreifa. Just a unique halacha. So the word says, "Ima bas kohen the sreifa being born of a sreifa." So now bas kohen, she herself is judged with sreifa, but the Lamaisa interestingly enough, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. So to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, he is sreifa, she is judged with sreifa. The ain't all of the sreifa, but ultimately again, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. I'm not by it says, it says, as aviha, he met imechalares. She's profaning her father. Isha mechalares as aviha. So who is judged with sreifa? One who profanes her father. Yatsa sasu sha'aviyah mechallah. This would come from school one. Not the girl who's profaning her father, but rather what? It's her father who's profaning her. Rava says, Bishlam Mahasam Fixing in Baskoy, but Ukirta Agir Basisra. So okay. In that case, you can say, the girl is being removed from the typical case of a Baskoy, and she's being judged in accordance with the standard of the typical Basisra. Haha, Adir the man of Muklasla, Adir the Kuya Muklasla, here in the case of Bita Manasasa. So again, when the daughter of a woman being violated, so the nice again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of just a regular single woman. That doesn't make any sense. So most says, therefore, again, just as a man is chayiv sreifa for violating his daughter, for having relations, for having relations with his daughter, so too, a man is chayiv for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway over here. As hard as becoming a assessment, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Let's remember again, is we see the way the Torah is structured is in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a lot, right? And that's right, there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an orange. So where's the lot? Where's the lot? As hard as becoming a assessment, it's a great debate, Rabbi. The same person that teaches us the punishment is the very same person that teaches us the law. Hello, when you're studying the Abu Dhabi Abi in mind. I will say, what about Hello? Abu Dhabi Abi, where is it? Hello, as you call, but has no son. Pasuk says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality. Well, it's literally again translated. It's literally translated. Do not profane your daughter that has no son. Have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that pasuk is going to teach us that a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman who is okay, incredible. So Masked for Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov, Hi Altafella is Bilchalaz no Salah Asa. No, that's not what that pasuk means. We're going to say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out, right? We've established that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates of his daughter, who he fathered with the woman who he violated, he's chayiv sreifa. Where's the law? Where's the law? So according to Rabbi, the law is the same source as the actual oath. Okay. According to the other things, what's the law? The law, so the passage of Atachala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry? What's this relations with her father? Jerusalem says, oh, hold up. We use that pasuk for something totally different. What's that total detour now? We use that pasuk for something totally different. So the Gemara says, "Hi, No, I mean, part of it is the Sanya. We actually need that pasuk for something dramatically different. What do we need? Before, here we go. The Sanya. As we learned, Al-Takhalas B'Kala has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in the act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov Cohen, Amasi is Vito Lorigi, the Israel Hakas Medara. So I said this is fascinating. One might have thought that the concept is actually talking about that a Cohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? Or that's about the preservation of Yichus. But maybe again to preserve proper Yichus, a bas partial marry a Cohen. And marrying a lady or a Yisrael, that's the shalom be like an act of harlotry, which the Gemara says Talmud has no son. Therefore, the pasuk says the father should not give it to over the has no son. The chilul is no sakosa. We're talking about the idea, and that wasn't something much understanding over here. That Allah says giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately again she's going to be engaged in bliss. So what does this refer to? The Mosa Espito is Shalom L'Shem giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. Allah again, so it's the prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes, to which the Gemara says, in came, they makra al tafel, but that's the prophet to say al tafel, singular. Do not profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non-marital context. My alcohol, what is the plural root? Shnami Nakai. It's going to teach you two things. So let's say, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-context. And I've also number two, also gives me that thought. Now, father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he fathered her by violating her mother, because such an act of relation would be an act of profanation. It would be an act of profanity. That's the halacha. Okay. So the verse is actually fascinating. Maybe we'll go to detail over here. Rabbi Rabba, high out the colors, gift has no son happy. Now listen, remember again. Rabbi Rabba, they learned out. He told me on a sasso from a totally different source, right? They learned out Pizza and sasso from the same place they derived the ownage. So that's this what Rabbi and Rabbi to do with this process. It's very interesting. So Rabbi and Rabbi tell us become out some out there. Fascinating. I'm money. Zeh Hamasi is Bika Lusaki. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off his daughter to an older man? The sign of Atchala is Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by giving her over to morality. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Zahamasi as Bitol Mizaki. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the case here? What's the communicated Rashi? Rashi says, Masi Bitol Mizaki. She does it from the bottom. When we talk Sh'in and Mikabel, so Mizana Alav. Mizana Alav. What's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, like he is, she's going to have desire for intimacy. He's not going to have desire for intimacy. So what's going to happen? She's going to seek fulfillment outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to, this is what's like, it's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. I just want to read this. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. And if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just believe what they're going to look for elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not going that but the Torah is understanding that is the way people work. So therefore, again, so I was telling the father, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a little you're setting her up ultimately you're going to seek out that intimacy outside the confines of her marriage. So remember that Rabbi Kiva different with Kiva Omer, Zahamasha as Bito Bulgaris. This refers to someone who delayed marry off his daughter until she's a Bulgaris. Right? The idea is to marry off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of choice. So let's study the national as well. Actually, not Shavita Bulgaris. Actually, sorry, not yet. Actually, take a look, 2 lines up from the bottom. Zan Masha Vita Bulgaris. So it's actually a fascinating hearsay here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemisada lahashkira umizana. So let's say, so the wording in Rashi itself is very true. What is it? Shemisada means desires lahashkira to make her hefker umizana, and therefore she commits snus. What does that mean? So if you look by the way at those it's meaning, they change it by the letter K, close to Rashash. We say Rashash Magia Lahakida. Rasha Lipkida Sa. So let's say we're going to see that with this little bit. It's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because listen to this from the Gemara's perspective. When there's a daughter in the house, the father has 3 domestic help. If he goes ahead and he marries off his daughter, what happens? So now he's back on for the next daughter. The lady marries her off for his own benefit. When the father does that, so the mother's perspective, what that also going to do is set her up constantly for his loss. She's going to create that intimacy, going to create that closeness. Again, when I see he's setting her up for his loss, we'll see more about that in just a moment. So the Gemara says, Amrav Khan, and we show Rabbi Akiva, it's the last two lines on, so I just want to point out from the same pasuk, right? So Al Techala is Bitchala Hagnosa. Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of zilus. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older one, because again, their drives are not aligned. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes because you're going to drive her to zilus. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. In the Chachani Yisrael, Ella Rasha Arum, the Hamasha Ita Bogaris. This wasn't fascinating. There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not Arum, a cunning evildoer, right? A cunning dog, or someone who keeps his daughter from getting. He says, Moses, it wasn't out. What does this mean? It doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Russia. What it means is every cunning Russia ultimately becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So Gemara says, you won't clear this moment. Gemara says, Atu, I'm not sure people against Abrash Aramu. Understand, the guy who delays marrying off his daughter isn't he a cunning Russia? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about? A guy, father, I have a father, actually, my daughter's son, meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? Because he wants to go ahead and halacha l'maisa suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Russia? Rabbi was the other things. Rabbi tell you what he needs to say. Ezuhu ani Russia harum. What's an example of a person who is a cunning Russia, who's going to be impoverished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his needs. So let's say, trying to like just how profound this is. What does this mean? If someone who delays marrying off his own daughter, they're just going to go and become a honey. Or someone who's a cunning Rush is going to become a honey. What's the chapter? What's the cunning man what it is? Cunning man what it is. Putting your own seed before the and the father goes to hell, and says, you know what, I don't want to marry my daughter. My daughter's ready to get married. I don't want to marry her off here because, again, it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit my needs. Listen, that's what you know for your child. Who is the cunning Russia? The cunning Russia is the person, like we'll see in just a moment, is the person who puts his own needs in front of other people. So listen, so a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. But he says, you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child and in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? Become impoverished. Become poor. Maybe not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not part of the emotion. The emotion does not want us to be self-serving. This is incredibly important. First of all, there's a tremendous parenting lesson that's involved here. A lot of times as parents, not even realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Like I want them to do like this, I want them professionally to do this, and they can't get married until they reach this or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great, but sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. That's what I need. And that's selfish for me. That's putting your own needs before your child. And again, listen, it's one of the hardest things I have to figure out. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs can become intertwined and intermingled. But this is one of the things you have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, let's say, one of the greatest things that are in parenting, one of the greatest things in parenting is often as parents when you think like our kids represent a tool for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not you. And your kid didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is someone different, fundamentally different than you, different purpose, different abilities, and a different destiny. So we have to be so careful. I see one of my parents like have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want this kind of career? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? This is what the kid's going to do. You just never check with the child. That's putting parental desires and life objectives before the child. And that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand, it never works out. The Russia Arum what's his own needs, before the needs of others. You can try that, and it may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, you become you become impoverished. I will say that to be so imperative is making sure that the decisions you make are the ones that are good for your child, and not the ones that simply benefit. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So you might also kind of following up on this, what Gemara says. Rabbi Be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately again because it benefits them. That's how you atzchol, someone who gives you pizza, you feed their Torah. For instance, so this is an incredible pattern. In fact, what did the Russia Arum do? The Russia Arum is not someone who's just stuffing chazar into your mouth. The Rosh Arum is a person very often giving you advice, and it may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you. But you know what is the best advice for? For him. For him. And same idea sometimes without even realizing it. The beautiful good to our children, or the advice we give to our children, is the advice that benefits us. Benefits me as a parent, not that benefits my child. So what's this? Rabbi, this is kind of a follow-up. Be careful with someone who gives you advice in accordance with your gut. Also, by the way, it's also very from Rabbi Akiva. Remember again, Rabbi Akiva knows what it's like to get advice from different people. Because Rabbi Akiva's life, two different people, really just one group. There's only people from Rabbi Akiva who constantly eventually told him, you will never amount to anything more than a shepherd. That's what you are. That's what you will be. Just be the best shepherd. And those are people, and Rabbi Akiva had one person who whispered in his ear, that one person had to be Rachel. Right? And Rachel told him, You do whatever you want to do. Right? You want to become the good Rabbi, you want to become the best, you want to become the best of the best, you can do that. You can do that. So the Akiva said, and second, he essentially says, just be careful who you get. Because had I listened to the majority of people who were whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. You're a very good shepherd. And that's it. The Baal Hashem took advice from someone who wasn't a self-servant, but rather I took advice from someone who really and truly cared about me, and as a result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible, incredible. Rabbi Akiva. I'm not saying people is okay. If a person goes and marries, goes back to this. A man marries up a person, one must be there. Now, not Isha with no kata, or what must be reverse is a man marries a woman to his minor son. In other words, we spoke about minor son is not the kid you love less, right? A minor son represents again a child. So he's marrying off again an adult woman to his minor son. So we'll say, remember again, how many young men is again, we're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? First, his brother's not much older than that, they're not the same bride. Again, the second, the son, who's a child, is married to a woman, not the same bride. Listen to this. Now, not Sir someone who goes out of his way to return a lost object to a non-Jew. What's the Gemara says? I love a customer about such a person. The pasuk says, "The man is supposed to love as hatzmeya, lo yova Hashem seloachlo." Listen, the way the pasuk says, the way that the Gemara is understanding this pasuk, which is really quite profound. The man supposed to love as hatzmeya means that. Look at Rashi. Rashi says the man supposed to live blood. Rashi understands supposed means connect. Now, what do you do here? Rashi says, last part of Rashi is out. We both had Smeya, Sabeh B'Davar, in Somei B'Davar. Zaku B'Yalda Zol Smeya B'Kashus, Zak and Smeya B'Kashus Kata. Let's do this. According to the Gemara's understanding as follows. You can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and compliment each other. So, in other words, the idea over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty. She wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Pair up. Someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated, because halacha l'maisa again, just it doesn't work. So listen, by the way, it happens to me that this is a profound so not just by intimacy, but also by knowledge. In order to have true shalom marriage, in order to have true growth in a marriage, both parties of marriage have to want growth. Right? The worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes her husband's mashgiach. Like, if a wife is keeping her husband out of bed in the morning, get up and shit, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you need to become a fixing slave. You need to be Shabbos, you need to be ready for Shabbos, like midday on Friday, that's also a disaster. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. It's very difficult because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. If both are thirsty, then the nice that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, then what? Utter disaster also. Because if both are sated, that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, the people of success. Both are sated, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated. A lot of shalom issues. What about the max chatting? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I know that sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So what's he look at Rashi? Rashi says, "Max chatting no kusi." Hishva lefiber kusi liyisrael. Umar ba'aslo sha'shavas haveda inakshol. It's incredible. He said, of course, you should return lost objects to non-Jews. That's what he was saying. Most things like this. That a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbat. That's wrong. That's wrong. But I will say, you're going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. You have to have respect for all of humanity. You have to treat all humanity with dignity. But there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And I will say, we don't have to get apologetic about saying it. One simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And I will say, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this. Right? We thought again, after the Holocaust, never again, everybody loves us, anti-Semitism is not what it used to be, and then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic lynch mobs, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this hope is to us, anti-Semitism is rampant, and it teaches us one simple lesson. Circle the wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya, right, and tikkun olam, and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big humanity of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way it works. Now, when Mashiach comes, in Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be the Yas of Kulam Humanity will become one. But until that day, humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. It's Am Levadad Yishkon. We are alone in this world. And again, we don't have to alone as a nation. We're not alone as individuals, because we had each other. And we always had each other. And this is what the Gemara says. If you think just like if you're a bunch of Shabbos Aveda, community of mankind, right? The Gemara says, you're a fool. You're a fool.
Dude, how you live in town?
There's not one day there will be a community of mankind. And I want to say, again, to be clear.
Dude, how are you?
Yeah, we should respect that every single person.
What's up, big man?
That there's a different system of culture, a different system of that we have to have one another because all we have is
Wait. Say this again?
Yet that is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelming precarious situation. Is that the return a lost object or receive? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000%. Yes. And don't tell us.
Why is that?
Right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's
Because if everyone's enjoying and you're showing up late,
personal contract.
the party, you're gonna win.
Incredible.
Some people
If the economy was like this, if the economy was like this, what I would do is I would show up at the end of the gap. I would show up, be the last person to show up and been everyone there and be fucking drunk.
I get what you're saying.
Like yourself.
Instead it's like, no,
You have to honor her
people are
more
getting
than
there
yourself.
early.
What does that mean?
If
What does that mean?
Late,
Likely,
I
I
get
say
fucked.
you have to go ahead.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But
you need to understand that some people play beer pong better drunk.
Why don't you say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so. Right? We'll say the framework of love that I have more than anything.
Dog, I know a lot of people. I know people also who bowl better drunk and golf better drunk.
Self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like the most important, we're very egocentric beings.
Yeah, perhaps.
So Gemara says, if you could love life as much as you love yourself, that's godless.
All right, are you ready to play, big dog?
That's godless. Now we need to be machabed now because this is
Yeah.
So from
All right.
perspective,
All right, I have
hold
on. I have a new.
You feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's not
Yeah, send it to me.
the covet is our physical needs. In other words, So then when it
No,
comes to
Telegram sucks. Send it to me in Discord.
behaviors,
I'll
then you have
I'll let you know what.
more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And I will say that's very important.
Dude, it's super easy.
So
I'll send you a message, so it's even easier. Dude, I'm gonna send you an invitation right now,
Take for yourself.
so it'll be really easy.
Things, whatever you like, make sure that your wife has even more than that. This covet is physically measured. So Ava, which is an emotion,
I just sent you a message on Discord.
Your wife as much as you care about yourself, you told her. That's fantastic. But covet that you give, that's behavioral. The covet you give to your wife has to surpass the covet you give to yourself. Or you want for yourself. Now imagine, one of the Vinosa, Derek Mishra,
All right, big dog, I'm ready for it. I've been waiting
in a proper path. So I was saying,
for months for
these
this.
gemaras that we could spend a week on these gemaras. What does it mean matching? What does it mean matching? What does it mean? What's the madrid? What's the madrid? God. What does the guy do? He shows you the way. Leads. Right? What's it? The most annoying guys are the ones who talk too much. Like, just be quiet and move. Right? Talk, right? Same thing in parenting. Effective parenting. Much less talking, much more doing. Be a mattress. Don't tell your kids what to do. I mean, tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. I was like, I know I'm talking to over here. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul, to learn, to daven, to see that you're mostly nefesh, getting up sleep is true. And we joke about it, but like, tremendous nefesh. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night. We're getting like a normal night's sleep, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Imagine. It's all about hadracha. You can say whatever you want. You can say nice people. You can sing zemiras. You can do all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you lead your children by example on a derech yishara, that's very incredible. I'm seeing someone for Pirkan. Marry them off early. They both say, someone for Pirkan. What are you doing?
I'm watching it.
Means a little bit before they reach adulthood, right? Which again, today's day and age is about 25, right? So nice, right? So marry them up a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love Akasav Omer. So about such a person was like, see, it's four ingredients over here. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. If you can reach out, people like this, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kid. Because I'll say, calm down, right? If you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment, right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, give her more covet, which is behavioral stuff. Give her more covet than the covet you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a mattress. Be a big guy. Show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little
Love it. Great job, dude. Are you going to send it to Riser?
Yeah, that's all.
All right, we'll do it.
Plus, it says no, that everything is going to be peace in the tent.
Great job, big dog.
Your home will be remembered for good. And ultimately, again, you will not come to second half. So, by the way, why is all of this brought down?
That's okay, man. You did it. It looked really good. Did you have somebody film it for you?
Yeah. What's happening?
They did. They did a. Whatever person filmed it for you did a really great job.
This is literally talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So nice again. That's
yeah, I mean, I was just like happy to see you doing it.
I'm gonna stop over here for today. We're fine. Tomorrow's a very short session.
Are you going to say anything?
Yeah, big dog. I have a new idea though. We're gonna play a different game. My friend loves this game. You'll see. My friend loves this game, and I feel like we would really get into it if we like. Oh no! Oh shoot! Now I know I don't play this game. Don't accept my. Oh, I didn't even send you an invitation. Oh, now I remember.
You did.
Don't accept it. Oh, fuck you.
Was that the game you talking about?
I don't know.
It's for Spark Hashem to be able to give again a new week of learning together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor of Tafshin Pei Hey, the Tulsi Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shema Drashas this year and wishing a Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tulsin on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alina Yatova, Terry and Steve Zinn, love memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv of Levin and Bernie.
Did you lose? Did you resign? Dude. Dude.
Our Taflim sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, and memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, Zachariah Ben Israel.
Dude, are you there?
And Ali Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girl.
Why did you resign?
Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov to his grandparents, Karen Rothschild, and his sister Mother Loishi, and the Yardina Garden and family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov.
Dude, you have an invitation.
I didn't resign.
Well, it said you resigned.
What happened was, hang on, let me just check something. My Discord.
All right, did you send that video to Riser?
My son Ivan gave Shea yesterday a great job. Actually, very, very little notice. I'm sorry. He did a really good job.
Can I send it to Riser? Are you going to send it to him?
With the pace, you have to get from like, I'm doing on the days to the middle of Iron.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, you can tell.
It's fine. It's okay. It's good. There's young kids.
Just
for the sake of the cover that
Next one.
wasn't there.
What are we playing? We're playing Matchbox.
Yeah, you have an invitation.
Why are we playing Matchbox?
Because that's what I want to play.
Oh, I fucked up.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, big dog? You didn't fuck up. This is good. Matching tiles freezes all. Dude, you're going to win.
No, there's only five.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure if they're free.
Yeah, it's not free. They wouldn't do another free one.
They wouldn't do a free one?
I don't think so. Because if I put all the time and effort of reprogramming something, if you're not going to get any kind of benefit from it.
No, that was shit. And you wasn't going to work. You were shit.
Once you look at something, it unleashes a
I
certain
fucked you up.
process going forward.
Oh, here we go.
So it's incredible how you can see over here just from the beginning where the mistake was.
Dude, how do you keep getting... Dude, you're up, big dog. You keep getting to go.
Did I fuck up?
No.
No, I fucked up.
Please.
I fucked up.
Let's see you go.
And you're not exactly sure like where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's
Finally, it's my turn.
where exactly things went off the rails. So here, not something enough. So you must have barbershop and you begin to ask the doctors about Amru, ain't no takana actually boil. And the doctor said, look, this guy
You fucked up. You could have done the L shape.
the only possibility. The only report.
Then I wouldn't have gotten the berries.
Okay, Amru Chachamim. Chachamim said, no,
You could have done the L shape.
can't do that.
Okay.
So again,
But it wouldn't, like...
It's annoying because every time there's an L shape, it's like, oh, you could have done the L shape.
Right.
So you don't need a heal.
Yeah. I mean, I could have healed 5.
So okay, fine. That's not that.
No, it doesn't have to do that. You just, you're not going to play with it. You start. Last time.
Yeah, if you start, then you start with 80. If I start, and then I get 85. If you start, dude, you...
Oh, yes, this is good. Matching child as well. Bad for that is that you get an extra technique.
but there was a serious issue here. So he said, you know, these people are even face to face.
You're going to get multiple extra mercy. Oh, yeah. That's good for me.
Yeah, I fucked myself.
That is the best thing that could ever happen. Just that.
Yeah, I fucked myself.
What's so bad about the conversation? Because remember, again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in a illicit immoral urge. So again,
did you know you're up, Tim?
Took on an air of immorality about it. So the Gemara says, who was the woman? So what is it she was a married woman? So what's that makes a lot of sense. Every time a married woman, so you can understand
what up, baby?
Rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman.
Then I can give a happy Sunday. I should take care of my family financially.
Oh, for sure, dog. And your dog, and your mom, and your grandma, and your brother, and your cousin, everybody you've ever told me about. Well, what do you think's going to happen to them? Or what's going to happen to you? All right, big dog.
Because of the Gam Mishpacha, now, who's the Gam Mishpacha? Rashi said the Yom Shul the Gam Mishpacha, Hadisha, Shahayu Koshim B'Davar.
You did really well at stand-up comedy. I'm proud of you.
Do you think I could be a superstar?
No. You'd have to work at it a lot, and I think you're too stubborn to do it. But I think it's great that you had the courage to get up there.
Why do you think I'm going to be a superstar?
Because you're too stubborn to take any advice from people.
So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa is there is if this girl would get engaged, even if she was single.
Boy, they had some people there who would just laugh at anything too. You weren't even saying punchlines and they were laughing. Do they have a drink minimum there? Do you have to have a certain amount of drinks?
I'm setting an example. It's like, one of the things that we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. It seems to be that the pendulum may be swinging back the other way.
You just get up and perform. If you're performing, you don't have to pay. If you aren't performing, you have to pay.
How much is it?
That becomes the truth.
$10.
When there's fluid
Okay.
morality, there's no morality. That's the truth.
Which is pretty good.
Definitely. And there's no drink minimum?
You just allow these kind of things to go on.
No. I'd say the bar is probably making
From behind the wall. What is
the venue is probably making like $800 a night.
But it's about what
There you
it
go, big man.
represents. And what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman, and suddenly again us catering to that desire.
$800 a night, and then they've got 2 people on staff, so they've got
Who are the people on staff? Who are the people on staff? Who are the people on staff? Who are the people on staff?
some of them are Canadian, some of them aren't.
Do they have a bartender?
Yep.
Do they have an MC? Do they have a master of ceremonies and MC?
Doesn't mean that everyone else has to cater to
Host. They have a host.
That's what I mean, a host. Okay.
society. There's a code of conduct, and that has to preserve
The hosts are different every night.
The guy's gonna die.
Would they ever let you host?
So the Gemara says, "For in Sabah, I swear to him, or in fact, if she's single, so it's much easier than me. It's much easier than me over here.
Not yet.
Let me get married. Let me get
Why
married."
not?
So the Gemara says, "No. Minsa, mommy asked because if they get married, they want the fun side of it.
Oh.
In other words, right? So in other words, if they get married,
There's a few reasons why I'm not as
Yeah, and I want to know, what are they?
If I host, then I can't compete competitively.
Oh, okay.
If I host too many, if I get paid, If the host gives me paid gig, if I host, then I can't compete competitively.
What do you mean compete competitively? Is it a competition?
Well, there's a competition at the start of each year. So if I host, you get paid $750. But if I'm making more than $750 a year, I can't compete competitively.
Okay. Dude, you just had an amazing move that just killed me. And you froze everything, but that's okay. You just had an amazing move and it like killed me.
Yeah, but fuck me. Oh, fuck me, Subway. I could have fucking got it. Anyway, here's a hit. Five damage. That is, oh my god, that is okay. Okay, Rabbi, I know I'm going to help you by doing this. Rabbi?
Yo, baby.
Oh, no. You're not evolved, though. You're not evolved.
So, I think for many of us, I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy can be beautiful, obviously.
I know you like me, baby. I'm amazing.
But kadosh and holy, it's strange. It's a strange concept.
I think you just won.
It's a strange concept. It should be holy. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it was marriage. It hopefully could have created some future dollars. But the other Rabbi says, when the Beis Hamikdash stood, there was the ability to infuse.
Yo, what up, Dumpy? Dampy.
He says, in Kol Beis Hamikdash, Kasha, listen to this, Kasha Na'od L'Kayim Shnei HaDvarim HaNizkarim La'el Yad Yachad. Once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time.
Rabbi,
There can be pleasure and there can be holiness. Pleasure and holiness.
You did really well, Zoot.
It's very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis Hamikdash. So that's such a profound.
Are you proud of the way that you played?
Sort of pleasure and holiness is definitely pleasure and holiness.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Calm down. Then I just wouldn't play with you. I would find it to be. Oh, look at this move, Zoot. Look at this move. Did you see that? Zoot, when are they going to have the other holes?
Was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit, was made a bit more carnal, was put a bit more in the category of just a pleasure.
Okay, well, not that. Oh, yeah, that wasn't good, Zoot.
Shut up.
Because part of his lust and part of his desire is the fact that he could.
I still might be able to get it.
You know this in life. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweet.
I still might be able to get it.
Not at that angle. That's the wrong angle, son.
So where did you come from? Where did you come from?
That wasn't terrible.
Zoot, do you think they're going to change the holes this year?
Well,
Yeah.
One thing he couldn't have. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing.
No, it's not.
What's the shot?
no, how long mom is tomorrow?
There are so many permitted things.
Okay.
We are constantly and consistently.
I mean, it's already today, isn't it?
What's the shot?
Yeah, it's October 1st.
They're allowed to do. They're great. They're fun. They're pleasurable.
Oh, October 1st, where is it?
Yeah, it's October 1st where you live, dog.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, it just turned October 1st, 35 minutes ago.
My most innate desires is for growth. I constantly want to.
When did they change it?
I constantly want to become more.
Like last year, it was like September 15th. That's why I don't know if they're doing it this year. Oh, you know what? I bet they'll tell you. There's like a news section of this.
Why would they do it again?
What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body
Hold on.
often corrupts.
It's currently season 18.
You see this a lot in life. It's interesting that people get my mother was speaking and Shani spoke so beautifully. She was speaking about
Dude, you shot it in the water.
she was born in the after the war.
I mean, you should expect something from this.
I had really created a Jewish community. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So
Big dog, it's your turn.
my mother actually came to the example of Baltimore.
Okay, you have to purchase it.
Okay. You're good, baby.
I just purchased some
Did you?
No,
you didn't.
What would you do with those summons? Cash monsters.
I wouldn't play with you. Just that game that you use them.
Can you give them that month?
Perhaps, I'm not sure.
Can you give them?
Perhaps, I'm not sure. But I do know that that was an amazing shot. Actually, it wasn't that good at all. Not that good at all, Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Zoot, it's your turn. Zoot.
What if I said
Yeah, I mean, I would be down for that. Then we'd play with, but we'd have to have the exact same ones. I just want it to be fair. Look at this. Look at this play. Zoot, look at this play. Zoot, look at this, Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to do? Are you proud of that shot?
After it's fascinating. You have the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment you're like, okay, I'm done. Like, I really want to go home. Why? It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Because again, it was something that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. And broadcast the message to the body. I want the rest of the body to see this.
Hey, Rabbi, what's the best way to send someone instantly money over the other side of the world?
Window shopping. I can never
Uh,
understand.
Venmo or Cash App or something like that.
No, you can't use that in Australia.
Okay, well, I don't know what you can use in Australia.
Wouldn't it be the best thing just to use a fucking snake?
You could do that too. Dude, that might be a really good shot.
The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more.
Dude, are you gonna...
The only issue that's holding stable coins back, right? The only issue is you need the native current. You need the native currency, the network, and gas fees as well. That's the thing that's holding stable coins back.
Right, dog.
That would change it.
I think gas fees are too expensive.
In the future, gas fees won't exist, but they'll be subsidized by the network. The node owners of the network will subsidize the gas fees, and you just be paying. You just be paying for the.
Dude, are you gonna stop me from having a perfect game?
Yeah, you need to be paying for this thing. Like most most people won't be attracted to volatility if you stable percent transactions. Most businesses will be done on 1-3 or
Okay.
and most businesses will be on 1.
Execution by straight. We spoke a little bit about. We're going to get into the dynamics of straight fights. Remember, straight fight is not burning someone, but rather straight fight is internal.
Most people under the age of 40, under the age of 40 in the next, most people under the age of 40 in the next decade will probably never use bank accounts.
Okay, dog.
Again.
All right, big dog.
There was a lot of people included in this category of women and her daughter. Now we'll have to define a lot of these words in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Bas Isha, the daughter of his wife. Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter. Bas Bino, the daughter of his son. Chamoso, mother-in-law. Chamoso.
Hey, did that girl who gave you her Instagram with the tattoo show up this week? Why not?
To break up these categories into a little bit more.
Because I didn't invite it.
Oh, okay.
Are forbidden and penalties straight. So let's analyze.
Well, that's all right. Were there any hot girls at this thing?
So let me tell you something.
Tell me whatever you want, Zoot.
There's a girl, she's a bit younger, like 22, 23. It's just fine. She's she lives a straight away.
Okay.
It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law.
Is that the end of your story?
She lives straight away from me, and like I'm seeing this girl every time I go there, and then I'm seeing her everywhere around my fucking neighborhood right now, like everywhere,
Right.
and everywhere in the city I go, she's like every time I go out, she's there.
Scale of 0 to 10.
Oh my god, we don't rank them.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's part of human nature. 0 to 10, this bitch.
No, that's not fun.
That's what everybody does. All right, give me range. Is she above a 5?
Yeah, she's above.
All right, is she above a 7?
So apparently that's a point of contention.
Yeah.
So she's pretty hot. Is she pretty hot? Is she pretty hot? We do. We say, yeah, that bitch is hot as fuck. Yeah, you do. Oh, you're telling me that people don't say Margot Robbie is hot as fuck or Nicole Kidman is hot as fuck? You're telling me people don't do that? You're full of shit. Be right back. I gotta take a whiz, and then we're gonna talk about this chick.
Sorry, is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Kiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rava, I will cover the Mishnah in Chamo. The Chamo, so Tani Chamo. So let us say, since the Ikra of the Mishnah wants to teach me mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamo, so mother-in-law, and mother-in-law, and mother-in-law. So we're not going to be. So how do we know all these questions? So the person says if a man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So it says, remember again, so here the person is quite explicit.
So why don't you ask this girl out, Zoo? So why don't you ask this girl out?
Rabbi, guess what?
What's that, baby?
You can buy it.
Okay, cool. So why don't you ask this girl out? What's her name? Do you know it?
Yeah.
Okay, what's her name? Can I guess her name?
Yeah.
All right, is it Marco?
No.
What letter does it start with?
See?
Is it Chelsea? Oh, that's amazing! Wow, that is fucking crazy. Dog, that is crazy. That is crazy. There's like a lot of female names that start with C. I'm kind of in shock. Okay, so her name's Chelsea. You know this girl. She's your neighbor. Do you ever talk with Chelsea?
Not my neighbor.
Didn't you say she lives like a street over?
Yeah, not my neighbor. Yeah, she lives straight over.
In the United States, we call someone who lives a street over, under the right conditions, your neighbor. She lives in your neighborhood, right?
Not quite.
I mean, didn't you say?
Neighborhood over.
Okay, so she lives in neighborhood over.
So my street is the end of the neighborhood leads to the next. So we call them suburbs. So my suburb ends and starts over there. And across the street, then I'm in another suburb. And that suburb that suburb over is actually the start of another district as well. We have different districts.
Dude, I was reading about another suburb that's being built in Adelaide. You guys have a desalination plant there, but it's basically only used in January. Is that correct? Yeah, dude, that's big time. All right, so Chelsea lives close. Do you ever like walk by her house, walking your dog or something?
I don't know where she lives.
Oh, well, how do you know she lives close?
You don't?
Does this girl want to fuck?
Why do you say that?
Because girls don't normally tell you where they live unless they want to fuck.
Because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in place. Everyone's like,
She told me, yeah. So she was like, yeah.
Tell me how the conversation went.
It's like a group conversation. It's like, oh, where did everyone live? I was like, where did everyone live? It's like, oh, I live in this location, this location. I live in this location. And it's like, oh, I'm running suburbs over.
How long would it take to walk to her house?
4 to 5 minutes.
Okay, that's really close. All right. All right.
She told me, oh, I live by the location, this location.
Okay, so she's okay, and then she comes to stand-up comedy, and then she comes to your stand-up comedy.
She does stand up.
She does stand up. Okay, I'm gonna send you another invite, by the way. Okay, so she does stand up. What up, Dampy? Okay, so she does stand up, and is she funny?
a woman and her daughter. There's no way we have
Yeah.
explicit. Every
She might need a little bit of work, but like her content. Like if I could give her any advice, she needs to be more universal with her content, where like her content only people. There's a lot of international people coming by, and only people in South Australia really understand the content.
Okay.
That's advice I would give. Like,
Does she make people laugh?
like, yeah, yeah. Like she has a joke about being 17 because like that age of consent here, and a lot of people from the international audience would not like, yeah, the 17 is the age of consent in South Australia. It's like the only, every other state is 16 as well, we're 17, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We'll see exactly what this means. All right, Mary. Okay, so now let's unravel his website. So the first thing website said was we have to make Secharim like Mikavos.
Dude, did you know I'm playing like one of the best games I've ever played?
I mean, you can consent. You can consent.
What'd you say, Zoo?
What game are you playing?
We're playing a game called Bounce on an app called Play-Doh. If you want to play it, just download it. It's available on the App Store and Google Play.
How'd you pick your name, Robbie's Rothschild?
It's my name.
What'd you find it?
It's my name. I'm a rabbi, and my last name is Rothschild.
That's like your religion.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
Oh, no. Right. I'm correct. I don't think it's Can you fix your website? Like you're glitching out. You're very irritating.
You're very to have a conversation with.
Can you stop? What is it first?
Can you stop? You're really weird. You're making everybody uncomfortable.
How old is this?
20? I asked them that earlier today.
My microphone is fine.
No, it's not. You're echoing.
Can you please stop? This is really. This is.
What's that microphone about?
Just ask them, hey, Dampy, do you have some kind of voice issue?
That talking to a real voice. Probably the guy using the voice changer.
I am not here really being disrespectful or not.
They might be friends.
All right.
You're very weird.
I mean, you're the translator. I mean, I shouldn't play that. I didn't play that. I didn't play that. I didn't think to say that.
You're really weird, man. You need help.
You give me bullshit.
Calm down, dude.
Judas harassing many members Rabbi's Rothschild. You remember to scare it because this guy is in the server.
Alright, just calm down, everybody. It will be fine.
Now I'm scared for my life.
Okay, well then leave.
Let's assume
Well, that's very rude.
who's the midpoint?
Okay, I mean, do whatever you want to do.
Thought you were nice.
I'm super nice.
So Renata would be
Oh,
everyone who's
also, do you remember Zeus?
grandkids.
You're not young.
Calm down, Zoot. No, he didn't say that.
So like mother's mother,
So what
father's
the
mother,
fuck,
so on and
dude?
so forth. So if a
Dampy, what are your pronouns?
mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law,
What?
they're both sides.
What are your pronouns?
Renata Kilamama, but rather what? That's
I am watching under my Instagram.
Okay, that's fine. Zoot, you have an invitation. Go.
Change the lottery, and that is it should read Renata Kilamama. So what's his name? How do we know? How do we know?
Zoot, if the person's bothering you, just mute them.
Mother-in-law is explicit, right? I mean, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rothschild's daughter to
Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation?
relationship, relationship to Rothschild's this relationship, this whole thing just won't be mess. And it's like that Rudy's relationship, what? No, here it is. Rudy's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to
Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation?
That's it. His wife's daughter is also his father's mother. I know the Gemara says what it means to say, how do you know to make the Mawa? Again, the generations above his wife, i.e., his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Renata to his wife's daughter. That's it.
I don't know. Sometimes they disconnect.
It says over here, Zima says, where is Zima? Zima. First of all,
Rabbi, what time is your food?
12:57.
But it doesn't say Zima here. I could be referring to her.
You're 57.
12:57.
I'm on 57 or 1257.
12:57.
Go ahead and make the 3 generations above, like the 3 generations below. So once
Do you like Mario games?
Like when I was a little kid.
So how do I know what the most is the 3 generations
Well, I'm just used to being in games, Rabbi.
the 3 generations below.
What's going on, big dog? Dude, if they're bothering you, just mute them. Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation?
How come there's other people sleeping and there are people like
Zoot, don't be rude.
sleeping in the AC?
Yeah, people sleep in here.
So it's just like a sleepover?
Yeah, kind of.
That's pretty cool.
Oh God, you have no
Guys, all snuggle open.
Also, the not to kill him out. And just like when it comes to punishment, I
You're the
just
most
say, bro,
boring
You're the most weirdest person I've ever met. Typically get home and get away.
I have one.
So to when it
Oh,
comes
well,
to
too
the
bad for you. I go outside and I hunt single beer.
That's me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a meeting, so we gotta shut up.
I mean, do you want to talk about your interest? You want to talk about your interest that you have made in that?
Think you want to talk about your immaturity?
Do you want to talk about your immaturity?
Okay, buddy.
I mean, me going.
You're the most annoying person I've ever met.
Zoot, just mute them if they're bothering you. Zoot, just mute them if they're bothering you.
Rabbi's moving me, Rabbi.
Zoot, I just won.
Rabbi saved me.
It's not going down the verse. Lamata means a lesser isser. A lesser isser.
You don't smoke crack, Zoot.
You're not about that life.
Dampy, that was funny.
Yeah. So
Zoot, you have an invitation, big dog.
I'm going.
Zoot, just mute them. How was your day, Dampy? How was your day?
What about you?
So far, so good, my friend. What'd you do? What was fun?
Going on Discord and sleep with people.
Very well. Do you have something strange with your microphone?
What do you mean?
It's like very shaky. Yeah, it makes it hard to hear you.
It's not. No.
Okay, well that's cool.
I'm just watching podcast. Enjoy.
It was me, Alexander. It was me, Alexander.
Dog, I'm not here to answer all kinds of questions. You can figure it out.
You're not going to answer that question.
I mean, you can figure it out.
You can figure it out. Hey, the Alexander, wake up, the Alexander. Randy, are you a big streamer?
Am I what?
Are you a big streamer?
Yeah, dog, I'm a huge streamer.
Yeah, no. Randy, how tall are you?
Super tall.
How tall are you, Rabbi?
6 feet tall.
Oh, you're a big boy.
Yep,
What?
that's correct.
Yeah. I never seen someone as big as you.
I'm huge.
Huge. Yeah. How much pounds do you weigh? Rabbi.
What up?
What?
What up?
How much pounds do you weigh, Rabbi?
What? Enough?
Enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't weighed myself recently.
Enough to be a big boy.
Yeah, I'm a big boy.
So what kind of boy are you? Are you a skinny boy? Are you a big boy?
I'm a beefcake. I'm all muscle, baby.
You have muscles, Rabbi?
You got it.
Yeah. No, you're a really big boy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, since we're going to stop over here, for Jack, we're going to reach to a clarity. So we're going to, so we're going to stop. So that's okay. Bottom line. What is your play?
Do your parents know that you do this stuff?
I don't know. They're not really on the internet, so they don't go on the internet, so I don't know.
Streets only internet. Why can't it be like in a different area?
I do stream. I stream outside.
I never seen you stream outside though.
You've only seen me like for 3 hours in your entire life. I've streamed for 4 years online. I've streamed in a lot of places.
I usually, I've been watching you for a week, but this is my first time meeting you online.
Okay, well, it's expensive to stream IRL, so I just stay near the Wi-Fi.
So how do you pronounce your name?
However you want to pronounce it.
Wait, say it again?
However you want to pronounce it. Rabbi Rothschild.
Rabbi's Rothschild.
That's incorrect, but whatever.
No, okay. I want to learn how to pronounce it.
Okay, well, I just said it to you.
Can you say it again?
Rabbi Rothschild.
See, you're lagging. Your stream is lagging.
No, that's on you. Everybody said your mic sucks.
Rabbi, no, it's your stream, Rabbi.
Okay, that's cool.
Rabbis are Ash's child.
What up, dog?
It's you said it.
Yeah, you did a good job pronouncing it.
I think I can do good at other things too. Does anyone else circle you, big boy? Rabbi,
What's going on?
there's still coming back.
What'd you say?
It's still coming back.
No, I think you annoyed him.
Oh, this is my fault.
I don't know.
1,000 my fault, Rabbi.
Dog, I don't know.
Maybe you scared him away, Rabbi. Maybe you did.
Okay.
Steve, 500 hours in the VC.
What'd you say?
So you've been in this VC for 22 days.
Probably more than that.
Maybe like, do you ever get tired of doing this?
No, I love it.
Why though? Like, I don't fucking notice. And
I get to meet new people. I'm just chilling. I get to learn stuff. So it's cool.
All right, so that's like good morning, good coffee. Great to coffee show to be able to begin a new week of learning together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual commentary sponsor of Tafshin Pei Hey, Tilson Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shur professionals this year. Wishing Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Hapa Alinu Latova. Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, and Yosef HaKohen. Ziv within and burning fountains in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our day of learning sponsors, Maya Hoffman, in the schools of Avram Ben Yadina, Shulamit Bas Ibrahim Lino, Baruch Rifrael Melach Ben Shulamis. May we all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. Our Dafyomi sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, Zechariah Ben Israel C. and Eli Rothschild, in honor of the new girl to Zazie and Israel Rothschild, Mazel Tov to Zazie's grandparents, Chaim and Khan Rothschild, and sister and brother-in-law, Moshe and Yardina Garden and family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. She's hoping to continue the Soros Hobos for Cloud Israel. Those with that, let us begin. Today's topic is Ayin Hey. I apologize in advance. We have to end the shira a few minutes only. But in there, thank you. I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. But thank you. All right, so let's go. We're going to pack in a lot. We're actually also going to start from the top of Ayin Hey. My son Abin did shira today. Great job. Some very, very well noticed. I'm sorry. He did a good job. I do feel he was off a little bit at the end with the pace. He had to get from Ayin Gimel with base to the middle of Ayin Hey of an Aleph. So he was showing up the old man a little bit. But whatever, it's fine. It's okay. All right, so we're just for the sake of the cover that wasn't there, for the sake of having a recording as well, we're just going to start from the top of Ayin Hey and Aleph. 75 days. I'm going to read them out. That's all. There was once a story of a man who set his eyes upon a woman. The hair loved right? And what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now Rashi points out to be a hair Nemo Ava, the country Nemo the hair. Ultimately again, became lovesick, probably devastated, lost it, sick, but ultimately again becomes infatuated with this one. By the way, Trent is supposed to ask you in the beginning. Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? I'll say one of the reasons that we have to be so careful, Shmiras Einayim, what we look at. It says the Gemara says, Einayim knows with the eyes see, but how late chomate. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over here this from the beginning where the mistake was. Shenasan Einab B'Isha Achas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmiras Einayim? Why not be a bit more careful? Again, listen, we all know this discern. We know this discern incredibly well. But when I say fascinating to see, sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. And here, Nasan Einav. So the Mercy of Baruch Hashem, the little things, they came and they asked the doctor, Amru, Ein Lo Takana, actually too wild. And the doctor said, look, this guy is Mamish death, the only possibility, the only refuah he can have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, I'm said, no, start to borrow. No, can't do that. So again, there was an assumption over there that it must be some type of a rhino situation. So again, so one of the things that you have to see if you do right work, then to go ahead and transgress. So the doctor said, okay, I'm over one of Aruma. So okay, fine, doesn't have to have relations with her.
Rabbi, when are you going to sleep?
Oh, not for a while.
Fine. So the Gemara says.
Why not, Rabbi?
The Gemara says.
Really?
Did you have breakfast, Rabbi?
No, I just sleep whenever I want to sleep.
Okay, so you can't have relations with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. It's interesting. At this point, the doctor's already understood that there was a sneeze issue here. So he said, she ran up to people who didn't face to face. Let us speak with them. There could be a wall between them. The Gemara says, the rabbi said, ultimately, let him die. But let them not go ahead and have these conversations. What's the letter of remember again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in an illicit, immoral earth. Not something of the OCD shop. So again, the other thing is this entire
He was made of teenager.
on an air,
What'd you say?
an air of immorality about it. So
He was made a teenager.
No.
Who was the woman?
I didn't have the knowledge that I have now.
He says what?
I didn't have the knowledge that I have now.
Any level of interaction between this man and
Oh,
this woman.
you think you were a Thomas teenager?
No, but I didn't have as much knowledge as I have now.
So according to the agreement, says that she was a married woman.
Do you think you still gain knowledge?
Of course.
If she was single, I don't understand.
So by doing this, you're learning about
why this
people.
what is the example that's unfolding over here? So the Gemara says, "Papa Amar Mishum Pigam Mishpacha." Rabbi said ultimately because of Pigam Mishpacha. Now, who's Pigam Mishpacha? Rashi said, "The Mishum Pigam Mishpacha." Ha'isha shahayu oshim b'davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing for her parents and reputation that potentially damaged. Go Okay, got it. Right, it's shifted this way, right? So, anyways, the Gemara says as follows. So the issue over here,
Yo, dog, you're being super annoying. You're being annoying.
So let's setting an example. Let's say an example. Let's say, one of the things we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. We see people swinging back the other way. But like, where there's
Are you gonna stop being annoying?
Whatever.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You're good. Just chill.
When there's fluid morality,
Sorry, there's not a lot of energy around me.
that's so Chazal was saying, rabbis in this piece and sit over here, that if colloquial Mesa, you just allow these kind of things to go on. Even though, again, one makes
Rabbi, is anyone free to sleep here?
Yo, dog. And what year were you born?
From behind the wall. What is the
I was born 2005, August 20th.
Exactly right. But it's about what it represents. And what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman and suddenly against us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. And what is an illicit, immoral desire?
Yo, do you know that your mic is messed up?
What's happening?
Your mic is messed up. It sounds like.
Must have a characteristic.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's wonderful. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, we'll get it fixed.
Rabbi, please, you're scaring me.
Okay, why shouldn't be scaring you? Just get your mic fixed.
Rabbi, please relax.
I'm relaxed, but mute yourself when you're not talking.
Rabbi wants to be so mean.
Dog, I'm not being mean. I'm just telling you what's up. If you don't mute yourself when you're not talking, I'm gonna mute you.
Rabbi, please do not do it.
I've warned you. This is your last warning. When you're not talking, mute yourself.
I'm sorry, please. Don't be in your VCs and your live streams.
All right. Well, then just mute yourself when you're not talking.
But it's a lot of work to do.
No, you're gonna have to figure it out. This is your last warning.
But my last 40 also won.
Now we're going to come back to what that means in just a moment.
Dog, you got to be able to figure out your microphone. I don't care if it's a lot of work.
and hidden bread are his more pleasant. So the idea of here is part of it.
I'll unmute you, but you have to mute yourself when you're not talking.
That's part of it. It wasn't.
No, Rodney, I like how we run like unmuted. I don't know how there's a.
I gave you a chance. Your mic sucks.
There's actually, even though we talk saying this as one idea, there's two different concepts in here. The first concept is this idea of nitla kandiya, the nitla over avera. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of Kriya has been removed, time has been destroyed, and it's been given over to only all the Avera. Versus Sasaki this morning. So that's a different idea, but the Sefer Yom Gadol. He says this, listen to this idea. He says, Kashem is Hamikdash Hayotani, and it is Hamikdash story. Bashina Hayashora Yisra, Hayashora Yisra, Mishkira, is in the Israel. Efshari Haya Ad Mekadesh Atzman Kiloi, Beis Hazikah. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being mekadesh themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relations. So I think many of us a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy can be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's strange concept. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it involves marriage, and hopefully creates future doros. The Rabbi says, when it is an English story, you are going to a dynamic of holiness, even into he says, in Korom is a Mikdash, Kasha is Kasha Ma'od L'Tayim Shnei HaDvarim, and Yisrael Ra'el, Gam Yachad. Once the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. So there's pleasure, and then holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, we said the Noam Gadol, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis HaMikdash. So once it's such a profound use of now again, when it's about pleasure and holiness, it's got pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. It's fascinating. Yom Shechar Beis HaMikdash. So the day Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, Nitla Kam beyond the Nitla Over Avera. What does that mean? That somehow the enjoyment of Qiyah, the enjoyment of intimacy, was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit, was made a bit more carnal, was put a bit more in the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says that again, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because I'm really public. Because part of his lust and part of his desire was that he couldn't have it. Let's say, you know this, right? You know this in life. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweet. Stolen water. Where does this come from? You'll say, where does it come from? Where does it come from? Large rivers.
What up, buddy?
Had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. He ate das tobara. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. What's the pshat? Let's say, it's for all of us. It's for all of us. There's so many primitive things in this world. Yet,
I hope you're having a good day.
What's the pshat? There's so many more things that we're allowed to do that are great.
Lovely.
That are pleasurable. Why are we drawn to this? Deep down, it actually feels like everything else. Everything that we want and desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of flow. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. What happens in life? Too often in life, okay, it's like when the Shema goes ahead, dispatches a message. Right? When the Shema dispatches it to the body, what's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. A lot of like, let's see, it's interesting that people get. My mother was speaking on Shabbos Shalom. She was speaking about that. My mother actually grew up. She was born in New York after the war, and my grandparents settled in binding New Jersey. My grandpa was growing up as well. Hashem had a hand in really creating the Jewish community. But one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, my mother actually came to the Issac of Baltimore. Incredible, I know Issac of Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago, and my mother was like a tremendous circle. That is like she was very shy to support. Anyway, so she was speaking about beautiful, much better than my book. But beautiful. And when she was speaking about homesickness, homesickness is really homesickness living to my daughter, and what's homesickness? I was saying, where does homesickness come from? The Shema yearns to go home. The Shema always wants to go home. The Shema to Halal Kach. Every Neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar other sites is called Neshima or Neshima to Halal Kach. Every breath you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the Neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to the body. And it goes out. Inside of the body. That's why every single time you eat, you have to take HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because He's keeping the neshama in your body. Why? Because the neshama is homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately as physical homesickness. That's how he experiences it. It's instant. You usually go on vacation. So what happens? What happens when you're on vacation? Right? After a few days, you want to go. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially if you have kids. Right? In other words, right? In other words, after it's fascinating. You have the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment where you're like, okay, like, I'm done. Like, I really want to go home. And why? Like, it's beautiful. It's fantastic. Because again, what's something that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. When you broadcast the message to the body, when I say body, you see so many things in life. Listen, one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. You never can't understand. Right? People enjoy window shopping. It's the same soul. The neshama wants to acquire more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, but yeah, as you can tell, place of police. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting into the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't compare yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more business. I want more business. But all too often, what ends up happening? The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama says, give me more. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is, the body corrupts the message. And the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind-reading topic, to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama to more. And I must say, it's so important because a lot of times when we're pulled towards certain things in life, we often like to think, or we're often conditioned to think, that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. But sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting incredible. The Mishnah. Here is the all right. These are the people who experience straight execution by certain. We spoke a little bit about. We're going to get into the dynamics of straight. Remember, Straight burning someone, but rather than streifa is internal streifa, the molten not before. Someone in the American. Let's go back. These people were executed with streifa. Hava Isha Utika, a man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, who bas cleanses himself, and the bas clean into the adultery. So we saw that extensively. Yesh Bechal Isha Utika. Now we'll say there are other people included in this category of women and her daughter. Now we'll have to define a lot of these lines in this Gemara. Vital, who's included over here, his daughter, bas Vital, the daughter of his daughter, bas Ino, the daughter of his son, bas Ishra, the daughter of his wife, bas Vital, the daughter of his daughter, bas Ino, the daughter of his son, Chamoso, mother-in-law, Ne'im Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law, Ne'im Chamot, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. Do a little bit more depth. So the bottom line, all of these alayos are forbidden and the penalty is extreme. So let's analyze. How about Isha Shenasa Pitalokas? The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right? So in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of, if you have Abba Isha Shenasa, if you have relations with a woman whose daughter he married, essentially his mother. So it doesn't say that. Ella, Haba al Isha Ita. That Russian the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. With Lao, the Tarbayu Isra, which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im Chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Vikatani, and we learned, that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So we'll say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamoso and Chamoso, are written explicitly, but that's not true. Bahana Midrasha Asya. And ultimately, they learn that from Midrasha. So, Hani Khalad, Abaye, Amar Mashmal, Darshan, so according to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense because Abaye says that the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. Masnisin money, that be a key money. According to Rabbi, he says that no, it's coming to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of a wife. So if he is married to Rachel, so obviously if he is married to Rachel, he's prohibited to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. So Rachel dies, is Ruvain permitted to marry his former mother-in-law. So apparently that's a point of contention. Tani Haba Isha Shina Sabita. So according to Rabbi, would say one has to read the Mishnah as the following: Haba Isha Shina Sabita, one who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. This is a reference ultimately against mother-in-law. Okay. Yesh Beklav Isha Ubita. So again, included in the category of a woman and her daughter are included again Chamosa, mother-in-law, in Chamosa, the mother of your mother-in-law, in Chamot, and the mother of your father. So you might say, I could provide you this in Chamot, honey, nami Chamosa, in Chamosa. Sabaye says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach me over here is the case of David Chamot, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since he said mother of your mother-in-law, to those who included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. Sorry, I got it wrong. According to Abaye, one teacher in Hamad, the Kiddush over here is mother of my father-in-law. That's the Kiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rava, I do the Kabbalah with this in the Hamad. So, Tani Nan Basi, Tani Nan Kamoso. Rava say no, since the definition was to teach me. The mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Kamoso, mother-in-law, and, mother of mother-in-law, and mother-in-law. So the honeymoon. So how we do know all these prohibitions for it? So the Pasuk says if a man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So it says, remember again, so here the Pasuk is quite explicit. So again, here this is an explicit Pasuk. If a man will marry a woman and her mother. So the woman marries Rachel and Rachel's mother. The Gemara says, Simai, it's nos, Ba'eshis Rofu. Ultimate against Sreifa. So this is one of the explicit psukim about Sreifa. The Gemara says, Isha Sheikah es Mishvestima, Amy Eli Isha Ima. I even know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha, Ubas Bita. How do you know about the following relationships? What about Bas Isha? Women married, so again, the Pasuk teaches me that what? If women married to Rachel, he can't be married, he can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mother, okay? How do I know that he also can't marry, right? How do I know that he also can't? Everything Isha Ima. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter, Bas Ita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter, Bas Mina, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minai. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel? That the prohibition was. It's very simple. Ne'emar Kan, Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima. Ne'emar Laharon, Zima. And it says again, it will say later on, this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Isha Ubita Lo Sigala. That's an explicit pasuk as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Sima by mother-in-law, and it says Sima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Ma'alahalon Bita Ubas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, Ubas, the daughter of her son, Afghan. So to over here, Bita applies to the daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita. Incredible. Minayin Lasos Safari to the cables. How do you know they treat men like women now? At first, that's we don't know what that means. How do you know that you have to treat men like women? Ne'emar Kan Zima, but Ne'emar La'alan Zima. It says over here Zima, again by Chamoso, and by Bas Ishto, it says Zima. Ma La'alan is coming from the cables, Afghan's from the cables, just like over here. Retreat is coming from the cables, so over here retreat is coming from the cables. So, okay, well, so like I said, we don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet, but we'll get to it today. Minayin Lasos, the Mata Kilamala. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above? Once again, no idea what that phrase means. We'll say, it's interesting by the way, stylistically, it does this. We know for the Brisa, and we read the Brisa, we have no idea what it means, we have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. You may think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? Remember, Isaiah teaches us so many profound pieces of life Musa, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand this. Things happen in life, you have to be conscious. But the danger of being conscious is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become moment. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. I can't move forward. I can't move away. God says, no. Do you know what you do when you read through a brisa that you don't understand? You know what you do? You know what you do? Keep going. But I don't understand it. You don't understand it. Or not. But anyway, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in things. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up on those situations where we're like, oh, what is going on? What is this? It's my kasha, my life kasha. And it is so easy to lose yourself kind of in that abyss of life question. The avodah of life is when you get to that life crisis that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? Ne'emar kan sima, v'ne'emar lahalon sima. Ma lahalon kilamata kilamala, af kan lamata kilamala, u'ma kan lamala kilamata, af lahalon kilamala kilamata. So again, just to understand what we'll see exactly what all of this is referring to, the lamala and lamata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two sukkim, right? What we're trying to do here is Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately again are going to be punishable. Number one is Isha Sheikach es Isha Bes Ima, married a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Erebas Isha Ubita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have explicit. Everything else we're extrapolating from there. The Gemara is now going through the process of extrapolation. Extrapolation is a word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry? Yeah, like I said, extrapolation. Right. So the Gemara says as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Anyone could extrapolate. Extrapolation, that's, Okay, in any event. So the Gemara says as follows. Both sides. 6 times up from the bottom. How do we know? How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below, that which is mentioned above? That's going to be our Xer Shalom. Simo. Mala Havan, Lamata Kilamala, Afkan Lamata Kilamala, Umakan Lamala Kilamata, Afala Lamala Kilamata. We'll see exactly what this means. Armad. Okay, so now let's unravel this lesson. So the first thing the Bryce said was, we have to make Sikharim like the cables. To make men like women. So the Gemara says, what is that? So the Gemara says, what the world does that mean? It's from the cables. Ilema, Bas Bina, Kibas, Bita. So maybe you'll see like this. Maybe like this. That's the son, right? So remember, let's just go with Reuben and Rachel. Right? Reuben's married to Rachel. So maybe this is like this. That we already learned that Rachel's daughter's daughter is connected to Reuben. Right? Right, Rachel's daughter's daughter is connected to Reuben. So too, maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That Rachel's son's daughter is also connected to Reuben. Okay, so just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, right? Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter connected to Reuben. So too, Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also connected to Reuben. So the Gemara says, so your mind's coming here. This Ilay of Bas Pita, Bahagi Adadi Kasi, right? Ultimately, again, are those learned out together? That is to include instead the mother in Hamov, the mother of Reuben's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuben's mother-in-law. So verse 1 second. Hashve in Hamoso lo Kamalon. We haven't established, we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother, right? We have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can we go ahead and start adding on additionally soon, like again, the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly establish the mother of my mother-in-law on the base? So I'm not buying a bias like this, but in all these things, what it means is like this. How do we know that the same way that our relatives are prohibited to him, so to again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well? Ne'emar kan zimo, it says over here zimo, and ne'emar lahalon zimo. Okay, I, the heart, is sharing the daily long to see what they zimo. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no lesson of zimo that is mentioned. Amirava, it's like Barakuni, Asya, Hena, Asya, Zim, Zima. This was a almost like a double together shovel of Hina and Zima. Omar Inayala says the Mata Kilamala was beforehand. We said, how do you know to me? That which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above. So once again, my Lamata Kilamala. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ilema, Baskino, Baskito, Kibita. So maybe it's like this. Maybe it will say, so again, we're trying to figure out the lesson of Lamata to Lamala. Right? We're trying to equate arayos that are Lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe it's going to teach me that, right, when it's meant to Rachel, that Rachel's son's daughter and Rachel's daughter's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis Reuben. Okay, so if that's the case, it's all enough from the same source. Ella, in Hamoso Kihamoso. Rather, we're going to say it like this. The same way that Reuben can't marry his mother-in-law, right? So too again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. If that's the case, Lamala Kilamata, then we'll say the Russian is wrong. We'll say the Russian of Lamata Kilamala sounds like, if you understand it, we'll say, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these Arayos relationships, right? Who's like the middle? The wife. Rachel, right? So Lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and Lamala would be her mother, and so right, mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming from her now, mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, on both sides, that's not Lamata Kilamala, but rather what? That's Lamala Kilamata. Remember, we're going from the top down. So the Gemara says, you're right, Tani Lamala Kilamata. Yeah, you're right. Change the lashon, and rather it should read Lamala Kilamata. So this is how do we know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law or mother-in-law is explicit, right? But really, mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuven. That essentially, Reuven's relationship to Rachel's Reuven's relationship. This whole thing is just going to be a mess. And I was like, Reuven's relationship. Not here it is. Reuven's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same way that it's prohibited to his wife's daughter, it's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do we know to make Lamala? Lamala means, again, generations above his wife, i.e., his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yafi, if that's the case, Nana comes in the Nana guys over here, Sima says, well, there's Sima. Ma Hashka was the first white line. Uma Hashka, Sima. You don't see, right? But it doesn't say Sima, we have to be referring to her. And Rabbi comes in to say, Minayin Lasos, here it is. Minayin Lasos, Shlosha Dolos Lamalo, to Shlosha Dolos Lamata. How do I know to go ahead and make the 3 generations above, like the 3 generations below? So once again, remember again, if you look who is meant to Rachel, if you make although all this, I don't know how long it is meant to Rachel, right? Who is meant to Rachel? So how do I know again about saying to take the 3 generations above Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below Rachel? The difference between the 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be prohibited to Reuven from husband. So too again, the 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to Reuven from husband. Which the Gemara says, Ne'emar Lamata Simo, the Ne'emar Lamala Simo. It says Lamala, right? Other generations above Rachel. It says Rachel Simo, and it says below Rachel Simo as well. So the Gemara says, Lamata Shlosh Doros, after Lamala Shlosh Doros. So just like below Rachel, there's 3 generations. So to we apply the zeal method to the 3 generations above Rachel as well. I'm sorry. Let's go to those. Just like when it comes to punishment, i.e., straight up. We made again about saying Lamata Kilamala. We made the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel, i.e., straight up. So too, when it comes to the lav will also apply ultimately again the Nala Kilamala. So I'll say some interestingly enough, we seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So we'll say, so again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midaraisa, we have 2 explicit relationships. Can't marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number 1. And number 2, ultimately again, can't marry a woman, can't marry Rachel and her mother, and Rachel can't marry a woman and her daughter. So that's good like that. Now what we do, what we say, Asabel Lamala Kilamata, Lamata Kilamala, is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, to 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. So Rashi says, no. We all look to come. No, that's what we said on the tree. Umay Lamata is don't say no. What Lamata means is not going down in church. Lamata means a lesser Isser. The Gemara says, "Imani." So imani in imasira. Let's say she just again comes to Rachel, right? The mother of the mother is also Aku in imasira. So to again from Ruben, right? The mother of his mother is also Yasa. I'm Rabbi. In Chayin. Sabai says the pasuk says it's your mother. You should imo atama kaibo. Because his mother will be fired. Yatama kaibo we should imo. But the single prohibition is not a grandmother. Rabbi says, Beiman Zamar, so Rabbi says as follows. Beiman Zamar, don't not umina. Beiman Zamar, don't not umina the Okidasra. So we've seen this many transfer of things in that way. In general, we make it zero Shabbat. So the Shaila is, what are you focused on when you make it zero Shabbat? So don't not umina zero Shabbat. So really, halacha l'maisa, the result is very much rooted in the origin of rule. Versus don't not basra means that ultimately the real rule is much more focused on the result. So the Gemara is listening to this. So maybe man don't basra lo asya. So let's say so again. So whether or not, so whichever way you understand the Tzir Shabbat, ultimately, again, it's not going to work. What do you mean it's not going to work? The Allah you're not going to be able to learn Isser about Ein Imo, the mother of his mother. Why not? So the man don't know. So the one who says ultimately, don't know, which means we ultimately focus that the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, Ma hi Ein Imo Asura, just like by Rachel. Ultimately, again, her mother's mother is going to be Asher to the Afinami Ein Imo Asura. So for his grandmother, mother was also going to be Asher. Umina. We learn from this. In other words, again, we learn from the place of origin, not keep this straight up. Just like again, proving with tabulations with Rachel's mother's mother, right? Rachel's maternal grandmother, very partial by Sreifa. Absolutely not Sreifa. So to prove it has relations with his grandmother, that's Sreifa. The man Damar says, the man Sreifa from where is it from? But according to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more Hamad than Skiva. You can ask if you're a Malihi, Shikin, Imam Sreifa. So I say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, the mother's commercialized Sreifa, Tamar Baru, Shima Biskiva. So the relations with his mother, commercialized Skiva. Ba'ol, Ima Biskiva, Ima Bisreifa, doesn't make sense that if Ruben has relations with his own mother, Skiva, or ultimately again the mother of his mother is Sreifa. So furthermore, Nahido Chalakta, Nahido Chalakta, Ba, being mother and Ima. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So to by Ruvain, there should not be a distinction between the prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. In the mind, the Amers in the Chamura, I push the Olympian. According to the opinion that says, ultimately, again, the skill is more hammer, you don't have to deal with the same question. All right, that's part one. Part two, according to the opinion that says when it comes to the Gzera Shabbat, we're much more focused on the entire Gzera Shabbat on the result of the Gzera Shabbat. So we must not be only Masra, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asr. So to again, Ruben, his mother's mother is also going to be Asr. And let's derive the halachas from that result. Hasam who is Sreifa. So they say the other halach is by Sreifa. About and also the here should be Asr. The Ashkif and the Imo. As we find this attention by his mother, which is Ilo. So the man does Sreifa Kamura, he can live from. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more common, we have another paragraph. Once the Gehos at top of Bain, above 76 say, Malihi Shekuni Mother Sreifa. What about by Rachel? Rachel relations with Rachel's mother's in the Sreifa. Tomer Behu, Shil Beskila, by him relations with Beskila. So, Huki. Furthermore, again, I was saying, why should his halacha be different than hers? Or his halacha than hers? Mahi lochalakhtaba, bein vital le'in vital. Just like by Rachel, I will say, there is no distinction vis-a-vis Ruben, whether he has relations with Rachel's brother or Rachel's mother. Either way, again, it's going to be Sreifa. Afu lo tachlo bo bein vital le'in. Sorry, bein vital le'in vital. So to by Ruben, there should be no conflict between relations with his brother or relations with the mother of his mother. But according to what we said, that Steve was Makamar, may I push your no Ultimately, again, you don't have this same kasha about the issue of being human. All right, boys. So we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to, this is a good place to stop. So I'll say, okay, so bottom line. What's the takeaway? So, so maybe stay for family gatherings. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing, right? So just understand. To really simplify this, you actually remember, let's say this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working for, let's say, it's a profound so. Oh, let me first say that. I'm going to talk about the profound so then So as it says over here, right? Mita Raisa, two relationships, you know that are explicit. Those relationships, a woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's what are explicit. What our Mishnah is doing is it's building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and therefore punishable both by sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is the malak kilamata, the matak kilamata. Using the wife as the arayos midpoint over here, but the understanding is those who are above her, and we're going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially all going to have the same framework for arayos. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how to get it. The good part is, I know what the conclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately how we get to this. What I will end up with the tremendous Moshe all of this. If you notice, you see a Gemara like this, with a lot of Gemara, or I'm going to Gemara, and it doesn't feel like we reached any significant conclusion. So what's the exceedingly tremendous is that in life, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk it out. Incredibly important to talk it out. Now, sometimes it could be frustrating to talk things out loud. Especially this happens in marriage. It is important to say in marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk about it. And then what happens? You begin talking about it. Don't look at me blankly. Right? We all know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? You look at it blankly. Right? You talk it out. And then it goes on. And what happens? What are you thinking in your head? This is not going anywhere. Right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Listen, it's important to understand the tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere, because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on their neshama. Even if in your mind, like, it's getting more complete, and I think I actually have less clarity than when you started, is in and of itself starting a profound process. I think so often, Chazal could have skipped all of this stuff. The reason why I focus so much on Gemara, because anything and everything you can successful in life is in Gemara. It's all here. And this is sort of sometimes having conversations, you're like, what? What are we talking about? Didn't we just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different?
How about you go fuck yourself?
Someone who you care about, just a safe space to be able to express themselves, to talk it through, even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here, is a profound stepping stone in building meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first ready to go through the process of talking and re-talking and rediscussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the complete list of sreifa, but rather, again, Chazal are also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to build some relations. We'll say, we should have something for today. We'll say, maybe if we could get a couple of just help out. We just recite this here. This is straight, so what's off? What's off? law of warning requires that. Katan doesn't have to. The fact that you're allowed to go in and Katan is running after someone else indicates stuff that a road date in general, right? So if it's a road date, doesn't mean has to. Another lotion of Katan, whether the road date is adult or minor, someone who's running after someone else to kill them, the perpetrator, right? The attempted murder is not obligation to pass it off. Killing an SE. So this thing. Yahtzee, which they know the role of teaching that efforts to pay what happens if I'm also missing now let's say again I'm taking my words to kill the chest. You gotta allow the baby to go ahead and say why should you look at that point is to say that the mother's life is more important than not but why is that looking the babies are looking again they're not premeditated babies because the babies are looking babies are pretty much which reminds us of Shane Hassam the Mishnah of it's different because the mice again this is not a premeditated act like the end of it is coming from a Kodesh Baruch so because again it's not quite almost for the baby Logan requires intentionality. Logan requires kavanah. This is for Kodesh Baruch Hu. His name is Hazel. That's the words of let's say let's bring support of Logan Shahir Hardo. So Ruben is on the after Shem secure Shemir. Omer always said to Ruben, she smelled. What is wrong? What are you running after Shem? She needs nothing to do with the Jew. Ruben Brissu, the Torah Omer, Shofet, Dama, Adam, Ba'adam, Dama, Shabbat. The Torah says, don't look if someone's trying to kill someone else, you're allowed to kill the killer. So I'm going to sell the motion, we're allowed to kill safe by killing Ruben. So again, one of the things interestingly enough is under normal circumstances when you have to give Hasra, so there's the warning that's and then there's like a verbal response. So you look I'm doing it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't report to me for a verbal response. And a low date does not actually is not going to be which the rest is none of I see that that's very good. That's a different opinion. So that's what we do. That's what we say. So we see the Omer, other things are that's as well. Doesn't require why not? But some customers have to just someone who you know has the information doesn't require this. She will leave the Hasra and will have to show the goods. Because Hasra in general is to see if someone knows a difference, to think that someone is accidental perpetrator versus when it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder, there's no Hasra, there's no consistent. Hashma, Rodation, someone might forget moving with an action killing. Omer lower H, Yisrael, then Brisu, Torah Omer Shobe, come out of the domination. They say, what are you doing? She means he is. Why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the company. And Torah says, try to kill someone, you'll have to kill the attempted murder. Lucy Gemara says, Amar Yodea Mishu came, Potter. Right? Nas and he also came, Chai. See, interestingly enough, if a lot of the nice the purpose of really says, do it anyway, we do it anyway. So the nice again, that shows that a road doesn't need Hasra. So let's say, so what is interesting in the concept where so does a person with intention to kill someone else is there a need for Hasra in that situation or not? First, the man says, no, that's a different case. So you thought they tried to trick the people in that case is talking about a situation that's saying we're on one side of the river, and the other side of the river we see Ruben trying to kill sheep. There's absolutely no way for us to prevent so what recourse do we have? The boy is sitting in the evening, so we'll have the opportunity, and if we get unfortunately successfully killed, surely we'll be able to bring the days. Since it's going to have to come to days, then the boy has days there, obviously, to adjudicate anything in the days, then everyone is going to agree this going to be a need for us. By saying another passage of ideas, on the Parafuna, on the Ami can come to Macaras, I mean, Macaras until he has for us. Or if we could say, Macaras or Funa, there are a lot of ways of I follow the opinion, Macaras or Zoni has for us. How many things, yes, it's not. If somebody's tunnel is breaking to someone's house, that's us. We didn't believe it. You understand exactly what's ready. You understand this house to he's going to fight. You're still coming in, you're ready to go. There's every Hamas place for you, and there's no place for us. bottom line, this is actually quite interesting. Just to show you Genesis, right? This discussion began, right? Chatan is right after the so Peter said that I'm not the one who's the fact that you can kill yourself for what does that show? And loading doesn't mean that's as if someone's about to kill someone else without including people that are being informed. You might have posted second opinion as well that says that loading doesn't mean that's how do we pass it? It's very interesting. So that I'm not passing in your post. Say لما ما يتفاوت العروضي غير الهارد أكيد ما العروضي وطن فريسون تقول حتى اللي ده العروضي فكل ده شو that means like this. What makes it see someone who's suing someone? Now, what it is, I think you have to save the pursuit of art. You have to kill yourself to kill it. You just do not have to that's not. It's the definition of to say, a suburb, Rosie means a slow, motion, motion. Yes, the people think the people that are on hold, the Rosie is what is the Rosie is? Not only Papa, no assimilation. I will say, I do not know it's never going to be living in the national reason if you're about to be you're allowed to put that institution, right? I can't say something. Number one, number one, moving to the solution. We don't get involved. It's not or خلاص Shabbos probably what about again, it's also but there's not another impact of fun. That's too crazy. No, I don't want to. That's just as much as I'd like to see it, just out of curiosity. I don't want to in any way manifest that like it's like feeding their personal I'm allowed to read it before it doesn't. I'm going to go Simon to die in his house and be brave night. It's like don't stick by. That's great. That finished. Rather than going and how do I know that? See another Jew. Drowning in the water. Oh, I is going to oh, this is by the lover. Sure, I do not see all. I don't have to like to stand I do not. I have to trust in the fact. Now, how does it do this? This is a fascinating discussion about what level of things are self-free ecstasy or something like that. So you can try to run that why should you think you have my right? Again, I don't even replicate. So, if there's much to talk about, the idea of if you see someone in more danger, you can't just simply say not your defense. Roma, the Saladam so again, you just treat that person as Saladam shouldn't be perceived by you, that I'm allowed to go and do things because it's not she was saying that I can't stand outside. I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help. So which one is which let's get up to that. You're right. The bus of God will sound like how they act on you. It's interesting. It's an interesting choice. It's really is like go ahead and looks like a cover. Yeah, I want you to come out to the you want to that is moving his people. A lot of people moving I see how come out of you know, come out from the other not now, so yeah, yeah, hold on, you allowed to kill the guy to prevent him from rising from that on the lust. I'm not trying to come out to you now. So again, we're about to kill him, prevent him from rising. All the more so, what we have to the more so when I see women running after shooting to kill him. Right? Not only Rothschild, so women running after the not only Rothschild. Even worse, I see women running after shooting doing so because once again, the ultimate idea, you can't take someone who doesn't exist. So the baby is the merchant, the baby is the so you should have that. What's the where it says, kind of keeps me. He has a double push on the lust on this is the person on the lust. This is talking about straight double push or example, that's kind of now that we also increase for someone else to kill someone else. So what is that? What does that mean? So what example are we learning out from Rothschild, not us? Which much is right. The other parties that bother me, I need to read something. See, some way, trying to react not on Russia, some parties from Rothschild, not on Russia. Turns out that you actually bring out something from not on Russia on your Rothschild. What it is, this mother, it is not issue, Rothschild, not on Russia. Not on Russia, and Rothschild. How so? Not on Russia, international. This is not on Russia. You're allowed to go ahead and kill. and how what do you think that comes? Because if I find myself, if you see someone in trouble with navigation back, you see someone in distress, just directly go ahead. By the way, you notice that because it's much of it might become back. But in addition to that, go look this thing. If you see someone is in trouble, so it's not enough to distract, so it's not enough to feel sad, it's not even enough to stop it. It's something that I can choose that will move it, is somehow in this suffering and worship. That is strongest looking guy. What's that? Oh, yeah, I think that's stuff. You don't have to hear. You have a different source. You have some enough. We're going to talk about what it was. I think that's people in that. Those are I don't know. Like, really, it's a secret. I'm fine with that. I don't know if it's self. Look like he's immortal. Wow. Wow. Rock. I went over that complicated step and try. Allora, Dashi also, so the reason why Dashi is Dashi also means you have to again return low. You have to return pity. And if his self is in danger of being lost, you have to do what you can in order to return him to him. Allora ci posso dire cosa è Havani all'inizio about mid-up going in. Just one batch so low, I would have thought, okay, I'm obligated to help. So if I can help, I'll help. But I'm not obligated to love other people or to hire people or to spend resources to try to help them. What he says, no sábado à noite. Eu acho que vou ser logo uma obligation. I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can to take myself. That's why emotional obligation to do what I can to take myself. And then again, no sábado à noite, meaning I can't do it myself. I have to hire it. I have to spend money. I have to pero estaba whether I see you running up the street, or I see you running up the science, or I see you running up the loss of the Bible. The effort I do is or I see you going to go ahead and let's say Bible to someone for whom it is such a or back at having pieces. Or see who the man is someone to buy again is pieces. What the Maxim also national. All these pieces like I'm saturated for the drug. It's going to go ahead and or leave it up for the let's say Google already created it's already good. And everyone wants to tweak it. Exactly why that is. What happened in this case? He says, I'm Russia said, leave him alone. Let him do what he's going to do because I don't want to run the risk. No, he says, he listens to him. He listens to him. And he wants to know who he's doing it from. On record, when I was asking, when I was 8 months. So what's the interesting enough that how do you know all of these affirmations? So So we went back to this possible thing. Possible much money not on yourself. And you might find it through a number of different scenarios. Plus it says, don't do anything from that front. Nara has no culpability. So you might say, nothing Nara is in the possible. You figure out the head. So you get Nara. What is that? Nara says so. That's what you do. So you kill within what prevent them from doing that. Nara versus an Nara. So you get up and stop trying to Nara. So a lot of children. Prevent them from violence. Kate, what is the difference? Any type of business. Simply about having a person for many years, we could prevent them from doing that. Right? Mothers, right? Any type of relationships, this is what we do with relationships that are people we didn't prevent them from doing that. For honey mothers, what are the all of these cases? This was also treating because of that one and our issues of our I would have said, why can't I go ahead before he sodomizes this? But that's not going but that's not obvious. Therefore, again, I conclude with being something that's about knowledge, the work, remember, knowledge represents action by vision. The act itself is the act of itself. So perhaps again, we didn't feel for action for everything. So therefore, again, the person is teaching now. But no, you be attempt to violate now that we also kill the one this time. Because of another first of all, what did you say? I would have said the reason why I want to go ahead kill a man before you Actually says that they're talking about the sleep and the kind of about not look at the quote unquote no like there's no status damage and there's no necessarily relationship damage to someone else perhaps. Because so really important to start different parts that have to say no, because of that one that we just said, not lost and suffer. So it's still what we have again, looking at something right down on the muscle, kill him to prevent him from doing this. He's trying to silence him, prevent him to prevent him from doing this. So it's not what he just said, because of that one that we look on the base, we show the high lot of the high kahogin. So now I can call it now I love it. That's why people actually become before you come. Rayos, good ayus, will not be neither other liars, if other liars, will prepare a console and because of one of these, how I mean, I feel kind of liar. So we just say, maybe that's about not to see it that as well. One off, so it's the only thing which is punishable because of that one of us. I don't know how to use this basically, how to be so slow. Everyone just said modest. I said, oh, what does modest mean? Modest means having uses based it. Only really care what somebody says based it. Right? Having resource. Not. So that one of it, therefore the Torah says faith, which comes to the good having resources as well. So the verse of the lift over one of faith modest, low by now. So that's the case, just what the Pasuk said. The Pasuk said faith and modest. And if it's faith and modest, what does that mean? That means any relationship, any act, which is punishable either by Nisas or Kares, you're allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate the crime. Now, if you would say that, that would automatically include Nara and Sachar. It would include both of those. So just leave out nar, right? Leave out nar, leave out just say chit and mothers. And we know that if Ruben is trying to do something, attempting to do something, trying to either death penalty by Daisy, or if he is punished, you're allowed to actively kill Ruben to prevent him from perpetrating a crime against the Queen. Well, why not? The Gemara says, nothing on it. You're right? Yeah, you're right. You could do that. That would make sense. So why does it say it? So what's this? Here's the difference. Remember, there's a danger. What's the danger? The danger is like this. If it would have omitted nar and nar, it would have just hate and love us. But there are comments like this. If Reuben is attempting to do anything that carries into the death penalty, either by Daisy or by Paris, he chooses to prevent it from doing this. But I said that if Reuben is about to be Kalo Shabbos, I can kill him to prevent him from being Kalo Shabbos. Or if Reuben is about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So what the Torah says, nar and nar. The only time you're allowed to go ahead and prevent him from committing an Avera is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact other human beings, for example, Ruben's about to use Kalo Shabbos, very bad. It doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to do the down, doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact other human beings. Those cases, when I saw come out to kill Ruben to prevent him from committing the why? It's the point to make them feel like Christ, then why do they not? Or they see like in the house, I can't say it depending on doing that. Biraz her çıkan basılan bilgi anlayış. Ve basın always still the most talking about where it's saying I can be punished. We go, but we use what I put on. Let's remember we're like, I'm the first person that is trying to save the victim. When it's in the case where I, which about who's special to try to save the victim, what is the situation where I can be punished? We go, я была больше в АКБ, больше вот, where there will be a case where I can save the victim by using a pursuit in one of the years, and they don't do so. If instead I kill them, because only one point, there's no go to that. I would do that, you have to allow to that, and about it, not even that's an action. So it's a very good time, and even if it ends up to the day, I would have saved the victim. I believe in the pursuit in one of the years, but instead, you kill the pursuer. You're going to tell me that even in that case, it will be every instructor that they engage. And also one piece of the custom that says that sometimes I can be punished for taking the life of the pursuer, which is then Goma shining up himself, awesome, shining up on the least of those that the Kashmir is there. Listen, the least of these things, the person will get this week's lesson. You're actually so again, so he's doing is killing one person. And so in the course of this causing causing so it could be that there's a ridiculous towards one person, towards everything is ready to go shit. The pregnant woman was the unintended victim of this situation. Therefore, again, it could be that even if you hired this shit, but ultimately, again, you hired mama for the woman. So as one of the doctors, the whole really trying to figure out is it useful for someone else to attacking someone to the dead, that they can hired yourself, or they also be hired mama. You want to try to put this as a dialogue, but then you want to maybe not just give it differences of liability goes in two different directions, two different people, which the device like Rothschild. You can't do this because you don't know ultimately again at where the liability goes, whether one is the best or the person with liability. The Amr of Rabbi said, Logan shared with his Hamad since it was looking was running after Shem. And presumably he killed. No one happened. The Sheba has happened. And while the road is running after the Yoga, so while the pursuer is running after the pursuer ends up breaking the fences. So what's the Shaiva? What's the Shaiva? Is the road trying to break the fences? To which the Gemara says, Pain shall hold up, pain shall come on the mother. No. Well, it's actually very interesting. As the road is running after the river, Ruben is running after the river, and Ruben shoulders utensils, whoever those utensils belong to, ultimately again, Ruben is going to be punished. Why? By Kaimo, is Chayiv in Nafs. I will say, why is that? That is because Ruben is Chayiv himself. This is why Ruben Chayiv himself. And Ruben is actually running after Shimon to kill him. Ruben is the road. So because Ruben is the road, he's Chayiv himself. Because Chayiv is in what? He's going to be Hunter on the king that he is. Because Hunter is going to Mamo when he's in Teresa. However, on the other hand, if you're the Shishibra or something, it will say, let's say the person being pursued, we'll call him Shimon, is running away from Ruben, and he breaks defenses. So Shelter, they caught him. If he breaks defenses, ultimately they go up the road, they just going to be Hunter, Shelter, Adam, if he breaks defenses of other people, ultimately he will be punished. So the Rosh Hashanah, why is the ultimately again that he's kind of breaking the sense of the community? She's the cousin of breaking the sense of the community. Shalom Mono, Kavit Alobi Biko. So ultimately again, the road gives money shouldn't be any more important thing than his body. Whereas running after Shimon, ultimately again, he's putting himself in harm's way because not anyone else can kill him. So his mama cannot be more covered than his food. So therefore, in the same way that everyone has the license to go and take his life according to his so to a man, when earplug strangles his skin, he's getting covered in that as well. However, again, Shalom other time, there was a few mentions case. So this is really running after Shimon. Shimon is running away from Shimon from one great slavery. Mercy over here that Shimon is going to be fighting. Chayiv. Why? Shematzu Atzmo B'Mamot Hadin. Because most of the things is actually very important. So you can't save yourself through your friend friend. I'm just saying. You can't save yourself through your friend. The boss, right? You have to pay. So once they so you should be going to go to Uber and he accidentally breaks or unintention, he starts throwing things in it. Right? You can't do it. Stop doing it running after it. So ultimately, again, he's saving himself and someone else's money. He has to pay for that. The road is let's listen to this. Check. The road is Shayarodi Ahmad Maduro. Let's listen to this. So I see women running after shit to get it. I stop running after women to kill women. We stop running shit. The Shibra Sakurin, and on the course of me running after women, he is the woman. I end up smashing the shines. They tell me they finish on me, not finish on Colorado. Whoever he comes along, I go out and I'm going to be part of it. Why is that? I'm saying, the longer I do,
This is people.
technical level of it. Shit, after all
People.
Minsk, Minimum Adam Shematsu as Aviru Miyad. So I said, it's a very interesting statement. The Gemara says it has to be that way. Why? Because I will say, if I know that my acting as a good Samaritan, there's going to be financial liability. Like as someone again, I see the running after Shimon, I see the running after Shimon, and therefore again, I want to step in, I want to go in and prevent them from having Shimon. I have to figure out, you know what, you have to run through this, what is your argument, what is your argument, which is here, which is there. I mean, it's going to end up costing me $1,000 to go ahead and save Shimon. What do I say to myself? I don't make Shimon that much. He's a nice guy, but I don't have the money for that. Therefore, this is like one of these deeper arguments. You know, you see a similar concept. You see it at least in halacha, in contemporary practice law, different. Halacha shields doctors. So halacha says if a doctor comes to a scene, a doctor goes in and helps someone, a doctor cannot be found liable for any type of damages that he does. It is gross negligence. I say it's not just negligence, it's gross negligence. Then halacha l'maisa again, so there could be some liability. The absent gross negligence, even if there are mistakes, the doctor is covered by halacha. What's the simple reason for that is? The reason for that is because otherwise people won't want help. Halacha understands that the only way people will help is if there is protection from legal recourse. But if every single time I step in to help someone could sue me or there's damages, then the halacha understands people aren't going to want help. Tomorrow goes back to Avo. I wrote it after the Hebrew. Most remember again we learned that if somebody's running after an animal to go ahead and commit an act of bestiality, we don't kill people. Time you rush me over, how we have all this stuff up in God's national. So Shemai Hai says it's not true. We see someone about to worship idolatry, we kill them to save them from violating that idea. The Kavahomer. So what's the Kavahomer? Umar Kigam Hayo Nitanatsi Nafsha. Kigam Gavalo Kaboshki Nabose. Kill someone for preventing him from violating an Ara Hakurasa, which is what we call the Pagam Hayo. We say Pagam Hayo means he's hurting an ordinary individual. He's going to hurt HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right, by worshiping Avodah Zarah. Allah has come and become that I have the right to step in and to kill him. I have the emotion in it. We have the ability to go ahead and kill someone based on a Kabbalah, right? Kasara Uchunadi, yes, it was a something in old. If you can't punish, you can't even destroy much based on a Kabbalah. Can you, Rabbi Elazar Rishon Omer? Elazar Rishon says, I'm a Chalas Shabbos, he does it with an Afsho. This is actually pretty wild. Elazar Rishon says, if I see someone about to Machal Shabbos, I can kill them to prevent them from doing so. We'll say, remember again, I'm killing them to prevent them from doing so. At the end of the day, that's a schus for them. Right? I'm preventing them from violating an incredible idea. So, I'm sorry. So we're going to talk about that. So, Savar La Ka'adwa. So I say he holds like his father. The Amr Unshin Min Hadin. He says also that you can derive punishments, even capital punishments, from a Kabbalah. The Asya Shabbos, Filu Filu Me'avolis B'chavim. That was something that's there. Shabbat Filu Filu. Between Shabbos and Avolis B'chavim. Just like we just said, that you can kill someone to prevent them from worshiping idolatry. You can also kill someone from preventing them from being a Machal Shabbos. I'm going to be able to show Shemi Yotzadak. Nimdu Begamra Ba'avias case in this civil war. So we'll say they came to a conclusion about this in the war. Kalavesh was like, this is a very important sugya. Kalavero Shabbatorah. In Omrim La'adam Avor Ba'atim Hari, Ya'avor Ba'ayim. We'll say they threaten a person and they say to a person, with any Avera in the Torah, either commit this Avera or we'll kill you. What's the halacha? We'll say, you commit the Avera. You commit the Avera. Chutz, Me'avodas Kochavim, Yikila Arayos, these are the three exceptions, the three cardinal Averas. If somebody tells me Chas Hashem to worship idolatry, or engage in immorality, or engage in the act of bloodshed, then what's the halacha? The halacha is I can sooner give my life than to violate. So the Gemara says that Avodas Kochavim, is that true that you have to give your life rather than worship idolatry? But I know we learn Amri B'Shmom Nation, Amrullah Adam Avodas Kochavim, Ba'atim Harei, Minayin Shiyavor Ayar. How do we know that if they threaten the person that told him either worship idolatry or we'll kill you? How do we know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? So the pasuk says, "Havolomar v'chai bohem v'lo shigabos bohem." The pasuk says that you shall live. The Lord wants us to live and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can even worship idolatry to save your life. So you must 1 second. Yochel Afidu B'Parnas. You might have thought about that this is even true in public. Or let's say somebody tells me to worship idolatry in public, but they're going to kill me. I would have thought that again. Chayim Afaz I could even worship. Talmud Lo Sechalu L'Shem Koshid Nikashti Nikashti. Therefore, also the pasuk says, Rothschild says, do not go ahead and profane my name. So we'll say at the end of the day, even if so we'll say we don't pass it this way. Because that Avodah Zarah is one of the three cardinal averos for which you have to give your life. Right? And that person now again, the scope of that, when that is, what's considered Avodah Zarah, so that there's a lot of halachic literature, not a topic for today. This other opinion that says that no, even idolatry you can worship, give your life also has limitations. For example, if this act of idolatry is going to happen in public with Parhasya, then it is not just Avodah Zarah. Then it's full of shame. Desecration of God's name. This desecration of God's name, you certainly have to give your life rather than worship. So the Gemara says, "Those are Kabbalahs, those are Kabbalahs, Bisanya, or those are they have to say Shalom Kecha, B'Chalu 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 Nafshah B'Chalu Kecha." It's a beautiful Gemara. You have to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu with all of your heart, all of your soul, and both Choma or Death. It was like for our purposes right now, Death means with all of your needs, with all of your needs, with all of your money. In them, you've already told me that I have to love God with all of my life. Presumably means what? That I have to stand ready to even give up my life for God. So if Torah already told me that, then why does it have to say with all of my money? To which the Gemara says, we'll say, so some people, life is more important than their money. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says you have to love me with all of your heart, which means that even if that's showing you have to give your life for me, you have to stand ready to do so. We'll say, there are some other people whose money is more important to them than their life, and therefore again the Torah says, ultimately again with all of their money. So we'll say you see from here what they're bringing down this thing besides that it's beautiful is that from Bahamtas Hashem Lakecha, we also learn that love of God means, Rashi says, that you may not switch out to the Baruch with any other deity. So from here we would also see that Avodah Zarah is a Yehorik Hayab. So just an interesting machlokas, where everybody seems to agree on Gilei Arayos and Shifus Davim, the machlokas about Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara goes back to Gilei Arayos Shifus Davim, Kedredi. So we'll say, really don't have Gilei Arayos Shifus Davim, right from Rabbi Kidisanya, Rabbi Omer, we'll say the pasuk says, just like a man will rise up against another one and murder him. So the pasuk says, right, and murder him. So the Gemara says, King had dam razeh. So we'll say, what are we learning after this case of the murder? We'll say it turns out that this came to teach us something, but we end up ultimately again learning something. Also, we're going to compare Rothschild to the Nara Murasa. Nara Murasa was it just like we know that in order to save Nara Murasa from being violated, you kill the offender, right? You can kill the perpetrator. So therefore, again, Rothschild means so to Rothschild, you can go ahead and you can kill him in order to prevent him from going ahead and committing the act. Umakish Nara Muras, Lorotseach, the most I learned out comparing Nara Muras to Rotseach also. Marotseach Yorgayabot was it just as an act of murder is Yorgayabot. If somebody tells the Chas Shalom, either kill Rube or I'll kill you. I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another. Therefore, I will say, so to what? So to if a woman is going to be violent, or if a man is forced to violate Nara Murasa, which I will say is an act of adultery, I have to sooner give my life than commit that act. First, one second. Let's say you just made a statement that murder is the Haritayab. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that from? That I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another. So the Gemara says, Svarah. It's actually, this is amazing. It's actually a Svarah. What's the Svarah? So what's the man came before Rabbi, and he said to Rabbi, Mark the local governor said to me, Zil Kati Lafanya, below Kati Lafa, below Kati Lafa. The governor said to me, he said to me, go and kill Reuben. If you don't kill Reuben, I'm going to kill you. What did Rabbi say to this man? I'm going to lift it up below Sikko. You have to let yourself be killed. You have to cast a shot and kill someone. Me, Yemar, the Dama Dam Sumak Tvei. Dilma Dama Dama Sumak Tvei. Who said that your blood is redder? Maybe the other guy's blood is redder. So what Rabbi says essentially, it's Svara. What license does one person have to take the life of someone else in order to preserve his own? Lo shanu, elish lo b'shas gzir sanafos. We'll say, when do we say that in general? We'll say, so Gemara made a statement. The statement was that in general, if somebody tells you, violate a particular avera or will kill you, then what's the halacha? You violate. You violate. Okay, there are three exceptions, but that's the general rule. That's the general rule. So we'll say, so where do I know that? Where do I know that in general, again, so again, the Gemara said, but the Gemara said, let's analyze this. Where do you know that in general, if somebody tells you to violate an avera, you do so? And it's what we call Ya'avor Va'al Yihari. And let's just, the Gemara says, sorry. So Rabbi says, Rabbi, who subscribes to this idea, that in general, by all the other Averos, we say Ya'avor Va'al Yihari. How do I know that there are exceptions to that? Lo Shanu Malchus, about Shas Gzeres Malchus, Akbilu Mitzvah Kala Yihari Va'yah. And we'll say, when is that true? That is true when there's not a Gzeres Malchus. We'll say, when the Gentile government is actively launching a campaign to undermine Yiddishkeit, so then I will say that's called Shas Gzeres Malchus. At a time like that, I have to give my life, even for a mitzvah kala. When it's clear that there's a coordinated attack against my religion, and these things are unfolding right here on a governmental level, I have to give my life rather than violate even the smallest of mitzvahs. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, furthermore, again, I will say another qualification. Rabbi Yochanan says, when we said that in general we hold Ya'avor B'al Yihari by mitzvos kalos, so we'll say that's only true. That's only true. But sinah, that's only true where you're violating Zaderos in private. How about the Parhesia? And we'll say to violate even a quote unquote small avera, even at a time where there's not governmental persecution, is going to be mitzvah kali or value. Was it being forced to violate in public, even if it's not a time of Gzeres Malchus, and even if it's a time, and even if it's just an avera kalo, mitzvah kalo, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Yehorei v'al listen, by the way, my mitzvah kala, the one keeps using this term of a mitzvah kala. What's a mitzvah kala? Amarav Abari Raditzvah Amarav Afilu L'Shanui Artisel B'Masana. Even if the old people muffin are getting me to try to change my shoes. They say, what does that mean? So let's say again, Gentiles wear one kind of shoes, Jews wear a different kind of shoes. So again, that's a mitzvah kala. In all circumstances, the Gentile comes over to me and says, change your shoes, I'm going to kill you. I say, okay. Right? Okay, yeah, I'll finish you later. I will say, so again, the first thing over here is the following. It's clear this is part of a systematic approach to undermine Yiddishkeit, and I have to give my life for it. I can't participate in anything that is part of a systematic undermining of Yiddishkeit. And number two, if the Gentile is going to make a public display of his look, the Jew is willing to change his shoelace to yield to the Gentile. It wasn't this taking place in this context. Even though again this means the Kano, the Gemara suggesting ultimately again that I have to give my life. Now, obviously, the Prophesia piece and also in the systematic piece, they become elements of comes to Parhasya, she says to her, by the way, how much is public? Right? What's the definition of Parhasya? Public. So some of Yaakov or Yochanan in Parhasya was in that servant. So Parhasya is 10 people. Shita Yisrael. This goes against, by the way, every single piece of instruction you all received before any school trip. Right? So right, if you went to any, right, self-respect. So what happened before you went on a school trip? Right? Yeah. Don't be Khorasha. Right? Don't be Khorasha. Right? When the school going up, people are not usually going to Khorasha. So just you understand, the point was well taken, but I think we inaccurate. On a technical level, Khorasha is a good kind of Jew. Khorasha is not a good kind of Jew. So we see over here that if the Gentile is trying to go ahead and get you to change something in the Yiddish, they do it in Zikala with Farhesya means in front of 10 other Jews. She, the Israeli woman like this, said, the Nikash himself in Israel, because the Muslims and will be sanctified with the lips of the Jewish people. Right, so sorry, actually, we're going to see this Xer Shabbat. This concept by itself doesn't help me. It's just this concept as the mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem, and by extension, the mitzvah of Torah Hashem. We're going to make the drush up Tov for just a little bit. What happens if we have 9 Jews and 1 non-Jew? Did that form a proper quorum for Torah Hashem purposes? Tashma Kamil Manai, Ahud Rabbi Abba, Asya Tov Tov. Supposed to make a Xer Shabbat Tov Tov. Sit Papa, Dinik Dashki, so it says over here, of the sanctified to the Jewish people, Sit Hasam, Ibadlu Mitov Ha'ita Hazos. So it says by Korach, it says Kashmar says to Moshe Rabbeinu, separate yourself from this Edom. Right? So Xer Shabbat Tov Tov. Ma Lahalan Asara the Kuli Yisrael was it just like again, I just need one other there's one more piece in Xer Shabbat, you remember that elsewhere. You remember that makes the second part of Xer Shabbat on Ida from Korach to the Meraglim. And just like by the Meraglim, Ida represents 10. So too again, Ida represents 10. And so you have a twofold Tov Ida. Ma'ala Alon Asar V'Kulisa. Just like over there, it was 10. And they were all Jews. Afkan Asar V'Kulisa. Therefore, I will say by the Dashki B'Sot B'nai Israel, it was also what? 10. And they were all Jews. So we'll say, so again, and that indeed is halakha. Just you should, well, I don't want to say halakha yet because you still have more to do. But again, even if you hold that you have to give up your life for a mitzvah kala, that you're being forced to go ahead and perform or to violate with Parhesya means 10 Jews. So we'll say this is such an incredible thing. Esther, Parhesya, 1 second. But how was Esther Hamalka permitted to go ahead and live with Achashverosh? Was this not a public display of arayos? Remember again, everyone knew why a woman was taken to the palace, and everyone knew what was happening between Esther and Achashverosh when she was his wife. Is that not gila arayos? Is that not ultimately again immorality? And Esther, essentially, the Gemara saying over here is, why did Esther give her life? Why did Esther give her life? To which the Gemara said, by the way, this sugya never. It has such incredible halacha and nice applications throughout the years. There's an incredible process here, which we're not going to get to today. That we're not going to get to today. But you'll look at that else. I'm going to evaluate these 2 answers. Number 1, Esther Karka Olokisa. Esther was passive in the act of relations. And I will say, now what does that mean? So this is an incredibly useful. What Rabbi is saying is the following. When do we say Yeharik Ba'al Yavor? When do we say Yeharik Ba'al Yavor? When by giving up your life, you will not have to perform the act. So if someone comes over to me and says, Silver, kill Ruben or I'm going to kill you, I say no. So I say, so we'll say, by saying no and refusing, then what? That prevents the act from materializing. And at the end of the day, the act does not go forward. If halacha remaisa, the act is going to happen anyway, then as long as I'm not active in the act, I am not trying to give money. So Rabbi says, is that never, if one of the sons of somebody threatens a woman with morality, she can say no all she wants. He can violate her. So because he can violate her, therefore what? She's not mechuyevas to give up her. So when Abaye says Esther Karka Olamaisa, it means she was passing yet. Also, by the way, the first right to this is in the Megillah. Remember again the most dramatic part of the Megillah, when Mordechai says to Esther what? You have to go to the king. You have to go to the king. And what does Esther say? You didn't think of it. what does this mean? So Pasha Pshan, she's saying, I wasn't invited to the king. I'm going to go ahead and potentially be killed. The Gemara says, remember again, this machloek is about the nature of the relation between Mordechai and Esther. So some say that Esther was Mordechai's wife. This whole time there's the possibility of reunification because she's Karka Olam, she's essentially again being violated, therefore again it's not a rayos. So she says, my dear husband, I'll do this to save problems, so that you understand that if I initiate contact now with him, this becomes a rayos. And once it becomes a rayos, I become usher to you through this act of adultery, which by the way is a different discussion. In Esther Amalka is the paradigmatic example of an Aveira Lishma, which again, don't try this at home. Not try this at home. But again, there is a concept like this of an Aveira Lishma, specifically in situations ultimately again of Hatzalah for Klal Yisrael. We see it by Esther Amalka, we saw it again by the Haftarah on the first day of Rosh Hashanah, by Ya'al and Sisra. We see this concept. So the Gemara over here, why wasn't Esther Mechuyeves to give up her life for the act of Arayos? Because she was Karkol. Rabbi says, Hanoas Atzman Shain. So this is actually amazing. Rabbi says, it's also different. When do we say that a person has to give up their lives, ultimately against these Averos, when there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's forcing me to do these things to try to go ahead and get me to violate the tenets of my religion. But when there's not really a religious battle over here, there's just desires at play, then what? Then I'm not mechuyev to give up my life. So Rabbi suggests over here, Achashverosh, look at Rashi Nas Atzmo, Shino Bekochav Miskavin Avira Miros, El Lanos Atzmo Miskavin Shiny, Venkan Cholashim Orikat. So listen, Achashverosh's intention with Esther Amalka was not to go ahead and get her to violate Judaism. Remember, again, doesn't even know who she is. So let me say again, what's happening over here is desires are at play. When there's not, when forcing me to commit an Aveira is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivity, then Lamaisik and Rabbi suggests one is not okay to give up their life. Now, interestingly enough, Rabbi gives examples of this. If you don't hold this way, Hani Kavaki the Dimonki, so Rashi points out that the Persians used to have a Yom Tiv in their Bate Kinesios, where what they would go home to home collecting lamps like lanterns, and you'd have to donate a lamp, and they were placed in the house of Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how are the Jews permitted to participate in that collection? Aren't they contributing to Avodah Zarah? To which the Gemara says, here's the thing: the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the lanterns. They wanted the lamps. Meaning, they didn't want to have to spend all the money on providing all of the lamps. So they figured just get it from the Jews. But there was no concentrated effort of getting the Jews to convert. Therefore, again, there's no need to give a help on that. Let's listen to this. With this will stop. If an Akum Gentile says to a Jew, cut down this asbestos, we'll say asbestos is a plant, cut down this plant on Shabbos and feed it to the animals. So we'll say, so obviously this is under the threat of death. So the Gentile's telling me, if I don't cut down the plant, which isn't Isrit L'Oraisa on Shabbos, he's going to kill me. But he's telling me to cut it down and to feed it to the animals. So what's that on the site? Be low calculated, right? You don't do it. If you don't do it, ultimately again, I'm going to kill you, right? I'm going to kill you. So what's that on the site? I'm sorry. Lick deal below lick delay. Ultimately again, cut it down, right? Cut it down. And don't allow yourself to be killed, right? We're going to see a distinction in just a moment. Shadi Lenara, let's say the Gentile tells me what? Cut down the asbestos, throw it into the river. Then what? Lick the lay below lick. Ultimately, in that case, I have to allow myself to be killed and not cut down the asbestos. We'll say, what's the difference in these two cases? My timer, la burin milsaka. We'll say, what's the feeling? You see, when the Gentiles tell me to cut down the asbestos and feed it to his animal, what's his motivation? Right, for his animal, he doesn't want to do the work, so he happens to have a Jew at his disposal. He'll take it back to the Jew. It's my Shabbos. The Gentile doesn't care so much about that, but it's clear that he's utilizing it in a way that benefits him. By shaking it, he tells me to go ahead and cut down the asbestos and throw it into the river. Then his intention is what? His intention is to get me to violate the tenets of my faith. Oh, that you want to do? That I can't. So therefore, again, we begin to see over here. So I'm going to stop over here. But what we begin to see over here is the following. Number one. Three Averos that you heard about Yavor. We have machlokas about Avodah Zarah. Normally, mitzvahs kalos you can violate. You don't have to give your life. We see exceptions to that if it's Farhesia, or if it's clear that the intention is to get the Jew to violate the tenets of his faith. We now begin to see major exceptions, that even with the Gimel Chamuras, it was that if either, like in the case of Arayos, is Karka Olam, Tosus points out, obviously Karka Olam only works for a woman, Karka Olam does not work for a man, but at least by Arayos, when it comes to a woman, could potentially save her life by being passive in the act of Harayos, and Hanas Atzman, if it's clear that the purpose of the Gentile is not to make me violate the tenets of my faith, but instead is his own benefit, then Allah would appear that in those cases, we would not say Yara Gaya. For example, here, I pick up his body tomorrow. Both. Let's say there was one additional art that I wanted to add in. The Gemara on Aleph, and I spoke about the idea of Hashimoto. So the Gemara's context was, if I see that my friend is missing something, after Shabbos Aveda, the Gemara used it to say that if I see that my friend is in danger of losing his self, i.e., he's in mortal danger, I have an obligation to try to return it, to try to do something. Nothing. The quick dialogue system is that says, in general, in life, everyone is missing something. We say, Borei Nefashos, not most of us are there's many different Nefashos and deficiencies. Each and every one of us is deficient. Each and every one of us is missing something. What is that? Vashivosa lo. Vashivosa lo. I have to look out and try to figure out what am I missing and what could I do for you. And you have to try to figure out what am I missing and what can you do for me. That makes a beautiful observation. It says that in the Shachar, we generally phrase all of the brachos in the plural. Like Pokeach gives Shem gives sex to body. Mal Bishargumi gives clothing to God. Everything is phrased in the plural. There's one bracha that's phrased in the same. Sha'asalim called Sarki. Thank you, Hashem, for giving me all of my needs. And that says so beautiful. When it comes to my own life, I have to say, Hashem, I have everything. I have everything. I have everything I possibly need in this world in order to be successful. Again, it doesn't mean I actually have everything, but it means I have everything I need in order to be successful. That's the way I look at my life. But when I look at the other, I know they're missing something. And so the shaila is, what can I do to be malad of this soul? What can I do to kind of fill the void of the deficiency of me? What can I do to be there for you? What could I do to give for you? I have everything I need for my own child. I know that everyone around me is deficient. What it means to be a deity, what it means to be part of Am Yisrael, what it means to be part of community, is to be constantly aware and cognizant that everyone around me is missing something. And my sacred opportunity in life is to try to figure out what you are missing, and to figure out how I can return it to you. How can I be with you? How can I give to you? I know that all of my faverim, all around me, are all missing something. I have everything. But if I can figure out how to be there for the other, how to get back to the other what they're missing, how to help those around me to fill their void, that is the greatest opportunity, the greatest success we have. I always never get married Shabbos. Say good morning. I'm sorry that I can't get anything personally from the tree on this spot to do it. It's in our room. That is how you do it. Up on 90 days from the days of 13 lines on the front. So the verse is as follows. One of them. Katan on the beat, we can see the next show. Katan, mind is running after someone to try to kill him. The hope is you're not to kill the Katan to prevent him from going ahead and killing someone else. Kasavar, low day payments are Kasra. So the logic will be here, so again, the logic is that a Katan, the money that doesn't need Kasra. Obviously, Kasra, warning, requires Das, requires Katan doesn't have Das. So the fact that you're allowed to go ahead and kill a Katan, you're running after someone else, indicates that a road date in general, right? A road date doesn't need Hasra. Whether the road date is adult or a minor, someone who's running after someone else to kill them, the perpetrator, right, the attempted murder, there's no obligation to kill him and easily so if this is to the funeral, Yatsu will show a noble role of fishing look and never stripping and what happens if I go for my son to the baby begins to come out? The mother's life is in this. So now let's say they don't need to say the mother's to kill the child. So then what is once the head is coming out of the mother, you're not allowed to kill the baby in order to go ahead and receive the mother's life. Why should you do that? Because at that point, who's to say that the mother's life is more important than the baby's life? But why is that? Rothschild, the baby is Rothschild. Again, obviously not a premeditated mistake, but the baby is Rothschild. The baby is actually putting the mother's life in danger. Which the Gemara says, Shani Hassam, the Mishmayot Hanatsua. It's different than real life. Because the mice, again, this is not a premeditated act. Like at the end of the day, this is coming from a Kodesh Baruch. So because again, it's not couldn't call this, you can't call the baby. Rothschild requires information now. Rothschild requires Kabbalah. This is from a Kodesh Baruch. So maybe say, let's say, let's make this point of Rothschild, Shavir, Rothschild, so if Reuben was running after Shimon to kill Shimon, Omer will receive to Reuben for the eight Shimon Yisrael. What are you doing? What are you running after Shimon? Shimon is not a Yid, he's not a Jew. Then Bristle, that Torah Omer, Shofet, Dama, Adam, Ba'anam, Dama, Shabbat. The Torah says, but ultimately, if someone's trying to kill someone else, they're allowed to kill the killer. So Omer Torah had sell Dama Shazah, Dama Shazah, or allowed to save Shimon by killing Reuben. So again, the point over here is interestingly enough, is under normal circumstances, when you have to give Hasra, so there's the warning that's issued, and then there's like a verbal, almost like response on the part of the person. I hear you, but I'm doing it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't report any need for a verbal response. It's significantly different that a Rodev does not need Hasra, does not need any kind of one. First, the Gemara says, no, I feel that less than you. That's a different opinion. So this is what we do, this is what we say. So this is what we do, the Omer, Chaber Ein Tzarech Hasra. In general, somebody who is well versed in the Chacham doesn't require Hasra. Why not? Right, coming from does not know just someone who you know has Judaic information doesn't require Hasra. She will need no Hasra, El Haftin and show you the reason. Because Hasra in general is only there to see if someone knows the difference, to think that someone is an accidental perpetrator versus intention. When it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder, there's no Hasra that's going to be consistent. Tashma, Rodev Shayodi Hakakadil Hadram, if someone bites someone and moving with him, you have to shoot him to kill him. Omer over H, he's trouble, and Brisu, Torah Omer Shobek, Kama Adam, Adam, Yishma. So is he doing? What are you doing? Shmi is here. Why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the covenant. The Torah says if you try to kill someone, you're about to kill them attempting murder. Which the Gemara says, Omer, you're again,
Yo. Yo. How are you? Rocky, can you hear me? Yo, Rocky, how'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, Rocky, go fuck yourself. Don't want to talk to you anyway. The worst. Rocky sucks. It's Rocky. That's what it is.
That case is talking a situation. Let's say you're on one side of the river, on the other side of the river, we see moving something. There's absolutely no you're going to see the so we'll have the opportunity since it's going to have consideration to inner lights, everyone is going to be
Look at this butterfly. Just
It is like a cool cut to be somebody
When somebody tries to kill someone else, you're not going to you might have put some second but it's not going to rotate it down. It's always crazy because these are just nice customers. No folks. Not only will I kill you, but I would be unfazed. That makes us policy. It's funny, that's kind of funny to be like, I will be unscathed, like saying essentially that no harm at all will come to me. I can kill you, so why not just you're so confident in your fighting abilities, maybe one a few punches, you beat them up and you're like, or just don't fight, because if you, it would be like me talking to my 6-year-old, and I'm like, listen,
הסבר רותי
because they're safe. If you're so confident that you can do that, you shouldn't let them be right. Maybe
you're allowed to
that's really funny, but I feel like the objective
number one, number one,
so this is a true Oh my god, I just noticed that. That's
yeah, can I
I don't understand. This is a recent big shot. Theo shared a picture of shut up, pretend like I did on purpose. Theo shared a picture of Brendan's like standing. That's
strong.
that, and on top of that, he's got a little fucking sort of road you walk on. I forgot that. Somebody on the page tried to message me about that. I forgot that was a swear word emoji too. One of the hardest words I ever met.
Or خلاص Shabbos
It's like
coffee about
then again, Shop does have a lot of shops, so maybe
so again, that's also
I think it's possible that the USC checked down. He's like, oh, here's a picture of Brendan. Would you like to team up? Would you like to go to a podcast and screenshot?
By the way, we talk about this concept, but we how do I get that moving and bring that I'm allowed to put moving before it doesn't
because the tiger really people talk about
Roma was Samo
the higher it's still what they do, but like the terrors and and we tell them to stop giving us money. But they go, I don't let's see here. This is posted by Various Concept 2615. So how long before he buys a Cybertruck after shitting for Tesla for the last 2
all of
years?
us also that part is even something else. I need one to decide something. You got something else. What do I need for? Nevertheless, I do shoot from now. How do I know that I see my friend? See my Jew.
It is attractive.
Drowning in the water. Oh, how you go about
It's
this? Why
fucking
can't
gas.
we
We die now.
Oh, risking by the lovers, being cat by others. Sure, I am not single. I don't have the right to stand by the sun. I have to do something to myself. Now, half this thing is
I
fascinating
don't know why that makes me laugh so much.
about what level of danger you go to yourself in order to see someone else.
Yeah, I haven't watched it.
Right, so you think you got that right, and again, I don't even whip it, right? So,
Posted by
there's
Fantasy
much to
5
talk
3.
about. Yeah,
Rated
you
up, Chip Robbins. Son.
if you see someone more dangerous,
Description just
you can't just simply say not to shot. Someone like that, you have to jump in. I will go by, well, someone like that, you must so again, so you just use that possible someone that we have to teach us.
yeah, I don't know why, but that's interesting that they're doing that.
Shooting by moving, that I'm allowed to
Right.
write
So,
moving
a surprise. Okay, so this is something
but
we watching this week.
something like mortal danger. Can't
This
stand
last
by
week,
I have to go out something and try which one is that? Which was right, right.
yeah, but
The plus of all sound like I was
yeah, I heard that.
mortal danger.
Listen to you. The Allah you came out to live in that situation. So where do I know that is moving into the sheep? I'm about to go moving into the sheep. Where do I know that? I should have come out of this. You know, I should have come out of this. Not out of this. So I will go far. So again, yeah, yeah, I'm not trying to come out and say that. So again, we have sanctified we're about to kill this. All the more so, look at the more so, I see people running after shooting to kill it. Not on the Russell, so really running after is not on the Russell. To prevent them from violating the Russell. All the more so, I see people running after shooting to kill it. Of course, someone else is going to do it. Doing so, which means once again, if you coach me again, you can't put someone to death on the basis. But it's just, it's so the baby is like, the baby that you punch. So you feel that it is like, it's not it's a hackish. It was a hackish juxtaposition with an you understand? Kind of issue. He has not put push on it. Let's on that. This is the person this is talking about therefore, so what exactly are we learning how to do? Which much direct. I mean, I thought Hardy's got both of them. It sounds like trying to learn something from not on the left side. Trying to learn something from the left, not on the left side. Turns out that no, we're actually learning out something from not on the left side, applying it to the left. What are we applying? Which is this. Mother, and it's not issue. It's the not on the left side. Now I'm Russell and also now I'm Russell is natural. Just like I'm Russell, you're allowed to go ahead and kill. Ultimately, yes, so let's say that you have to kill him, you'll have to kill him. He told us explicitly, right? He wanted to see a local inside, and he thought just the police kind of left the little trap. Just the shit is you can kill, you can get fired like that on the outside, so you can kill someone trying to kill someone. But nine Russian, no. I know my nine Russian, so. United was able to go there for now and try to go like, hey, come on, hello. I get no skill. She said, you are trying to go. Or pass the shoulder in a while, try to do away. Or rob or something. Says that they give, right, for attacking. Ele na rock feet models. So this is the between us that works as an unusual how do all of these affirmation problems. The word characters discuss the main was put in by Arab themselves. You must have already for a number of years. Plus it says, don't do anything to Nahara. Because the Nahara has no culpability. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Nahara is the only one. Repeating out the head. So if you have Nahara, what is that? Nahar, Zezah. Therefore, the case of the we can kill the human force to prevent it from doing that. Nahara, which is in our Ras, you see, we have that Nahara, some of that children, to prevent them from violating. Eight, what is the eight of the precepts? You see, we have that what is the kill them to prevent them from doing that. Right? Well, that's right. David, I think this is patient. This is what the what are the important things? Which was I'll tell you what, because of that one on your heart, you should go first. I would have said, why can't I go ahead before you sodomize me? But that's not that's not therefore then I can kill you about knowledge, the earth came along. Knowledge is what is its act of violation. The act itself is the act of deal itself. So perhaps again we didn't kill therefore again what's this case now? Because by Adam Russell, you can kill in one instant. Because of that one another with the body. Furthermore, again, we would have just said I would have said the reason without the saw ahead. Kill the man 45 is not a rule of because violence are all the problems actually says if you're talking about the sleep, not a high. Now, you look at the rules, maybe quote unquote, like there's no status damage and there's no necessarily perhaps really important to if a cause that say no, you can still remain because of that one I would have just said not law and suffer. So far we have again, which is why now I'm also to them to provide just trying to sodomize children, then things to prevent them from doing so. So before what he just said because of that one I was unbelieved. The high lot the high Kahogim. So now that's basically what it doesn't blemish or perhaps I will not be able to control which we must consider that if a person says no, we're doing the natural resource is our values, but that's the children because of what one thing have I not I do like it. So would have just said I would say then maybe that's you reading it out find out that's that as well. So one of models. Because the only thing we can practice which is punishable like that. Because of that one of us, how do these people and these as well? It wouldn't just say modest, and say, oh, what does modest mean? Modest means hiding piece of business. Like hiding piece of so that one of different processes, it comes into hiding piece of a little bit more like modest, a little body now. Any relationship with any act, functions with your body, necessitates indefinitely by the force of it. You are allowed to kill the perpetrator as you attempt to perpetrate. Now, if you would say that, that would automatically include Nagam and Sof. Both of those. So just leave out Nar, right? Leave out Nar, leave out just say Shit and Magas. We know that if Ruben is trying to do something, attempting to do something, trying to feed or that kind of behavior, or if he returns, you're actively killing Ruben's defending of something. Well, why not? Right? So nothing on it. Right? Yeah, you're right. That would make sense. So why does it say now so what's this? Here's the difference. Remember, there's a dude who wants to be jerk. The days are like this. If it would have been now, it would have taken up. Now, how many of this? Moving is a company that carries a bit of the colors or women is not worship on the Zara, I can kill to prevent her from worshiping on the Zara. So what the Torah says, now and now, which tells you what? The only thing you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone, prevent them from committing an Avira, is when that Avira impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avira doesn't impact other human beings, for example, what is not to make our shots, it's very bad, but it doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to make an Christian, doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to worship on what he saw, doesn't impact another human being. In those cases, what I saw, you cannot kill anything to prevent him from committing the action. Incredible. Again, we'll talk about this more tomorrow. Sorry, I should say. I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping my house. So according to show by the time, then why do I need now? So that's the time you look at the email, the time you look at the shot. When you talk about why this is, I'm sure by a smart, I'm sure by a all three nights. So like you see, if I see anything about worship of Zara, I can go to the especially by all the when you come at Inar and now let us experience the so that we or if I see that the power Shabbos, I can't feel the prevention from being that. Okay, good. So come with the him, come with the Shabbos. So if I think that was for Tisi Shabbos, you feel I don't know, like this. Both recipes of Shabbos have all these other, both these Russian food to the thing. So I'm at a point to show my time. He's saying that it's still moving from working on the Zara, and also moving to prevent him from being the Kalashis. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon is only for Avodah Zara, not for Shabbos. Already, a lot of Rabbi Shimon, or the Kalas of Shabbos, he does Rabbi Shabbos. Oh, so but there's another sheep. There's more. So what's the the primary school of thought says like this. The indicator of action is when he's about to commit something that is punishable either by justified reason or choice, and it impacts another person. And if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent moving from doing that or that kill. That's the first school of thought. Second school of thought, I'm sure by a I agree with that, but the exception is Avodah Zarah. You can't kill moving to prevent the worship of Avodah Zarah. And then there's the Velozah of Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not only do you kill moving to prevent them from worshiping Avodah Zarah, but you also kill moving to prevent them from being the fellow Shabbos. The fellow Shabbos. So the deal is the other fellow Shabbos is over that. That's the Shabbos and the Philo Philo Yaakov the Father. Because the Velozah of Shimon makes the Zera Shabbat, Philo Philo says Philo by Avodah Zarah, it says Philo by Shabbos, just like you can prevent from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so you can prevent from being the fellow Shabbos. So like according to the Velozah of Shimon, and why we need now because essentially for the Velozah of Shimon, anytime you're going to be out to do something, you carry with it a nice aspiration, right? By the support of the Spirit, you still have to come to it. You're doing it, so I don't need now anymore. Which was, where it says, one of those were called Nara. One of them will come to exclude Christianity. Anyone will refuse to concede and that's really actually Christianity, and that case you don't put them to the end. So, I did the first of that one and now, cross of none. If the Torah law here, the Torah also law. So what is interesting enough to see over here, and again, we'll have to see the halach on my side, but essentially, number one, I'm allowed to congregate and prevent it from doing when the Avera age, the person that uses 15, Paris, the point of Paris, has not been how many victims can't congregate and prevent it from we're shown by a high, but the mean, but as in all this. Totally correct from what's going on. And according to the Muslim saying, he actually also Shabbos. Totally learning from being a power Shabbos. Everyone will be, for example, I can tell me, parallel identity, that's good. Can't congregate the same. You don't, I found nice to eat, what happens if you make a without the fire? We're ready to play. So now let's say, I don't want to listen to it. So what's the point? Michael, I'm not check this. I'll keep you off my process. So what's the solution? So the team of coaches here people say my credit is local here, but I'm going to so let's say, we also One side, why does it tell us? Why does it tell us? So the perpetrator she's been seen with her blood, not in the Bible. So if you're sending out the fact that but in this case, it's going to be all of us are not going to tell them. I'm going to talk about that. I'm one of them, so you can actually says over here. You must not put colors. You see what you must have some of those. She has a little bit of them. I'm going to tell you it's still done off. What's this? Ultimately, again. So, that's what's saying. She's going to go back to the she's telling us no. Do what you want. What you want to run this. You listen to her. I'm going to put on night. I'm going to put a little night. What if the person buckles to the end? Also, how they figured out how to start now obviously it's an obfuscation, but the mindset thing is not so. Sounds like how much you take why does he do that to his almost insane. Someone smelled like scorpions, tiny scorpions. One was chasing someone did this. How long that time? You see that a lot of that person is very close. It's the same as someone who's ready to be the murder of such we are allowed to feel pain, to prevent things from violating the so what should we do with this? We listen to her. Now what I'm saying, we don't listen. We don't listen because we could run into more about a cover, and she cares about something. And we're like, okay, I'm going to stop. We can do what we need to do. We're going to stop the stuff. And we'll say, we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here. Everyone against her. It's not fast. Wonderful day. I like this. That counts like the term I took through cover. I'd agree with that. There's no venom, guys. You can turn it into that count. I gotta go venom. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin the day by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's today. Our Kamakar sponsor for Rothschild KA, 5785, Tilson Stock of Earth Israel. For in the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen, mazel tov, may the result of Mordechai Hashem. We should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is a very soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and it's so beautiful that he's going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur there. Hashem B'Shar Kabul Mitzlachos, which should Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. We'll say with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discussing all of our practice happenings with the far from Hashem, bring them home to Shalom and B'Karov, and Rabbi, all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudea. We'll say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's not lose. Don't lose the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning Sanhedrin today. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Yeres Hashem where the journey takes us. We are picking up in Yeres Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. Bais and Ruga. So Yomar says, Kiman Azlah HaDesanya. In whose opinion? Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement? Bais and Ruga lo Hayavah lo Asik. So there was never a such thing as a Bais and Ruga. Bais and Ruga means ultimately, again, a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened. Such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara, I'm sorry, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Who does this opinion reflect? Kabbalah ben Shimon. Kabbalah ben Shimon. Look, that's the halacha. The scientist not a Rothschild says the olam in a bais. Mamei achir t'shtei gis nafshei avonim t'shtei summon. The carries of it. So again, in order to have saras in the home, remember again, there's a whole topic of saras in the house. Rashi points out that halacha the bais saras in the home was not a good punishment as much as it was a bracha. This is Rashi points out before the Jews came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations hid treasures in the walls of their home. And the truth is, the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with saras, because that would require the removal of stones. And then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, Rabbi Elazar says in order to have saras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like 2 pieces. This is a measurement. Ashtei Avanim on 2 different stones. Ashtei Kisam on 2 different walls. The Karen Zavis. So essentially, we would have to be in a corner. Our coke is snake piece, but our coke is pierced. You have to have a length of 2 pieces, a width of 1 piece. So my time, what's Rabbi Elazar's logic? Why does it say this? Ksiv kir or ksiv kiros? Because the pasuk says, talking about tzaras in the home, it says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on the walls, plural. So the Gemara says, easily here, Shuki Kilos, what ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like walls, plural? The Omer is like Karizabis. This refers ultimately again to a corner. The time Yamar was not Sadak. She won't say so. Elizabeth says, Makom Hayab Bituchum Asa, Bahayu Korim also, Korbisa Sekirta. So the Gemara says, there is a place in Asa, and they call this place in Asa, Korbisa Sekirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here, Furva is Mitzora. And Furva is called Mitzora. So essentially what the Lord said there was Mamish home that was known to have Saras. And Rav Shimon, Ish Farakov Hamachas Halakti Begov Begalio, for a Simakum Shemik signing also of Amru Abanim and he goes to Sham. So the Rav Shimon Ish Farakov says one time I went to Galio, and in fact I found the place where they were throwing stones. Like they said, we were moved from a home of 15 years to Saras. So listen, so once again, you see distinction on one hand. First thing you're saying, there's never a home with Saras. Never happened. Too much specificity. Your opinion saying, and Allah said, no, we actually saw a home with Saras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some light lessons. Says the Mishnah, Haya Echem Gidei, O Kiger, O Ilay, O Suma, O Kirish. Versus remember, we saw in the last shidduch that in order for a child to become a solar Mora, much of the matter was, the parents have to be Shabbat. Parents have to be told right or similar. And the reason what I was talking about there was that parents have to be Shabbat, to call the Nara of the Koma. They have to be shut, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, even their appearance. Imagine which goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a Gideon, Rashi points out earlier as Gideon is they're missing the head, an amputee, or Chiger, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, or Ilay, or mute, or sumo, or blind, or Cherish, or Cherish generally means deafness. Eno Nasa Ben Soromora. The child can't become Ben Soromora. This is a technicality. Now, why? Is that Shemar? Listen to this. The tough suvo of the people, the pasuk says his parents will grab him. Will grab him for low dignity. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if you're missing a hand, then Allah kid can't become a Ben Soromora. Both Sio also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead and remove him, they can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, below illness, not if they're mute. Benenu said that they were to identify this son below Sumi, and not parents who are blind. And then they say they have to say the son doesn't use blood verses below Harsh and not a mute. Not a mute. Like Marci's Master Social or Malkin also. They warned them in Solar Moran, so then there's Hasral. They warned him first in the presence of three, and then ultimately administered Malchus afterwards. Chazer B'Kilgal. So you're going to say it's interesting because here we're introducing something new. Apparently, there is like a Hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three. Right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this. The child, the young man, steals the money, purchases the meat and wine, and points all of the two that he established in the last couple of baskets. His parents warn him in front of the basin of food. And then again, they flog him. They give him Malchus. The two repeats the behavior again. That's when he becomes a Ben Solomon. Chazer B'Kilgal, that's from Shlosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by reason of 22, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. Ve'on Iskal, Achu Sham Shlosha Rishon. But again, he's only executed if part of the vision of 23 consists of part of the original three. The original three were essentially judged from the mountains have to be part of the specification of 20. Shnehemar, Benenu Zeh, Zeh Shalakam. You have to say the parents of the news that this son. This son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed because of this so incredible. Shema Shamsina, you know, let me see here. Well, you know, Krop, you could see. I must say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, when a person is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, you'll say, what does this mean? So you look thought like this. Look at this pasuk of Ben Sorah Mora. Right? So the pasuk says, the top symbol of the video, the parents will take hold of him, and we will take him out right to the basin. And they say, now you notice what's happening over here. You notice there's a very literal interpretation of hustle. right? That literally they have to be able to land. They have to be able to walk. I don't know. When you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly the traditions is in a literal sense. What do you see in your Shabbos Minah? But Kra, you have to follow a pasuk as a dedication. You must say, no, this is different. Shining Hava, why? On the base. Shining Hava, 71b. The Kulei Kra is saved. First, I say, no, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at Rashi. Kulei Kra Yisrael. The Matzi Lemikta Bo Seisen also Shara here, Holiskelton. Because we have this whole thing to cancel that out. You just say, you can't get through the things, gone. The fact that the pasuk is really such long here indicates to us that there is a hashkaga towards telling us that the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes and in ability to do so that you can become and so on. Okay, the maximum of this was that when he warned him in front of me, he was Lama, why didn't you do the chase cycle? Why didn't you have sperm for three? You just need to have sperm for the two witnesses, a Rabbi Hafiz from a massive of his name, Shnayim, the mountain also with the Shosha. No, what it means is like this. You're right, you warned him in front of two witnesses, and you give him Malchus in front of three. This represents a mercy. Oh, Malchus Ben Soramona, where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Soramona? Right? So the only thing we ever see by Ben Soramona is what? It's execution in the sun. Where are you getting Malchus from the Ben Soramona, right? Yisru, this is the Yisru also, we use that in Soramora, and then this is the Yisru by Malchus, and then there's the Yisru then by Yom Benachozor. So essentially there's this Shabbat between Malchus and Ben Soramora, because that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Soramora gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. You must puzzle the truth from the customer. Again, the Soramora once again repeats this negative behavior again. Well, you judge this kind of regular behavior because now it is effectively capital based. So the Gemara says, "Haini boile zet margashin name zet." That's a margashin. That's the from this. Because my second, "Haini boile zet lo suit." Now remember again, but we already used that zet. That zet was already dashed to teach us what that Allah parents have to have sight in order for the teaching of that sort of Torah. So how are you now using that same exact word? The name of who? My name is Zach. Possibly translated the name of who? But it says the name is Zach. Shmani Matati. So it will say Zach teaches me two things. What are two things? It teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a Sarmar. That's number one. And number two, that the original three who served as the Bezdin for Malchus have to be part of the Bezdin of 23 for execution. Incredible Mishnah, Baruch actually, the Africa had remember again, during the beginning of the Ben Sora Umora Sutra, that Ben Sora was interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a Katan Samach, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sora Umora immediately after reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So this is a very interesting point. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Minnesota, right? And when he's what he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where he's and then what happens? He ran away from David. He escaped from David. Actually, the name before the verdict is passed. And then what happens? They find him again. They want to bring him back to David. Because when they bring him back to David, he has further physically matured. What's that? Pater. In other words, he's aged out of that solar in Moreh. And therefore, again, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to David, he's already too physically matured, like what was called has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. Then we should Baruch, the on the other hand, let's say the kid came to Basin, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find it afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, he is still executed. incredible. So the Gemara says, everything, you know, Ben Noach should be a Hashem. So let's say that Ben Noach, Ananchu, he cursed that Kodesh Baruch Hu. And then what happened? He Achakach in the sky. Then he converted. What's the halacha? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the last word? Holo b'nishtana, nishtana nisasa. His whole legal framework changed. Remember again when he was a Rashi points out it's in the very easy. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications from his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. If you look at Rashi, all the Nishkan Misasa, even made cardinals know that Idafad, the Dain Echad, the Asra. You go over Ash, Kabbalim Asra, as a Ben Noach, he judged with one witness, one judge, and no Hasra. A Jew is judged with a basin of 23, Hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, therefore what? His din is halacha changed as well. Incredible. Shemar says, Baruch Atzma Migmagir. So actually, I'm just going to see this in my idea. If I'm sure about it, before the verdict was delivered, and before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His butter might have a what's the reason? Not in Shum Damir, foil to Ishtani. Has changed. Since it physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Which was no. Low shiny alcohol, the other Tashkala back colored. So it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if you were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be tried at this stage. That's why if you escape from the verdict, you find him later on, he's going to be part of the customer. So ultimately, again, so that's our mother. If they deliver the verdict, and then they find it. By the time that they find it, he is already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. He's tired. Now, why is that? Nigmar Dino comment. Because again, Allah says verdict is passed. Nigmar Dino Garbakatilahu. He's already, his verdict is passed, and Allah, of course, he's going to be tired. Gemara says as follows. We'll say, what a tremendous musafas it is. Tremendous musafas. So the Ben Noah curses that Kodesh Baruch Hu, and then he converts. What's halacha? He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again, the Lashon of the old Lashon of the Gemara, Holo Kirishtan, Kirishtan Misasa, didn't change, and therefore his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here, this the halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. This is very important to because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, committed an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? The Rothschild doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe doesn't change. The Rebbe is perfect. So what does it mean? I'm tied to the death penalty, or whatever the particular ownership may be. How does it work? So once I see the din doesn't change. The din doesn't change. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mushroom. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So as $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. The beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, is still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, It's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for us. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Ben Noach replaces like a powerful class of Shalom. He becomes a Yid. He becomes a Yid. So at the end of the day, again, he's now all the Ishtani. He's a different person and therefore a separate set of people. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go like that. Then Kashma, Ben Noach, Cabero, all issues, but in this guy, a Ben Noach, Nanji, he goes there and hits Stalinoid. What he means to go to? With the wives of the Stalinoid. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble here. And once then he decides to convert. Now what phase is taking this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But nice, again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Putter. He's putter, right? He's putter from all of these things. Why? I will say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who hits the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says that Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to a death penalties. Also, came to the son of this guy, if the Ben Noach hit a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, it's still going to be liable. It's still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that he committed as a Jew, he would also be liable. Because the Ben Noach, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Maybe a horrible shiny. Why would you go ahead and say, but he changed? Where did you know when you saw somebody, the high, it's the high, sorry. When you saw somebody, now, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. The high, Ishtani, Misasalo Ishtani. Here, the particular facts of instruction for change the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So, Kishan was actually Karasai Bad Messiah. So, I was in the death penalty itself. Right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach, it was Sayyid. And now he doesn't be Chayiv Sayyid. Remember, Ben Noach was such trouble. So, a while ago, Ben Noach was always executed Chayiv. So as a Gentile, it was Sayyid, and as a Jewish Sayyid, over adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Sayyid, Vahash Tefenet, and as with the strangulation. So it's different, which was once they second line down in the white line, the Aram Mulasa. Once I tell you over here where you committed adultery with an Aram Mulasa. Both Ben Noach as well as the Jew have the punishment of Skiba for an Aram Mulasa. I also can be Israel. To me, the Asians have it, but it says if he committed this same act with the Israel, comparable to Asians have it. Ella, Talab Hamura Nation Shaifa. So as a Rabbi, you see again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or included in a more severe one. Honey, Rabbanon on the Sayyid Chamar. That's why Rabbanon said that Sayyid is more Chamar than Chemek. Ella, Rishon number Chemek Chamar might be here. We had all this before. The Great Rishon says that Chemek, strangulation, is more Chamar than Sayyid. What are you going to say? Rishon is sort of like you kind of the Menashe. The Amar, for me, Samur, Bilibnei Noach, Eino Ella Chemek. That's when we had this in the focus. So hold the Great Menashe, Talmud Menashe, we'll hold the Bilibnei Noach, and always put to death with Chemek. So Rishon, Science then he thinks that Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Israel, and then he converted because one of them was a Ben Noach, but he's a Jew, he's a Chenek. So it's other Otseach, and then Kara Chenek Bash Messiah. 1 second. If it is, as a Ben Noach, you would be Chayiv Chenek. Now as a Jew, you would be Chayiv Sayyid. Which is not a problem. Kala the Kamura Mishin Shaiva. See that Sayyid is a more lenient form of than Chenek. So I think a more lenient one is a little more common. Let me see, right? Circle, Yakakash, Pabla, and the Gemara says, Tidon Chenek. So the Gemara says, Tidon Chenek, it's still a nighttime alone. So she would judge with Chenek, and that would steal. Why not with steal? I'm sure the whole Ishtani. It must be because Allah, when I saw, Nara Murasa, both committed those against the king of Garas. So what's the Allah? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says, why not steal? I'm sure the whole Ishtani, because she changed from Nara to a Bulgaris. The coach came Hava, the Ishtani began, right? And all the more so in this case where the change was complete. I'm going to be open on the Tana Tigun. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Yochanan says the Tana, you write rather instead write the halacha myself subject to incredible. Also, what's the takeaway? The takeaway, sorry, I'm going to look quickly over there. What's the takeaway? Takeaway is like this. The halacha myself, he's been Surah Mora, then he escapes. He escapes. And we find him later on. What do you do with it? So the answer is it depends. It depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, then you find him to execute. If he escaped before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed further signs of physical maturation, you pass the verdict and you kill him. And you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed, can no longer judge him as if it's so remote. And there's other cases other cases like that. The Benoch and then converts. The Benoch goes ahead and gets his friend or Mrs. Ultra and converts similar types of cases. Cool. Let's go. Let's show remote. We'll say this Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire paragraph. But okay, we're going to do it here. But Sorah Mora, Lead on Shem Sofa. Then Sorah Mora is executed. Not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. The Gemara says, Yamos Zaka ba Yamos Chayim. Ultimately, again, let him die innocent. Again, don't let him die Chayim. Don't let him die culpable. From why? She doesn't show his another life. Because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. For Tzadikim, the death of Tzadikim is bad for Tzadikim. And it's bad for the world. I will say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? Such a kind of Gemara. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Like the Mesa, with death, we no longer have the ability to go ahead and form myself. We'll say, life is the greatest gift. As long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing. And with the death, you lose that ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. You know, it says, Pisa, sorry, Yain Bishim, Rishon Hanara, and I'll be over. So we'll say this is wine and sleep. If you're shut in, it's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if they're shut in or drinking and they're sleeping, which means that what? They're not bothering anyone. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep. Go for it. It's like you can Ralahem, Rali, or what's it? Sleep, or what's it? Wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Once this is not established, why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not the condition. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not the condition, drinking and not the condition, it's bad for him and it's bad for him. Let's say, here it is. But this is your right to what you do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is bad. It feels so good. That's what I like. But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to be tzaddik. Incredible. These are very shutting. I'm not allowed by now the over. So it's like these are means again, it will be again displacement. You know, it's a scattering. It's right, it's good for a shun and good for the world. In other words, if the shutting are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, ra'lahem v'ra'li over. For tzaddikim, obviously again, it's not good. It's not good. Because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for a shut-in, Pisa is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also Pisa. So Pisa means literally again scattering. Pisa also means, sometimes we'll say, no, Pisa could be a one geographical place. But there will be million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, you know, we all experience things like that. It's very disjointed. It's very destructive and it's very hard to accomplish something with regards to self. Essentially, really what Pisa represents, I love the opposite. The opposite. You might say kinos. Kinos means shayim ala. So kinos means gathering. When the shayim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But the tzaddikim, hana Allahem, v'hana ali. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So most of it's really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Jesus gathering is bad, Shinos is good. So of course, you understand when tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate, they can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. But when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life I'm in a state of peace. Peace is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because it was like peace means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means you gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. And we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of your work is significantly diminished. That's peace. Peace is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, Sheket, but a shah, not allowed for all the older. Tranquility is bad for a shah because when it's tranquil, a shah can do a lot more damage and it's bad for the world. It's bad for the shah of Sheket. The tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. Obviously, the tzaddik can accomplish more, and it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for them. There's so much to discuss about this Mishnah. For a different time. Top of Ayin Bay 72a says the Mishnah Tanya. Rabbi Yosef in the older. Because the base, because the Ben Solar Mora has stolen money and has purchased some, you can purchase some wine. He should be executed. It's $1 million question. Everyone here told us off guys shall Ben Solar Mora. God, the Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Solar Mora. The Gemara says why. Why? At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money, and the Makish being good at he's going to want to sustain his harvest that he's formed, and he's not going to be able to. The ultimate Parshish, the last thing is he's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. Amra Torah, Yamos Zakai Ba'al Yamos Hayu. The Torah says, let him die for the sins. Otherwise, remember, as Minister Mora has he done something bad? Yes. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately, again, he says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. He says the shot tzaddikim another by another. He said that the shot is good for the shot. Again, kill this kid before he goes out into the society. It's good for the world. So that way, this is so fascinating. First of all, so this harkens back. I just like that place. This is all. Anyway, so let's say so like you see. Anyway, so it's about it. So you might say so remember, this goes back to yesterday, back when we saw the focus. If that sort of what happened, did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's the foundation of focus. I would say that it struck me. Why do you say this, right? What's the whole purpose of that sort of It's going to steal money. He's going to purchase wine. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. He doesn't manage the hedge fund. I don't know. Why do we automatically see that he's going to continue to steward in order to support his habits? So I'll say, what do you see here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid has never worked, no, there's just one thing if he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. He likes nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. So he hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine and nice color. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is somebody who's still good. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young, that like materially, the world owes you something, and you go out and support yourself with other people's hard work. That's a terrible mitzvah. And that's a mitzvah that's not going to be good. That's the kind of return to you. When all the father's sons, he's not getting a job. So you know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement, that you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. Listen, you know the worst midah you have, the worst midah, entitlement. Magia, you know, in sex. So the fact that Rafa pointed out that in Yiddishkeit there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism, right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. And the sex, the Rafa right, but in Yiddishkeit there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. It's like, 1 second, that's not true. People do owe me something. Right? People owe me akar. So I thought people owe me this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to all these other before. Walk around, you know what? No one knows you anything. No one knows you anything. Don't walk around with a Machiavelli entitlement. As well as I can. In marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. You do something. And then when they do something, you will feel such a profound great karasatol. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what the real danger of the Ben Solar is, right? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your relationships. Become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back to it. So, Marcia Banal, Tzadikim, right? Marcia Sanal, Tzadikim, but Tzadikim ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, just repeating what we saw in the show, Yayin, Shin of Yayin, sleep and wine, I think for the Shemim, but many have problems. Shin of Yayin, and all the Olam, for Tzadikim, wine and sleep is not good for the Tzadikim. Why? Because they go to the Tzadikim if they are drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing their nice and children. Check it, tranquility is bad for Hashem, back to the world, time to engage all the imaginations. But Tzadikim, Hanola, Vanavi, Olam. But Tzadikim is good. But Tzadikim is good. Kizor, but Hashem, Hanola, Vanavi, Olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Hashem, good for the world. But Tzadikim, Rala, Hanoravi, Olam. Mishnah. Above Maktaris, what's this Mishnah? Above Maktaris is a thief. It's a thief. Above Maktaris means a thief comes in secret. I was saying that literally, Maktaris, that Rashi understands it, great Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunnels. He's literally, again, digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above Maktaras, Migan Hashem Sofa. Says that Allah is somebody now, the assumption this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say Ruben broke into my home. And we're breaking into my home, broke a barrel. Also, if I'm not allowed to kill Ruben, we'll discuss this one. So this, then Ruben is going to be fighting for breaking the barrel. In Eno Damin Potter. In fact, the end of the day, I'm allowed to kill Ruben, then he's Potter for breaking the barrel. And listen, now why is that? That's the community of the Rabbi. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's fighting that penalty. Because he's Potter for financial damage. Saying to I'm a Rabbi, my time, the Maktaras, will say, now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Like, after all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So they must listen to this. Chazaka in other mamin atzlam arora. So let's listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Right? In other words, it's my stuff. And I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, Amar, So therefore, every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his own. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and I won't say this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secret way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a rogue. The thief, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill them first. That's about Makaras. Incredible. So Amarav, Habab Makaras, do not okay, the Yatzapah, that's fascinating. So then he breaks into my home. Right? He breaks into my home. And Halach Alamis, again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says, Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. Right? My time. Well, the Daman Kanim. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a rodef. He's Chayiv Nisa. So because he's Chayiv Nisa, therefore he's partner for any type of monetary law. Therefore, he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive. Right? He gets out alive, and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. I will say, by the way, very similar also like we have this law of castle guys. Like this idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if someone makes it their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I worked for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And the law recognizes that as well. Right? And you're not trying to ask, look exactly what it is. Right? In other words, expensive stuff, something people don't call now. Like there's no understanding of here is I'm going to defend my home, you're going to defend my home, and therefore if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. I'm a Rabbi. So Rabbi says like this. This is a pretty wild thing of God. So Rabbi says, Reuben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rabbi says he doesn't have to get back. Why? Because since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's punished for any type of monetary compensation. He keeps my stuff. So Rav's statement makes sense when let's say the object is no longer in existence. Alright, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. Gemara says about not all of it. Yes, it's back. Now look at the Gemara says not true. Not true. Rav said even if the object is extended, still really doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. The Hayesh Modamin Bened Zuchayev. Because again, essentially, since Reuben the thief was liable to the death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through the death penalty, like he's subject to death for some type of financial compensation, and therefore, the object is now deemed to be in his wishes. Gemara says below, we say that true. Gemara says that's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishus of the thief, that's for only something happens to it. The thief is responsible. But if Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. He's no different than a show. So what's that? So Gemara suggesting over here. This is interesting things of God. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rabbi says that's only if the object is not extended. But if the object is extended, of course the thief has to give it back. So that's none. The thief comes in, bites repetitiously, and he breaks the barrel. Yesh lo damin chayis. What's the lashon of yesh lo damin means? If the homeowner is not allowed to kill in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable to damage the barrel. Ain't no damin potter. But again, if Allah is not allowed to kill it, then it's not tied for financial compensation to go to the barrel.
Are you fucking serious?
Especially if goes to the barrel. If the ain't no damin potter, then ultimately again, we're moving with the potter from not to kill it. Hard not all low, which is equal, right? If had taken the barrel, you would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So the says, no. Who had been, I feel not on none. It's not true. If he took it, technically he'd be tired. The Halka Katani Shabra Sakabis Kumash Malon, the reason it is confirmed as a case of breaking the Chavis is because if he yesh lo damin abagav shiber nani tired. that halacha l'maisa, in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, right? Or I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So where it says it's massive, he's a damager. Even if you did it without kavanah, it's still going to be chayiv. What's my question? In case kavanah, not kavanah. Adam muad the
The count suspended to one side panel.
Damages that they caused, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad the olam ben b'shogi being the lazy being the honest being the rasim. Person is always muad. First Gemara says, you're right, kasha. Gosh, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So Master Rabbi, Bibarabaye, Hagon if kiss b'Shabbos Chayiv. We've seen this case many times. Person moving steals my money bag on Shabbos. What's the halacha? So Chayiv, I will say now normally again. Now, what's the halacha? So Reuven steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Remember, for Chilul Shabbos, you chayiv misa. But the halacha over here is he's chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he picks it out of my goodness. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no killing of Rabbi Minei, and therefore halacha l'maisa is chayiv for both. The Gemara says, "Hayu megarer v'yotzei pater." But if you drag the money bag out, right? You dragged it out. So that remember, you're only chayiv for geneva when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, at the moment that it crosses my threshold into the Shusarabim, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isri Geneva Isri Skila Ba'in Ka'avad. And the boss says, the Gemara says over here, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah Almighty again, right there is the seal. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, the case ultimately again where we said that it's potter would be a case ultimately again where the object is thrown into the river and therefore no longer exists. So most of the Gemara suggesting, remember, all of this is in Rav, right? So again, what the Gemara is suggesting is like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv misa and steals an object and gets away with the object, he has no obligation to return it. Now, Rava and everyone else is incredulous about that. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is killing the Rabbi Minei. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is mamish sitting in your hand. Rava and everyone else says, what are you talking about? I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken. There's no obligation to come into restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing machlokes. Rava, ignabu late defeated machkarta. So this is Rava. Now remember, Rava was the one who argued on Rav, and Rava had goats stolen from him. Right? It's repetition. Someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? Then the thief had a change of heart. The thief wanted to give it back. But lo kablilu, Rava would not accept it back. Why? Amar, told enough to with Rav. Since Rav said his piece, Now let's remember again. Now Rava argued on Rav. But Rava said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rava says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. Listen, what I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like we paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object, and gets away, so halacha l'maisa again is going to be liable, but now technically, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But l'maisa again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Reuven came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rava, and halacha l'maisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. I don't understand. Is the sun only shining on one person? What's the meaning of the pasuk? Ella. In bar lecha davar kishemesh she'ein lo shalom infa hargegu. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun, that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. Then lav, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. I will say, now watch this. That's price one. Price two. Tanya idach. Zarcha shemesh alav. Damin. V'chi shemesh alav bilvad zarcha. Elo. In bar lecha kishemesh yish lo shalom. Right. Second verse says like this. If it is as clear as the sun, and it's not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, hargeyu, kill him. That was said. The Gemara says, "Kasha stama stama." Now, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different prices. We'll say price number one essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second price, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. I will say, those are two pretty dramatically different prices. So what do you do with this? Lokasha, I'm a base. Well, say this. I'm a base. We are great. I'm a base. 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Kan ba'aval ben. Kan ben ala. Wow. What's into this? Everything depends on who the thief is. Right? One is talking about a father stealing from his son. And we'll say when a father steals from his son, it's absolutely certain the father will never kill his son. So if the son, now again, the father might steal from his son apparently, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers, he wakes up and his father's in his house, tunneling in, stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. He may steal from his son. So what you see from here is parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you see over here that you have a case of it. You can't say that father won't steal from his son because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents, knowingly or unknowingly, mistreat their children. But one thing you can count on is Rachmanas a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if his son breaks into his father's house, not so pashut. Not so pashut. Sometimes a son could kill a father. So I say, such a heavy Gemara. I said, therefore, again, if the thief is a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, Halacha says the son breaking into the father's home, we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Called the Asyali Malay Machtara, Haklina Leila made Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. This is interesting. So Rav said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill, except if it's Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. I'll say such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down, except if the thief is Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. My time, what's the reason? Either we should decide. If because Rav Hanina Bar Shiva is a tzaddik, well, obviously, it's really percent a tzaddik. Ha'ka'asi b'machtara, because when it breaks into someone else's house. Ella, you should be kingly bigavei, d'merachim alai k'merachim amalabei. We'll say this is such a touching Gemara. Rav says because I know that Rav Hanina Bar Shiva loves me like a father. Says something so beautiful about this. I know that Rav Hanina Bar Shiva loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that halacha l'maisa, he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone can love you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love. So the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but apparently in life there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. It's incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't go ahead. So tell Rabbanan. So Damim Lo, Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. Ein Lo Dam Bein B'chol Bein B'Shabbos. So the Gemara says all of these halachas. So essentially what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this. If someone breaks into your home repetitiously, the understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because ready to kill me, therefore what? I have the halakhic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life. Defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says Bishlam and will come and maybe call baby Shabbos gets through. So ultimately, again, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief, but whether it's Shabbos or Weekday. That makes sense. Why do I need that qualification? It's true. It's how that kind, We think how that would be based in. Because this is kind of like execution by Bezin, just like Bezin is warranted to execute someone. So too, if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the Bezin. I come like the Bezin. So I might have thought that the Shabbos so I might have thought that Bezin doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash was say first my line, that I can't. Ella Domim Ko, they become in the Shabbos. But again, thief, I'm not allowed to kill the thief. And there is liability for killing the thief. So now that halacha applies on Shabbos and during the week. You must understand what's the condition. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. It means it's like this. Let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. Sif halacha l'may said it's clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The halacha because he's liable to that penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, right, or I'm sure that he didn't come to kill me, halacha l'may said again, I could remove the rubble in order to save his life even on Shabbos. V'huga b'chol adam umeis b'chol misal shati yachol this is incredible. Ruven breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Ruven breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruven. It's not just me, the homeowner, who has the right to kill Ruven. Even someone else has the right to kill Ruven. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Ruven. Anyone's allowed to kill Ruven. I kill Ruven with any way we need to. So you must be so I understand why the Torah is teaching me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruven. After all, why is that coming? Because one would have thought, I might have thought the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash Mono make which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash from the road make food, that's the Achanam. Remember, once Ruben is breaking into my home, he has a status of what? Of road rage. Once he's a road rage, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute, even my neighbor. So Lama, we say again, why do I need special people that kill him? Anyway, we need to kill him. I kill him from a murder. What's talk about murder? I'll say this is someone in general. So right when they kill Shimon, now Ruben is going to be executed by Bezdin. There's a particular type of misa, right? We'll say whatever type of misa, whatever depending on the crime. Let's say Ruben is hired to side the decapitation. And let's say whatever the reason Bezdin doesn't have a sword. So what do? You execute him. You execute him. So you must design your most. You must have your Rothschild. England will be some rule. How do you execute someone with prescribed death penalty? So how do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I could go ahead and execute him however you execute him? Most you must become open. Plus it says execute him however you need to execute him. Which requires a criminal. So therefore, we'll say, safety over here, 5 feet, kill him however you need to kill him. Which one says, no, shiny house on, number most humas. It's different. Because the execution of Torah is the lush of most humas. And what is most humas? That double two features mean that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, he's going to right to execute him however you can execute him. I've been right? So why don't you learn from this? Learn from Rothschild. When someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. They shouldn't have a second. Call that down. There's also call that down. Call that down, remember again. Right? Ruben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Ruben. By call that down also, they have the ability to Ruben however they want to do it. Say, what do you have over here? You have 2 psukim that teach you the same concept. What's that? And call that down. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, what is this called? This is called Shnei Tzivin Abon Ke'achad. I have 2 mitzvahs or 2 halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Because Shnei Tzivin Abon Ke'achad ain't malach. So we'll say, in general, whenever you have 2 psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create the principle of conflict. So we'll say again, but I love them. So therefore, so again, we don't feel very important. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a road. That's halacha number 1. Halacha number 2, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill Rabbi? How do you kill him? However you need. However you need. Two part of the law. Another part of the law. Another part of the law. Machteres. Any of the machteres. I don't know if it's coming in here. The Gemara says, Gadol, Chasero, Chafifamina. How do I know that it's coming through my roof? My chutzah, my carpet. How do I know? Or even if he's not tunneling, it's going through a window that I can also kill him. And we'll know you must say Hadron of Yifama. Pasuk says you must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without that. In came, Matamo Machteres. That's his. Why does the Pasuk say Machteres? Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tiny, you got Makaras and Makaras. I only know that it comes in. Head on it, it comes in. The window to the closet to the roof. I came Makamor Makaras. So ultimately, again, put down to the piece. Why does it say Makaras? Because Makaraso, Zoe Hasra. Oh, because once I remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your Hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that Allah for you are warned. I was like, we have to stop a bit for today, but Lamaisa, this is how going to end. This is going to be the next suit, which is, does the thief require Hasra? Is the Hasra the same as this? You want to suggest tunneling in, by definition, is your Hasra? No, for the Hasra. Then Shabbos, may stop a bit for today? Oh, yeah. Okay, great run. All right, come on Zoom. We'll get these scraps to all of you. Jerry, Mazel Tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Come on Zoom. Jerry will have some married up with granddaughter today. London? Oh, okay. Next. All right, one question. Good. Advance Mazel Tov. Shvek, everyone. Sorry? It's only extremely circumstances.
Maybe you say, when Brian gets here, the funny will done. I kind of want to start dressing like this now. I know I made fun of him before when that was good. If I was your teacher in elementary school, that would be so bad, dude. You're like, stay on topic. What is he saying?
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin the day by taking all of our questions for this morning should be finished. Our commentator responsible for touching the by coaching stuff about Israel. 4. In the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tosin on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, and the result of their Hashem. We should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is very and elegant soldier. Hashem gave much to Amit Cohen to Israel, and it's so beautiful that he's going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Hashem, which shall cover his Zachos, and should Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. Well, saying that, let us be able to first we dedicate our living and discussing all of our precious houses with each one from Hashem, and the shovel and the tunnel, and all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole maaseh will be there. Well, saying today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's not don't be teaching the cars. We're going to be learning some legend today. We're going to be starting on that iron out of 71. And we're going to see the Red Touchdown and where it takes us. So we have to be 1% on. Iron out from lab 71. We're picking up about the ball lines up there about the bites and media. So next is one as a hobby side here. Who's it going to be reflecting the following statement? Bites and a little high level of some videos. So we're going to section of the bites and media. That's what it means. Ultimately, again, a home that was afflicted by Saras. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara inside, beloved of Trump, why is it waiting? If it's never going to happen, why is it waiting? It's really the Kabbal's time, ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. כמעט רק לא אפילו תצפוי בכלל, אבל לא זה shame. Like about Richard, that's not what the scientist not a mission of religion. He says, the only thing about it, for me, I share the state reason, I stay at home, the state solid. The carries of this, so again, in order to have Sarasa on the bus, remember there was a whole package of Sarasa in the house. Last year, he points out that Halom for the base of Sarasa in the home is not going to punishment as much as it was a Rafa. He actually points out that one of the Jews doing there to Israel, the indigenous nations, their treasures in the walls of their home. And which is the only way you would know that those treasures are present with Saras. Because that was required to remove the stones. And then one would see the treasure, and it would be again that was carried in the behind. So again, one version is in order to have Saras as a home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greases, a grease is a measurement. Ashke Abanim on two different stones, which take seven on two different walls. The carrying itself is so essentially you would have to be in a corner. Our focus should be so but our focus grease and have to have a length of two greases, a width of one grease. So my time at level so what's the resolution is logic. Why does it say this? 6 kilos or 6 kilos? Because the Pasuk says talking about Johnson and the home that says it appears on a wall. And then it says it appears on the walls, plural. So you must say, any kilo, should be kilos. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like two walls, plural? How do you know that carries on this? This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya Rabbi so you want to say, so Rabbi says, Makom Hayim B'Tchum Asa, V'Hali Kolim also, Chulisa Sekirta. So you want to put the place in Asa, and they call this place in Asa, Chulisa Sekirta. So again, interestingly enough, actually points out that here, Chulba is Mitzora, and Chulba is called Mitzora. So every time you mean Sekirta, she knows in Misham, so essentially what the Rothschild trying to say is what exactly it was, Manish home that was known to have Saras, and it should have been Ish Kfar Acho Kama Chat Halachti to go to Galil, but at least Nothing should exciting also of Achu, Abanim who goes to Misham. So the Rebbe Ish Kfar Acho says, one time I went to Galil, and in fact I found the place where they had storing stones, but they said from a home of 50 with Saras. So listen, so once again, you see this tension on the one hand, 50 is saying there's never a house, less no specificities. The other one saying that about for myself, we actually saw a home with Saras. Much the same is, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some like lessons. Same thing is Hayachman Gide, O Hige, O Hige, O Suma, O Hirish. There's one of the Zona Rasuya that in order for a child to become a Zona Mora, Russian, if you know what it was, the parents have to be Shabbat. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, like or similar. And the reason I was talking about it there is that parents have to be Shabbat, the call, the matter, and the core. They have to be Shabbat, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to answer the challenge. If one of the parents wasn't vegan, now she comes out the real vegan is they're missing the hand, they have no teeth. Oh, yeah, or they put open their leg and therefore can't walk. Oh, eating, or mute, oh, sumo, or blind, oh, foolish, or parents generally means definite. Eno nasa ben soramora. The child can't become ben soramora. This is a technicality. Now, why is that Shneimar? Because listen to this. The tough symbol of an evil. The Pasuk says his parents will grab him. Will grab him for no giving. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing the hands, then I love for myself. She can't become a ben soramora. But see also. They will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go underneath him, they can't take it. They will say, the parents will say, not if they're mute. The name is that they will identify this son below Sunni, and not parents who are blind. And then we show me as they call it. It's saying they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices, below harshly, and not a mute. Not a mute. Like what's in Maskimo, the Shosha, the Maki also. They wanted in some of the so again it was Hasriel. They wanted first the presence free, and then ultimately it leads to Malchus afterwards. Because of the Kilko, so you're like, it's interesting to see what it's used as something new. Apparently, maybe it's like a straw. They warned the kid about his behavior in front of the kid, and so again, apparently the way it works is like this. The child, that he's letting man, steals the money, purchases the nuclear one, conforms to all the criteria we established in the last couple of factors, tells one in front of the business, and then again, they talk. Even though Malchus. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes an Solar Mora. That's when Shosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this current behavior, then he gets death by reason of 23, which makes sense because Malchus is a capital case. Here on this go, Akshu Shosha is short. But again, he's only executing part of the behavior of 23 consists of part of the behavior. The original three were essentially judged for Malchus have to be part of this first one behavior of 23. Shinehemar, the name is Zeh Shalaka B'Fnechem. You have to say, the parents say, this son that was born and flogged in front of the first three is now going to be executed for becoming a solar. It's not punishment, you know, it's a reason. But you know, you can see, I will say what you see here is very, very interesting. That halakha l'maisa, when a person is living a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, don't say, what does this mean? So you need a thought like this. If you look at this pasuk about Sarah Mora, right? So the pasuk says, the tafsicho avu b'yiro, the parents will take hold of him, v'tzia osa av zikor b'yiro, v'asham v'chamo, and you will take them out place in David. And it says, you have to notice what's happening over here. You get very involved interpretation of the pasuk, right? That literally they have to be able to grasp. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know what you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you know, the Mishnah doesn't say so in the literal sense. It was what you see in your Shabbos Minah, Va'ilon Kra Kivitzir. You have to follow a pasuk as it relates to this. You know, this is different. Shiny up on why on the very see it in the progress. Shiny up on so you want to do the Kulik Kra Kivitzir. So as I say, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at Rashi. Kulik Kra Kivitzir. The Matzi Nifta about Simpson also Shara here. Holy Stephen, you know, clean out this whole thing, Council Grab onto and just say, you take it to the paper, done. The fact that the pasuk is really such longhand indicates to us that there is a hachara. It's always telling us that again, the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and in a ability to do so, for them to different comments on it. Okay, the message of the fish shows up. I'm warning. In terms of three, he was a lot of why do you need three? It's exciting. Why do we have circle three? You just need a circle. The two of this is a Rabbi Hakim and a Rabbi Matsu, but with the Shnayim, the mountain also with the Shlosha. You know, he uses like this. Like, he's one in front of two pieces, and he did a Malchus in front of three pieces. He represents a big thing. He has his wall. Malchus and Solomon are big Sima. Where do you ever see Malchus by that Solomon? Like, listen, the only way you see by that Solomon is what? His execution. You saw where you get a Malchus from the Ben Solomon, right? Because you have a remedy about, but now you have this room, so that you look at Jerry Shabbat. This room, so it says this room also, this Ben Solomon, right? And then it's in this room by Malchus, and then there's this room again, but you're not close to us. So essentially there's a Jerry Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Solomon. But it's just that first time offender, right? So the Ben Solomon gets Malchus. Okay, because you must cause of a kid of the Democratic. So again, there's Solomon once again repeats this consecutive behavior again. You judge this time the third behavior of 23 because now it is effectively capital case. So you know it's hiding from you, so more actions, that's not more actions, that's what I'm sure. That's what's happening. Hiding from you, now remember again, we will use that set. That's the motivation to teach us what? The Alakha myself, the parents have to have sight in order for this to become that sort of order. So how would we now using that same exact point of thinking, Joshua? You can make the name of who? My name is Zach. Plus, just the name of who. But it says the name is Zach. Shmani Rakhati. So then it's like Zach teaches me two things. One thing is it teaches me number one. It teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become that sort of order. From one thing. Number two, that the original three who served as the agent for Malchus have to be part of the agent of 23 for execution. You got to go Mishnah, or actually, you know, the African has been Zakar Taktor, because remember again, David is giving a word Sir Mora Sugya. The first one is interesting. It's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a cutting some of the reach, which essentially is you can only become that Sir Mora immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metrics for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a rear pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raises a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Sir Mora, right? And when he is, and when he's brought to basin, he's upgraded to what's appropriate. In other words, where you could be done, you could be a judge of a Sir Mora. And then what happens? He ran away from basin. He ran away, when likely he skipped from basin. Actually, you imagine though, before the verdict was passed, the upper passed, and then what happened? They found him again. They found him again. They want to bring him back to basin. But by the time they bring him back to basin, he has further physically matured. What's the halacha? Potter. Potter, in other words, he's aged out of that Soler and Mora, and therefore again, it's an interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time they get him back to basin, he's already too physically mature, right? What we call the Zakana factor has already formed. He's free on technicalities. Then Jacob, brought up the other guy had the Zakana Kaya. On the other hand, was not taken to it. Jacob was judged. The verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution. And then we find it afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, and you should be a possession. So what's I say that I found you, because that comes from the Chas and then what happens? The Afrikas in Syria. Then he's converted. Then he converted about Potter. Very Potter. Why? What's the last one? What's the one you Potter? Told in Stamino, in Stamino Sasa. So you want to have a Mesa. This whole year framework changed. Remember again when he was in Rashi points out to very interesting. So we want to say since his illegal ramifications, when his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. If you look at Rashi, called him Stamino Sasa. They currently don't they that thought that we're dying at the Rothschild. In the other aspect of the Rothschild, this is an addition of the as if the law, right? The law is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no hasra. A jury is judged with a basis of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he's converted, since the legal framework changed, therefore what? His halacha changed as well. Incredible. So you know what I say, right? Then say, right? More actually, it's also obviously this is what we say right here. But the guy saw more if he escaped before the verdict was delivered, the upper catches except Kamakas Potter. And before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His Potter might have a what's the reason? Rabbi showed that he was Ishtani has changed. Since it physically changed, therefore what? His duties changed as well. Which was a warrior, where shiny hot ball. The other Krishna led by the television, so it's different why? Because now he's in a state where if you had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, he would steal that same money. And by once, he would not be kind at this stage. That's why he escapes before the verdict. He finds him later on, he goes, he part of so touch him. So ultimately, so that's all about it. If they deliver the verdict, and the man with the reason before he was executed, and then they find him. But by the time that they find him, he's already exhibiting signs of further physical maturation. What's that? It's right. Now, why is that? Nigma Dino comment, because again, I love the verdict was passed. Nigma Dino Davakatino. But he's already the verdict is passed, and I love the race. Of course, he's going to be right. He must have felt, what a tremendous hospital. So the Ben Noah curses like his father, and then he converts. What's Halacha? He's not something to definitely why. So he gets the Russian was a good how will the Stein, this also, it didn't change, and therefore that penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see here, this is the Halacha myself. Even if there is a certain thing that's only over a person, it's not only over a person. If you choose who and what you are, ultimately, again, that's still what changes as well. Listen, this is very important to work respectively. Because in general, it's a fundamental question when it comes to person, I commit an idea. As a person who committed an idea, I want a particular passion. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my deen. So how does that work? How does that work? The Rebbe doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe doesn't change. The Rebbe is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm tied to the death market, whatever the particular ownership may be, how does it work? So what's interesting enough, the way it works hashkafically is the thing doesn't change. The thing is always the same. What changes? A simple muscle. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So it's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, let's say you're in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? That's the whole dynamic of children. Here's the thing. If I remain the same person, and this is the thing, this is what it is. And the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I just have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the thing, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be over there. But if I choose to become someone different, it's just a whole new set of laws, and a whole new set of realities, and a whole new set of ramifications that are everywhere. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. Everything changed. I changed. So that by now, the curses that comes part of the fast for shalom. He becomes a yid. He becomes a yid. So at the end of it again, he's not called the Steins. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of demons. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go back there. So that's my Rothschild Cascadero, or it's this guy Buckers. To this. And then Nancy, who goes to Indians, fellow Nancy. What can we do? With the wife of his fellow Nancy. And then what happens? So obviously, getting himself into a whole marriage trouble. And once they decide to convert. Now, what they did for this guy, I'm not exactly sure, right? But the nice idea, he goes ahead and he converts like Pucker. He's Pucker, right? He's Pucker from all of these things. Why? Now, we're saying, now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that Hamilton and Isaac, remember, if you convert as a Jew, a Jew who goes ahead and gets the Bayah, or a Jew who gets a Jew, the wife of the Bayah, if you're not subject to that penalty. So therefore, Hamilton and Isaac, the Bayah is subject to that penalty. Now, Hamilton and Isaac, Jew is not subject to that. So that penalty is also Jew. You saw this guy out of the Bayah hit a Jew, or the Bayah committed adultery with the wife of a Jew. And then he converts, he's still going to be liable. So he's liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that how you can live in a division, he's also liable. Such as the Nazi liable, the Jew liable. Rabbi, why? You're the whole Einstein. Why would they go ahead and say, but you can get it? Do you know himself somebody, the idea is the high side. Do you know himself somebody? We're trying to apply this metric of change. It has to be that both the gain and the death penalty changes. The high, you know, you self-alone strength. Taking the facts of the judgment will change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So much longer to actually call a side back to side. Side is in the death penalty itself. Right? They kill someone, side of the off to the side, and now he has to be tied side. You know that Benny Rock was so promos a little while ago. Benny Rock was always executing side. So as a Gentile side, and as a Jewish side, both adultery as a Benny Rock side, the hashtag so that's strangulation. So you can we'll take second right now, the white bonds, and now we'll do that. So once I become your lawyers, you're going to now have to do that stuff. Both of the North as well as the Jew have the concept of Stephen from Nalamuda. So I also give Israel to me the HS category. But I would say the Dominicans of same act with Israel compared with the HS category. Ella, how are the Hamula nation shelter? So it's like without we see again, interestingly enough, is the European penalty or not a drag the wrong or including the one who did more more severe one. I'm not sure how to say common. The fact that the one who says that Sayyid is more common than Khanak. And the Shuri Mechanic common ideals, we have discussed this before. And according to Shuri says, the Khanak strangulation is more common than Sayyid. What do you say? The Shuri is somewhat kind of the natural. Lama, Kobi Samur, Bidmigo, Aido El Khanak. Those are the natural focus. So don't think they're natural, also put together with them. So much for Asia's Palestine, perhaps the kind of science and kids with them not committing adultery with the right of Israel. And then you can look because when he was a Noah or he's a Jew, he put his right hand so it's either a Teach, the Palestine Bash the site, or exactly. According to this, as a Noah, for murder, he would be tired Kanek, and now as a Jew, he would be tired Site. Which means it's not a problem. How about the Hamura Mishak Shaifa? Again, you see that Site is a more lenient form of the Kanek than Kanek. And therefore, more lenient one is a lenient more comfortable. Let me say that, right? Sarka, Yamakat, Babla. Right? The Gemara says Tidon the Kanek. So the Gemara says Tidon the Kanek. The skill of my time alone. So she would be judged on the Kanek and not the skill of one after the skill of. It must be because Halakha Lamaisa to my Narabasa. Sorry. Narabasa would committed adultery that she gave over. So what the Halakha? She's judged with Kanek. But the Gemara says one after skill of. That is the Halakha because she changed from Nara to Halakha. The first thing Halakha, she's standing the Kanek. And on the most of this case, where the change was complete. But with the Alpha, you cannot keep the skill. So ultimately, again, so the Alpha said, the banner, you write Rabbi instead, write the Alpha way, so something to skill. Also, what's the going? You say against I went over quickly and read what the take away like this. The Alpha makes it like this, like sort of more, you can propagate it, but then he escapes, and you find it on what you do with it. So if his verdict was passed, like when he escaped before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escaped before the verdict was passed, then what do you do with the court? If you find him before he's developed, for example, discrimination, and you pass the verdict, and you kill him. But if you escape before the verdict was passed, but now he develops further signs of physical maturation, Halakha L'Oraisa, since he has changed, like things have changed, can no longer judge him as it is so lower. And there's other cases that, and there's other cases like that. And the law of course is actually part of it. And the law who goes ahead and is astray, right, or commits adultery and converts similar types of cases. Beautiful. Let's go. Let's sort of order. This is Mishnah. Feels like the change in the meaning of this entire paragraph. But okay, we're going to do here. Let's sort of order. We can say so far. Like Solomon is executed, not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. Because the Yamos Zaka about what is Kai, ultimately again, let him die innocent and not let him die Kai, but let him die culpable. Well, why? So the Sassan shall show another life, by not all of them. Because the death of the wicked is good for them, because the death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. It's like Lalo and the death of the Sadiq is bad for Sadiq, and it's bad for the world. So I say, why is death bad for Sadiq? Such a time Gemara Mishnah. Why is death bad for Sadiq? Why? Because the Mesa, with death, we no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform as he told. We'll say, life is the greatest gift. As long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for Sadiq is a bad thing. Because with the death, we lose our ability to have change. And it's bad for the world. Because it's Pizza, sorry, so also listen to this wine and sleep. When you're shutting, it's pleasurable for them and it's good for the world. Why? Because if we're shutting or drinking and we're sleeping, then usually we get what? They're not bothering anyone else. So we occupy the good wine, we occupy the good sleep, and go for it. So tzadikim, we'll say the sleep edible, but for tzadikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. This is not the time. This is why. Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping, you're not accomplishing drinking, you're not accomplishing, it's bad for him, and it's bad for the rest of the world. This is a ladder for what we do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is very bad. Honestly, it feels so good. Especially when you want to eat sabiki. Incredible. Please remember showing. Hanala and banali over. So we'll say please means again, displacement. Displacement. We want to scatter it. It's good for the shot and good for the ball. In other words, if the shot are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, Rabbi for tzaddikim, obviously again, it's not good. It's not good because again, it's a people together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for the shutting, Pizur is good. Also there for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also it's Pizur. So Pizur means literally against scanners. Pizur also means sometimes also a person could be in one geographic place. Like there would be many different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience times like that. It's very disjointed. It's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not settled. Essentially, really what Pizur represents, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. You might just Kinos. Kinos, when you're shutting all the around. So Kinos means gathering. When you're shutting all together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But when tzaddikim, hana Allahim, v'hana aliyahim. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So I'll say this is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizur scattering is bad, Kinos is good. So of course, you understand it's on a Pashat Pshat level. When tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate, they can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when you're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. And it's not just true for the this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life, I'm in a state of Pizur. Pizur is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because I was saying Pizur means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when you focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizur. Pizur is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, and presence. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. Tranquility is bad for the shot. Because when it's tranquil, the shot can do a lot more damage and it's bad for the world. But tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, the tzaddik can accomplish more, but it's good for the tzaddik and it's good for them. There was so much to discuss about this Mishnah for a different time. Talk about it in 72a. Says the Mishnah, Tanya, but you don't say you know that. If you think Shabbos at the Basha, Shabbos at Chati, the Gani al Kami, I'm going to tell you everything. Because the A's, because the Benson and Mora has stolen money and has purchased some meat and purchased some wine, he should be executed. He wants to know question. Everyone here told himself that the Shabbos and Solar Mora. Right? The Torah knows what is going to happen with the Ben Solar and Mora. The Gemara says why? That's why Shesok Mikmar Nixon Aviv. At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money, and we're not going to be going to Imamotzi, and he's going to want to sustain his habits that he's formed, and he's not going to be able to Yotzi the Parashas directly on the last thing somebody else. He's going to go out and he's going to become a rabbi. He's going to become a rabbi. On the Torah, Yomos Zakai Ba'al Yomos Kai. He's going to say, let him die in the 6 hours. Remember, has Ben Mora, has he done something bad? Yeah. And does it deserve that? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately again, he says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. So he says, because the death on the shot is good for the shot. Again, kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. I want to say that it's so fascinating. But first of all, so this harkens back just like that Facebook is back. Doesn't go, Anyway, so let's say, so I feel like you say the accent. Hard to super level picture that. So you want to say, so remember, this was that yesterday's that when we saw it on focus, think that sort of what happened, did it not happen, so remember, all of this together, so that's why we're on focus. And so it struck me, why is it, let's have some of that sort of, he's going to steal money, he's going to purchase me to purchase money. And we're thinking when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe manage a hedge fund. I don't know. Why do you automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support his habits? So I say, what do you see here? What do you see here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid has never worked, there's one thing that he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things, like the sea kids like this. They like nice things. So what happens? When they do, they hustle. They hustle. He wants nice things, the nice wine, nice play. Okay, that's fine. You're working hard for it. You're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is somebody stealing. Those who are the sport habit, you develop that type of mindset from when you're young, that like you might be, the world owns you, and you go and you support these other people's hard work, that's a terrible ego. And that's an ego that's not doing good. That's the kind of person that when they run out of their father's funds, he's not getting a job. He's taking from other people. He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. Listen, you know the worst nida a yid can have? The worst nida? Entitlement. Magia regarding sex. So it's like the Rabbi pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. There's sex, and exile of rights, but in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything unless they got it. It sounds strange because it's like two people owe me something. People owe me Achara. So I tell people this. Let's say the problem is if you walk around feeling entitled, there's one thing you absolutely sure, which is you're profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled that everybody owes me everything. Okay, I'm going to go say, you get upset, you get offended, you get hurt, you get all these different things. Walk around, no one knows you everything. No one knows you everything. Don't walk around with like you are the entitlement. As long as I can. In marriage, don't walk around claim that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful to do something for you. And then when you do something, you will feel such a profound relief on cars. Beautiful. Again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what's beautiful? You feel like that soul of soul. It's not to me that it's not the one. It's the one you learn from the other age. Which feels like entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships, and you become much happier all around in life. That's what I think. So what's the matter with our tzaddikim? Tzaddikim back to us. Tzaddikim ultimately again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yain teaches the people of Shabbat sleep and wine are different because then you have causing problems. Shina B'yayin or Shana Lava. But wine and sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Why? Because the tzaddikim, if they're drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing the mitzvot. Shaka or Shana Lava. So I couldn't eat that for the Shana Lava. It is a time to use all the imaginations. But tzaddikim, another Ba'anabi Olam. But tzaddikim is good. But tzaddikim is good. Kizor. Shana Lava Ba'anabi Olam. So they're stuttering. Especially if it's different from different worlds. But tzaddikim, another Ba'anabi Olam. Mishnah. About my trash, let's switch gears now. About my trash is a thief. Because I think a lot of my parents believe that thief becomes the seeker. And also that literally my parents believe that actually understands it way more because over here there's a thief who comes in through tunneling. Literally digging the tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person who wants to rob. So upon my parents, we were actually circle. So it's that look is if somebody has this essentially this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. So Johnny said that if somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into your home, you'll have to kill them. You'll have to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. And the thief is judged based on what we believe he's going to be willing to do. Harvard says she gets a habit. So let's say you just broke into my home. And when this came to my home, we broke a barrel. Also, so what's our home? We each broke up in Chayim. If I'm not allowed to kill you, then we'll discuss the parameters of this, and we're going to be Chayim for breaking the barrel. You're David Potter. If I can't be allowed to kill you, then it's Potter for breaking the barrel. Then what's the why is that? That's a chilling to gravity. Because since we're allowed to kill you, it's a Chayim that penalty. Because Chayim penalty is Potter for financial damages. Says the Rabbi, my time is my parents. Listen, now why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right? After all, when the person is a thief, he's going to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So let's look at this. Chazak the Mami Atma Me'or. So what's this? Chazak means people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words, it's my stuff. And I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, that thief feels that. He feels that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go to steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, I'm going to steal my so a shut away, the Kailai Kapirale. So therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his own. And therefore what does that mean? Every thief feels ready to do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore a thief, and again this is a thief, this is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home, therefore the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore the thief becomes a broken. The thief, however, so again, this is essentially looked at as a murder. That Torah Amro, and by the Article, Ashkin lo Hardo. And therefore again the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, I'm not going to listen, you'll have to kill them first. That's about my class. Incredible. So it's Amra, Habak's class, the level king, that's a part of the that's a special. So they will give it to my home. Right, we're going to my home. And Habak's again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So that's just somebody Rav says, Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it, like my Taiva. It doesn't kind of what's the logic. Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a loading. He's Chayiv Nisa. So because he's Chayiv Nisa, therefore he's popular for any type of monetary law. Therefore, we're going to return the items. If you get one, it's our law. It's our law, right? It's our law. And he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. And listen, by the way, very similar also like we have this, remember, castle doctrine. This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if someone goes in their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it's stuff. You know it's stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. It's my stuff. And I'm going for it, and you do it. So I'm armed. If I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. That's what law recognizes that as well. Right? And you're not having to ask them what exactly are you here for, right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, you need something to go for. Now, you know, there's no, the mistake over here is I'm going to defend my home. You really want to defend my home, and therefore you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. That's the halacha. So Rabbi says like this. So Rabbi said, what's the first wild thing with the Rab? So he said, we got ready to my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rashi doesn't have to look back. Why? Because halacha makes it kill the penalty. Since he's subject to that penalty, therefore it's like any kind of monetary compensation to keep his stuff. That's why. The standard knows the Rav teaches Shiva. So that makes sense. But let's say the object is no longer in existence. He stole something and then it broke. He tried for financial restitution. He says, about not only have to get back to that. Now look at this. No, even if the object is extended, still it doesn't have to be a back. So I use no dummy. But again, essentially, since we were liable to the penalty, essentially require the object to meet that penalty, like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore what makes the object is now deemed to be dangerous issues. What's in Cologne? This is not true. Shirkirach, one of the shoes in the evening also, about the never shoes of the right kind. Yes, it's not true. When you see that the object is in the shoes of the thief, that's for also if something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah makes it for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Even Havah Shalom, he's no different than a Shalom. So what's that say? He's listening over here. This is taking the right. So Rabbi says if the thief gets out a loss of an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rabbi says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to give it back. Says that like the thief comes in, he writes surreptitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Huge one dummy kites. What's the Russian huge one dummy means that the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what the circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable to damage the battle. Ain't no dummy potter. But again, if I'm not allowed to kill him, and not carry for a major conversation with a broken barrel. Not carry with the Shiva. The reason this whole discussion is asking that if he breaks the barrel, if he is dummy potter, or ultimately again, where we will be coming from that together. How not only liable, which is the right that had in the barrel, you're not liable, seriously supporting the position of God. So you want to bring up who I did, and who I did, and who did not from God. It's not just that he took it, that he really carried. But how they got money, Shabbat, and that was much more. The reason we should consider that the case of breaking the Shabbos is to teach us that he used most of the Abagat Yeshiva in the Chayim. But I'm not going to myself, in the case I'm not allowed to kill the thief. Even though we broke the barrels, not still the thief, come up. Even though we broke the barrels, still going to be Chayim. So much as Pshita, that's obvious, massive, it's a damager. Like we're talking about the Shemot of Kabbalah. Even if you do without Kabbalah, it's not going to be Chayim. And that's much as this Kabbalah, Adam Muad Yocham. Like the person is always responsible for damages that, and damages that they cause. Whether they have intention for it or not. So tell you now, the Gemara says, Adam Muad Yocham, like the Shem you do, you bring the always bring the Muslims. Person is always more, so if you want to see like catch up, gosh, you're like, I don't know if you do this. So Master Rabbi, I'm going to just the Shabbos Chayim, but we've seen this case many times. Person really steals my money back on Shabbos. Let's talk about it. So Chayim, she's had to get a call and she had to get this for Shabbos. I don't say that normally again. Now, what's that about? So really, he steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and he leaves my house. There's two things that happen over there. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. He says, remember, the Chilul Shabbos is Chayim Nisa. But the Allah is Chayim the both things. Why? Because he's doing simultaneity. Why is he doing simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he takes it out of my goodness. Because he's doing simultaneity, we're not chewing the ground today, and if Allah is Chayim the both. You know, it says, how you got it, you don't say Pasha, but you drag the money bag out, right? You drag it out so that, remember, you only hide it before the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's grabbing it. Therefore, the other that request is not threshold into Rosh Hashanah. Both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shabbos is Neighbor, it's Skila, the sun. And the Rothschild says, the U.S. says, okay, what do you see here? You see here that Allah is going to get right here to you. So, for some, you shall do me good. I don't see it here. The Rashi says, okay, the whole facade, fires over the bottom. How do you tell you how to know the shall do me good now with the rest of you? You just hope with your name, you said that's covered. But you ultimately agree with the articles that deliver, and therefore no longer exists. So, what's what the Imam suggesting that remember, all of this is in Rav. Right? So, Rav, so again, what the Imam suggesting is like this. Rav says, that if a thief is Chayim Nisa and steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rabbi and everyone else is incredulous about that. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is community revenue. It seems like a thief, you're liable to debt, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is not sitting in your hand. Rabbi, that's what I'm talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation to have a restitution. But it's the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's that whole way like this. Rabbi, it relays the huge Machtavta. So this is Rabbi. Rabbi, now remember, Rabbi argued on that, and Rabbi had goats stolen from him. Right? So Rabbi did some of the time of him to his parents stole the goats. But like in Ajur, the thief had a change of heart, and the thief wanted to give it back. But let's come with me. Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Amar, hold nothing between Rav. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rabbi argued on Rav, but Rabbi said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, she's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav was even like this agreement thing. I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. So let's say what I'm trying to point out is halacha l'maisa, though. Just to be clear, we don't pass him like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object, and gets away. So halacha l'maisa again is going to be liable, technically liable, but technically speaking, obviously we can't kill him after the fact, right? But the mice again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if you came in, stole my object, gets out, and then you find the object, if the object is still in existence, I want to raise it to pass like Rav, and I want to raise it, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. Come on, everyone's done the reserve cash on this already. So the Pasuk said that the homeowner, right, is not tired, is not tired of killing the thief. If the sun, if the sun is shining, right? I understand. If he has so much Allah for if the sun only shining on us, but what's mean to Allah? In all the Pasuk, the Shemesh, Shalom, Hargit, right? What means is like this. If you know that to kill thief, that the thief is there, it's a clear in the sun, that the thief is there to kill you, thief is there to kill you first. Then love, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll tell you, don't kill him. Right? I said, now watch this, that's price so on. Price it 2 times either. The Zarka Hashem Shalom, double. If you Hashem Shalom, you're about Zarka. However, in Baruch Hashem Sheish, the Shalom, and say what's going to say like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, how dare you? Kill him. The Lord says, Kasha Stama Stama. Everybody see what just happened here? Is it you're not giving the rights to? What's rights number 1 essentially says like this. The only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second right, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any something, you can kill him first. And what's that? Those are 2 pretty dramatic different vices. So what do you do? This, look at you. How many days was it? This, how many days? Great. On the days, 10 minutes to go. On the days. Kan ba'aba, then kan within our house. Wow. I want to listen to this. Everything goes on with this. Right? One is talking about a father who's doing his son. The rest of the father shows on the son is actually saying father will never kill his son. So the son nowadays, the father may still kill his son, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So his son is 7 weeks up, and his father's in his house, telling him to steal his stuff. The son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. We see from the son, so what you see from there is, parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? I've told you, see over here, when you have a case of a kid, you can't say that father was killed from the son, apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly will mistreat their children. But one thing you can't do is you have to let a father grow his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if the son breaks into his father's house, not so much. Not so much. Sometimes the son can kill a father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. As if like the thief is a father, the son knows exactly what his father is not going to kill him, and therefore the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, halacha license the son breaking into the father's home. The father, you don't know what the son is. Called the Asiyari Malay Mahtar, Hadmir Laylaban, Khalil Shiva. So I've said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's like Khalil Shiva. I'll say such a interesting compliment, right? Anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take them down. Except if it's a Khalil Shiva. That's one kind of amazing. You should be talking. Maybe because of Khalil Shiva is out. Well, obviously, we will be talking about it. How can I see? Trying to break into someone else's house. Hello, you actually the key is together. In the racking, I like the racking of our life. What's it? This is such a touching love says because I know that the Khalid of Bathsheba loves me like a father. Voilà. It's right. So c'est people like this. And if the Khalid of Bathsheba loves me like a father, so I know. And even if you were to break into my code, I know that I love all myself. He will not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see here is apparently we give you other relationships outside the actual father and child relationship where someone can love you like a father. So it doesn't exist. There's nothing like a father's love. Right? So the father's love is unique, the parent's love is unique. But apparently there are other people who could love you with an unconditional, non-judgmental love, like the father loves his son. Incredible. It's so incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to do my job if I don't go. So tell me, Lo, אין לו חומר משאבס, אין לו גם אין לו חומר משאבס, so also the word says all these halakhas. So said Jerusalem, what the other means as follows. The next week that was like this, someone mentions the whole stuff, the always saying is, the person is going to stand up and look at the clock, and he's doing it, and he's definitely not going to secretly, because it doesn't make to me that for what I have, the halakhic obligation to kill them first. But when you're to take life out of you, only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only good example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. Not the word says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by Yiftir. So you must be pushed on to the Shabbos Yiftir. So as it's all the things that I am not to keep the life on the feet, whether in Shabbos or Yiftir, it says, why is it called Yiftir? It's not that kind of, you can have the ability, because you know, this is kind of like execution liability, different things than one to execute someone. So if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So it's like I become like the thief. So I'm not Shabbos like that, you know. So I'm not like the thief that I steal. Shabbos, maybe I can't kill these people on Shabbos. Hamas really doesn't place my life. You got to know that I can. I was done with people getting the Kohen on Shabbos. So once again, the key is I'm not allowed to kill them. So the client doesn't get killed as a thief. So now the halacha applies on Shabbos and Release. You must understand what's the English. Hashka the Kohen can be a Shabbos and Bari. If I can't kill him as me, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. I'm going to teach them. Mitzuka Elo, Lekachea Kala Lekachea. It means that this was, let's say someone gets into a Kohen Shabbos and then the law collapses on him. Subhanallah, it's clear that he is going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The rubble because he's why would you get killed? But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, if I wasn't sure that he didn't come to kill me, Allah when I said that, I could remove the rubble without the same as like even in Shabbos. Turn on the it's the himself. Shati Yahweh, so it's incredible. Now what happens? Shimon is my neighbor. Sees women breaking into my home. So if Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill women. It's not just one of the homes that has the right to kill women. Even someone else has the right to kill women. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill women. Everyone's allowed to kill women. I can't even kill women. Any way you need to. So the most traditional level, we talk about other things too. So I understand why you're talking to each week. And everyone is allowed to execute women after a white out that kind of thing. Would have thought, I used to make, they don't know how to kill them. I'm not going to put the license to kill the thief. It's only for the Balabas. Only for me, the Balabas. But other people don't have the right. So much more than they do. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense, right? The much more than they do, that would often not remember. Once he really gets into my home, he has a status of what? Status of what? Of living. Once he's a real good, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even anywhere. Yeah, but please. So for me, c'est jamais un problème. So, yeah, mais je vais essayer again. Why don't you special leader that keeps killing everyone each other? So as you know, it's not enough. I told myself for myself, for murder. What's all that? It wasn't even somebody in general. So let me go check. Let me execute by these. Particularly like police, like the ones that whatever the thing is, whatever it's called. Let's do this high decide decapitation. But let's take whatever reason it is, let's have a sword. So what do? You execute it. Executed. So you must be signing notes, so what's on the table? And then we said, well, we can execute someone with a suspect penalty. Super Bowl. Shut the shot in the whole. So how do I know that if I can execute legally, with the prescribed penalty, that I can go ahead and execute it? However you can execute it. Most you must become Pasuk says execute it however you need to execute it. Which is so therefore we'll say same thing over here. By the feet, kill him however you need to kill him. Which was no, Shaggy also, then on most cross, most streams is different. You have the execution approach for much than most streams. And what is most streams? That double two teaches me that even if you can't give proper that penalty, there is a way to execute it however you can execute it. I did it in my day. So once we remember this, we're not going to say that I love them myself. When someone's liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. Show that it's all the right things you want to have. Because you also there's also all the time. All the time again. That's the even shows shooting accidents. The relatives are shooting have the right to seek revenge from it. By all of them also, and the versus the relate how the relatives and also when you have a video, you have two people that teach you the same concept. It's exactly all of them. When you teach you, the whenever someone's liable to a death penalty, if you can't give that, the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them or everyone. So I say, oh, what is this called? This is called Shirk Sunnah Death. I have two witnesses who try to do the same thing. So the Gemara says, what's the law called Shirk Sunnah Death? Ain't no rights. And also in general, whenever you have two witnesses who do the same concept, you can actually get through some more from it. Then I want to, not tell us anything about that. So they will say, so I love the rights. So therefore, so again, you can tell everyone I love to number one, not only is the homeowner the need to go to thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's all number one. How about number two? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two about the house. What's the other about? Macteris. Any of the Macteris. I don't say, I don't know what the thief is telling me. Gago, Chatzino, Carfifo, how do I know that he's coming through my roof? My chutzner, my carpet. How do I know? Even if he's not tunneling, it's going to be a rumor that I can also kill him. I will know about he must say, Hakana, he come up. The Pasuk says he must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you have to execute him. If it came, not Kamul Machteres, in that case, then why does the Pasuk say Machteres? If they should know, God knows, you see Machteres. Because the majority of thieves tunnel. It's hard to smoke about the room more than it's done. Tiny, you got Machteres, any Machteres. God will cut it because they bring I only know that he tunnels in. Head on, they come in through the window, they look up to the roof, Talomar, once he had gone up, we come up. I in came Matamor Machteres. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machtereso, so we Hasra also. Because what's that? Because remember, if you're tunneling just now, that's your Hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that I'm not for myself, I'm not for myself, it's all born. Now, what's that? We have to stop over for today. But the myself, this is not going to end, it's going to lead to the next super, which is, does the thief require Hasra? Is your Hasra necessary in this case? You want to suggest turning in, by definition, is your Hasra? What would Hasra? That's what's the stop over for today? Shkoya. Okay, great run. All right,
That's right. I don't know. I hate you. I don't know. Production code.
Okay, let's go. Okay, everyone. Sorry. All right, then let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our commentary sponsor for Tough Shin and Hey Hey. See, those who spell very strong. dedicating all the Jewish Russians this year as a gift for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gerber, dedicating the Shir in honor of the birth of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yerakosh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha, beautiful on the camera. But also, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our show this morning, the Revaya, the multiple Revayos for the Bivas family are on the way to Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, because precious neshamas should have an aliyah, that broken family should experience in Chama, and that Eretz Hashem until the Shemar messages bring the Soros Tovos, true the Soros Tovos for all of Israel. Once we're back, let us begin. Today's back is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. There's a lot to do today about Hashem, and we are picking up 73 lines up from before the lines at the end of the wise. Remember, again, we left off in the middle of the Sugya of Bathsheba giving Musa to Shlomo. And she said as follows, not Mitri. So again, actually, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she did not find it precise. It's just the Shlomo, you are the son of my mother. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, how you know this? So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Nisr, that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, he has a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him different forms of Nisr. So Nisr number one is that people are going to him, which is the behavior of me. He's not going to follow the tzaddik. So follow the tzaddik, and in this behavior, it must be your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I'm out of my way to make sure that you be a healthy baby. And now number three, she calls it Barnitri, the son of my nephew. So this is incredible. She says, all of Prophet's wives. So we can find her there. Give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is what I was saying. All of Prophet's wives wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different from the prophet. What did I want? I knew I got you the Amarti. You're taking these down zealous on the Mula Batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want from her son? She said, give me a son who is the zealous. That's the one who says zealous. Alacritus. Jesus. Give me a son who when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose. He does it with a sense of timeliness. He does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Jesus. For the Mula Torah, give me a son, ultimately, he is filled with Torah. The Alvin Leviticus, and ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. Because there is so much to be learned from this tomorrow. What do we want for our children? It's all too often already. We put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And it's often focused on, what do we want our kids to do when they grow up? I want to make sure that my son has everything to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi. There's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnassa, which of course we have no say is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted from her son and the qualities that she wanted from her son. Giving a son who takes life seriously, that's his reason. So it's like, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the relationships in life. There are people who are, Jesus is a Mida, and Jesus is a Mida of seriousness. And when you have Mida of Jesus, that's why the Rakhal puts it so early on. And you see that Shishar, when you have the Mida of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a commitment approach to life. And when people who are serious are successful in everything that they do. Don't do what you do to the Torah. You put the Torah, there's different ways to get approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance. A person could be the Mula. Mula means I'm lonely, I'm fully committed. How can you make this? How many ideas is all encompassing? What are the qualities that are so hard to become a Nabi? I don't know. But imagine that you have to have Allah minus to be a Nabi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. So we still see the movie the Torah having an abuse. Incredible. And you love them with love. I would love them just in life. But like that says the Shlomo. I would love them on the love. Mama Chachit and Rafi Shosei and Shakir. Roman, Mama, Mama, Kel. So that Shlomo said the Shlomo is incredible. You've got the wrong friends. You've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kids who become intoxicated? You know, there's like a king clever, a mama clever. Why are you hanging out with the mama clever? Because they drink too much wine. And the king doesn't care what they say. What do you need God for? The king is all powerful. So the only thing you should have, and there's rumors, they're really getting intoxicated very much too much. You should call Russell only looking low. You should lie in your and you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. So you become inebriated with wine. In other words, listen, you keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to live in different circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls of sometimes the ordinary operating condition. On the other hand, it's easily used and easily misused as well. So, however, let's say that Hashem said to Shlomo, what do you do? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the lower of all secrets to Hashem's heart? You could only reach a color for all the mashkin in his heart. You should have reached that there. So no matter how powerful a woman is, a woman is certainly not very powerful. So again, if you have to go ahead and show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with him? No, come on, Yitzchak. United Chicago Shlomo holds a limo. How do you know that Shlomo did too? So to speak, in other words, Shlomo didn't cut on his mother's mister. They keep our anointing ish the Rafinas Adam Ili. So he said literally again, I'm less than a leash and I don't even have wisdom. Keep our anointing ish, the ish is referring to Noah. They said, Vayakala ish ha'adama. Shlomo was explaining, again, do not fault Noah for going ahead and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what, I made myself even more mundane than Noah. But Rafinas Adam Ili. And there's not even a proper wisdom of the other. Who's that? The other Arishon. That first other Arishon, again, had one mitzvah. Wasn't able to comply. Shom Halal, but he's not again on that level. Incredible. There's another tremendous mission ask you. What is the Hallmark of great people? The hallmark of great people? The ability to take Musa. No one likes Musa. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even positive feedback. Positive feedback is often laced. Often, some cases, some other, it's natural, it's normal. Good people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to implicate it, and they're able to pair it with it. And it's got the Shlomo was one of the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go like that. Says the Gemara. I'll call the Kabulas Mitzvah. I'm going to be a boat. So again, back to the story about I'm going to be a boat. Any guy who should have come to Kabula should do this weekend. So this is very interesting. One sort of us won't be establishing yesterday is that, right? Is again, what he has to steal, or I should say, to steal money, what he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now, you know, give it a little bit, we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abod says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweekin. Now, what are sweekin? J.K. Rashi mentions this group of sweekin. It's like three lines up in the question actually. Lincoln, Shiagir the Khan. This is fascinating. What turns a person, or turns a king into a Israel Mola is not just that he's stealing money, but he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the cover that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi always says in any hiding, if you eat with a group of sweet, now it's interesting, it actually defines who over as breaking. What does breaking mean? Empty people. Empty people. שיגיעו בכך ולקטרים to these type of habits, אבל מי שבחבורה אדם חבוד לפי חייו לא ממשיך וננסה בן סורי ומור ובחבורה תלת בצורמה. So what's interesting about Rabbi says, what is Ben Sori Chayim? Only when he's eating the meat and the wine with people sweet. And that's what I point out here. It's interesting. If you notice how actually defines sweet, it doesn't say about yogurt. He didn't go ahead and do that for us. How does he define a bad chevra? Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may only mean not committing Yahweh. That's really empty. There's nothing in it. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no shirifa. There's no hope to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no Jesus. There's no Mamuna Matora. There's no hugging in the ears. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi says is very simple. Listen, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, not every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us can empower us. But I said that at least when a person's committing a what do you say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something? Okay, maybe you want to, but desire for something. Maybe there's a desire for nothing. There's a desire for nothing. Just emptiness. That's the discovery. So concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when he then so many more addictions are really facilitated. However, he becomes Bahara Tanai, but he learns. But the Haguras mitzvah so the Mishnah said, if the kid is eating and drinking his wine in a Haguras mitzvah, now we will discuss what that means, but the conscious what that means is, he's stealing the wine, he's purchasing the wine, and he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, so he does not become a great solar in the wine. So what's the thing of the mitzvah? Because the actual consumption is a totally context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, so the regular mitzvah, Afakat, the last clue is speaking, even if not everyone in the Hebra is one is speaking. Afakat, no one, Afakat, the clue is speaking, even the mitzvah to us in the mitzvah. So what's that? So I said you can say like this, that if you can say more even if you can eat the wine in the Sudas mitzvah, even if you have a Hebra for the Sudas mitzvah of speaking, he doesn't control the solar mora. There's no solar mora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, you don't control the solar mora. Or I'm not going to say again, if the entire group minus one person is speaking, or if there's one good guy in that Hebra, he always doesn't come in solar mora. He only becomes a solar mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. And we're saying two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of Hebra. The power of Hebra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. You don't provide anything, but the truth is, it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I just try to insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So if a Kabbalah doing sweet things, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see here is, if it's a Kabbalah all sweet but you're one good guy, then what? That's not a Kabbalah sweeting. What is it in there? The power of the individual to impact the Kabbalah. But one person, in a Kabbalah of sweeting, can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole couple of speaking, but you're eating the Sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to come from somewhere around. Because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as well. I like that to see that mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashivah on you. But never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible loves. But to get to see that I'm sort of know that, this is really not experience. All of these things feel is a bit, right? In other words, that it's the fact of the money, the overindulgence or neglect of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also indulge himself into one groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to live the next life. About the definition. So remember, the example that they used to do for a student was the student that they moved to the office. We have what is necessary for the integration of the human. What was added on the extra day to making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They were really super for that. So you might want something. Maybe so that's what we have nice food. That's the that we have to eat and watch for that food. But behind the day, things only what other things we have to know about. But that really that's what they're seeking. They have the integration of the month. They have bread, yes, they have bread and chickens and lentils or like everybody running up to like they have to decide like how to integrate the money. You don't want that to be just like that needs to be like there's a lot of decision that you need of that. So you need to not because they might take a long time. But you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So you must have to turn back and have to very hard about the business to do us. But you have to also change the needs of possible shows up for that meal. Still in can't transform it into a better solar. Why? Because it's eating this in the context of a student student stock. So even if stolen items in the context of a student student stock, really not going to be into a better solar. Incredible. Come on, Brian. Turn over the absorption to other source like that student. Over the graph of the clock on the outside of the problem. So you have to use like to what you need for that student for the progress. They only are about half of the business. First of all, they're only about every red and she's not really going to be half of it. Red, smooth, and this is all that you. They only are the one to go. They only go up on the next year first. And you like that. They only go up on the next year. They only go up on the next year. And when you go up on the next year, they only go up on the next year. That's the same. They go up. So you see the back there, and then you're like, you know, then we have an apple. So you really have to do the only apple for the traditional one for the taste. Go up first, and you want to go to the US. Water for the place. Come down before sundown. People are starting to get up. So that you don't think the last people know that you need what you're doing. And that is where you're in the extension of the month of the property public side. You better not also, change from just to keep on to the front of yours. So now we're beginning to see that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent the creation from becoming events so many areas. So essentially, the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot be born into a very solid
Run! That's fun.
I love myself. He's not a sort of that's what I do. I'll come up with a so just come up with a shot in line. I'll come up with a so that you want to say for an idea. If the sort of in anything, but then you eat wine. Sorry, you eat meat. It doesn't mean that sort of more. You have to eat meat. That sort of more, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, לא אוכל בשר, בוא נגיד, בגלל להזיע, בגלל לקיבוץ. Sorry. Interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey can have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank both items, which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, it doesn't make him sore boy. The sign of it's just the rash, the chava, the niknas, the dash, chai, top of now. Because what's interesting enough is the Allah for Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a tefillah kilos, his cake of bread 6 kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Mitzvah and does the avoda, he's chayim. Now, why is he chayim? He's chayim for doing the avoda under the influence. Like that's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avoda while intoxicated, and if you go through for this English after having consumed these items, there's a level of recreation, and it's going to be chayim for that. Absolutely terrible. Once I out of about 71A. الناس اللي يسووا أشياء خبص في اجتماعي طلع بمان أقل cold man popular أقل بصر. But you so well, the kid eats any item, but doesn't eat meat. Shots up a much color shots of wine, or he drinks any drink, but he cannot drink wine. And that's the same way. Actually, no bosser, he's too loud. He only becomes a sort of more like a movie player and he eats one shit. And now he's so low, he's so low. Because the apostle calls him again, and it goes slow. The Atlak actually right with government.
At Granger, we're the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff.
Right, you try obviously right with government. Say government. But it's still scripture because we saw the expression. And I think he is so very young. What was of wine? And the soul of the buffer level or what is the consumers of meat? The owner is so big, so that really is the play of this people. Was it so interesting enough? The Torah uses the last one so often already. And then you see from this other passage in Mishlei that again is so refers to wine and so refers to meat. So you put that all together, and when you still that from that sort of more that this issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Because I was like, this is a fascinating reason that I'm going to say that. Collection makes an nutrition. But the sleep is Torasa Nasa It's Torah becomes country. So becomes country. Right? Like Nasa becomes Shia. Now, the Kirei tells us Shiyuma. The one who slumbers will bear conscious. I was like, there's no great place to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. Let's say one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two studies, two sides. On one hand, you have to experience a piece of learning. And that experience a piece of learning really happens just by showing up. But then he says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind doesn't understand. But your heart absolutely does. And it understands everything. He said, you know, I walked outside and you learned your life. I have no idea. It speaks to something about your life like that, right? But I know that we have 45 minutes of show.
As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord. This week we watched We watched Hamburgers. Oh yeah, copy special. You read it? I can't never read it. So if you want to know what we thought about that, join the Patreon. Plus, we do early access for this show. But also, on today's episode, we have our good friend ASW, Alan Williams, who has an album ran through that just came out. Alan, what's on the all-time vinyl
Sometimes I already got, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm on my phone. Of course.
How many dudes kiss you on the face? It's all fake, man. You can't believe it. That's one-liners, that's drug stuff. Close your mouth. Shoot out sex. Drug stuff, sex stuff. It's cool. Lay out the eggs in the grocery store. Get yourself something real nice. Yeah, knowledgeworks.com. Yeah, so, it's actually not. Yeah, players like that's your takeaway. That's not what you're here. You're here to watch them as a job. Start the timer. Okay, so the first for today is from Joanna's Instagram, post by MMUFC fan. Birthday son, but here's a picture of that's good. It's also me. It says the special birthday for Tiger this year. He didn't want to party or gifts. He wanted to celebrate a meeting with his family. That's not what they were doing. They were here for this next shit. This shit was wild. I watched the video on it for podcast. Shout out. Never heard of it. This is supposed to be haphazard. It's called Callan has been telling people that T5 is king by soon. You guys have no clue. It's time to show up the ending. There's fear in my heart. The fear. They start coming in and taking away things. They kick you out. They take the chair. No, not the chair. The guys moving the chairs are like, why do you keep calling chairs? You don't get it. Alright, check this out, dude. What the fuck? Just remind me about this. What the fuck, yeah? How do you start like that? How do you do the stuff that Chet leaves in his house? It's all of it. Everything you say while you're here with me in BIT. So I should have worn my stupid fucking shoes today. Oh, yeah. Sorry. You drank out of those shoes. Everything was with that. Means microwave behind ingredients, not this one. Your friend of ours. Talk to the client. So, let me know what you think. You just do that. And I go, clearly you don't like me.
Like the system is set up, and you want us to execute something. That's how it's set up. So the ceremony also all the difference in markets. It says, not only shall other all publishers have exclusives. How old is the ceremony? How old is it? But you forget, she is a daughter who is watching the video. So foolish. Establishing and take into account. You see that concept. You see that concept. regime public figures. So the idea is that his father's right? Obviously, what happened to Rachel last happened? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing. It has to be that. But the mindset, interestingly enough, if he's conceived his father's assumptions, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? The father's going to say, if the father sees his son engaging in wrong behavior, a father is going to see something. He's going to shut that down. He'll shut that down. So the answer was that this is just a tremendous story for him as well. Too often, we see ourselves engaging in negative characters. Like if Tony and Dante were very stupid, they think we're not friends. Parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think that if I discipline my kid, it's going to go off with that. If you discipline your children, you actually have a better chance of staying on with that. If you don't discipline, and it's a default, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is the trait of the seeking responsibility that a Baruch is giving to parents for us to come down and get to the bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the essence of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, I'm just like my kids do it well, you know, they come back down. That is a real problem, guys. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, the fact that you're here, even as kid knows, I can't, strip myself to teach her how to tell my father. And the father's going to shut that down. So I told him to shut that down. So therefore, the only case against someone who's growing up is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but conceiving the somewhere else. That's the combination. Because that combination is just, the assumption is the great father money is the access to father. So therefore, the access to money plus the consumption taking place somewhere else, that's the default combination that we explain so well. I don't see what you're doing. And that's what I'm saying. just something like that. Actually, you're going to show up. You're going to do something. You don't become a sort of so you've seen your father's money, and you've seen the house together. This is what you know. Actually, you're going to show up. You've already seen it. It's not just for your father's money. It's your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It doesn't matter. Then I'm just saying that it's just others. So then he's stealing from his father, and he's his father's just I'm going to see up his voice. There's access to money. He's going to be trained to develop this type of habit from his father. Why? Because his father sees him doing wrongness. His father is going to shut this down. He shut up even better than he should have. And you see other people's money. That's what you have to do is other people's shows. That's also going to happen for me. Why? I'm not going to try to do no concern about you. It's like he shows there's shia play. Other people's money. Just like the whole concept of sort of money existing in his parents' money. Because he has access to his parents' money. That's what we're worried about having to develop in the babies. The first king, which are either the opposites of the shia for the babies. Or most of the students of the people are using his father's money. The money is not accessible to him. And he can steal his father. And you know, so others, your publishers are really careful of that. So that's why we only about that. It's like a story later. So that's what you keep in the running list of all the qualifications is. You have to be stealing his father's money, and the assumption has to be taking place outside of his father's money. That's the only really combination. That is the luckiest combination of everything to describe. Stealing his father's money, worried about having only life because he has access to his father's money, and he's stealing it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him the service about his behaviors. That's what we are concerned about. The habit from the behavior is incredible. Incredible. He also actually goes to other shows. Like, the reason he says he only tries to steal to his father and his mother. This is where he says, we know. First of all, what do you mean he steals from his mother? This is what I'm talking from Masha Constitution, for the Bible. What do you steal from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother, belongs to his father. So what's the shot? So the Gemara says, how do you tell that? I'm not going to show you. So that's how we tell everyone. kids can always prepare a beautiful dinner for themselves. They've got nice things, beautiful wives or whatever the kids do. The kids dance a super that is ready for his parents. And the kid comes in and steals it from his parents. He fucking his thing from both his parents. What's the relationship with his parents? Aqui vai ser um desenho e não vai ser but that's not how it works. So let me don't become this man. Just steal something. Don't become this man. What? If you steal money, I can purchase expensive wine at this store. Expensive. We go to this guy. And was like, hey, I think the greatest thing that comes out of people. You're like, rather than having the father and set aside the money, take it right off the table. And without the most expensive bullshit steal made up of weed and wine. What these kids do is the kids stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. That's it, right? I'm actually in the bottom of this system. But again, the way I took the mother pay off money, I make sure money, someone said, someone needs a gift, is you look at the condition of the husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, that's a lot of money. Just like the government does not accept WSCs anymore. The government does not accept the money does not have to belong to the father. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Which is not how you understand something in the right sense. Also, this is incredible. Let's say the father says, the father wants to bring up the days that the mother did, or other generations you will also, the father did what the mother wanted to. And it wants to be so, mother actually makes you sure. Actually, discriminates yourself. And keep it and so, mother, with both parents are committed to bringing you the baby, or you. Then so the process of who says, I don't know, I see what we have about this, you're not saying so but Jesus says, the marriage wasn't a reason, it's just like, if husband and wife having a legal marriage, your son can't become a soul. Alright, so what is this? What's not even yet, what's that easy stuff? Some sort of what? Actually went to some sort of OnlyFans show and they do a prank where this ex-boyfriend comes in and watching you count fees outside a room. Yeah, I would find producers to take that out.
Yo. You gotta be 18 to be in here, son.
Listen to our voice, which indicates to us we can all work each other. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Not all the common nanny getting each other. So we're going to work out these elements of some level of resemblance. All these elements are suicide. What is you teaching us about parenting? That parents have to be each other. They have to be concerned each about the care of their kids. When children receive conflicting messages from parents, it's a disaster for their kid. So how can we shove up the comment? Parents have to be that's the job of parents to reconcile that and to figure out as we find approach.
If he leaves, does not watch over for you. That's true.
When they talk to the kids, when they're not just looking at the comment to kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you give it your kid two different types of food, if the medicine wasn't about saying one thing, don't be surprised when this kid goes down with one better because he's not getting his unified, cohesive message. So if the person is supposed to the kid can't become a someone why? Because you can't afford the kid from making good decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified message.
What up, Rosgars? Yo. Yo. How old are you? How old are you? Yo, how old are you?
So this email says as follows. I'm not rushing you. I just want to put you on $4. So if people from other shiurim taught you about the slow pace of our shiur, just remind them in the last 2 cycles we never finished later than any other shiur. Right? So Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there. It wasn't listening to this Gemara. Kiman Oslo, hug the sign. So it is reflecting the following idea. That solar umora, no harder below us in they're like, why? Why would you just do this all time? So who's it being reflecting the following idea? That solar umora never happens, lohaya, it never happens, and it never will happen. So I said, by the way, actually when you see this after all you've seen, it makes a lot of sense. All of these details are left. Just learn about the simple learning it and get started actively, even though you're not anything practical that you can do with this. But it is the act of a different person. It is act of just engaging for the sake of Torah. That's not what it means on there. You don't check out what's coming. You don't that then settle the morale will never happen. It happened will never happen. So Jewish analyzes the couple skies. What's the sky? What's the report? The only essence to be learned from that solar morale. Even if it will not actually ever happen. Okay, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the Jewish? What's the Jewish for couple skies? So what's the say? Again, I want to just explain the way you see in is that once a person makes a decision, they can't change. That's been so remote. You can't make a decision every day to steal money, to buy money, to buy cities, to buy money, to buy wine. That's the decision. But so remote says, oh, you make a bad decision, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So you learn from what he says, that's not true. That's not true. And solar more exists as a concept. Objectively, practically is not true. Because there's no such thing as a heat that can't change. So no matter how bad your decisions have been or not, you can always put it in reverse. You can always go ahead and take it like this. That's what it immediately says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry, that's so remote. That's so remote. No higher for us to realize. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person change. As a sense of the mother. So I'm not going to specialize in it. Judge the couple's time. So learn it and receive reward. That's the reward. So there's no judgment. So analyze. And this is the analysis. The analysis has been so more than but yet, there's so many people think that they can't change. There's so many of us who think that we can't change. So I went to where I was, I said, I learned that if I say we call it can't change, we need some kind of decision where it gets back and so that again. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I find myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. mean it's not collateral damage. But it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are going to be decisions, and you can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means by solar immortal. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change life. Follow you, so what you do is, what's the Bible say? There's certain times in life we think we can't change. We think we can't change. So then by solar immortal, you recognize that you absolutely can. You recognize, come on. Es gibt auch andere Sachen, die soll man auch einmal absolut aber dann das da zuzusehen, das zu machen, so dann
You're trying to like teach her how to do stuff.
aber ich bin die Kinder auf der Seite hat immer was und Schatz hat sie mit meiner Katze auch immer schön so das because this kid is stoned someone and purpose needs the one and they're picking up to get stoned I mean so they have to do this that's so hard never happened and it's never going to happen in the future so why is it good? George the couple stars and I say this is it this is probably the most important one thing in the entire subject it never happened it never will happen because the concept that a person can't change is no incredible to be shot so what do we do with this so that's what someone is kids can't change never happened once it's in the person can't change so what do we do with this concept change George learn it analyze it have its time read the benefits by learning about the context of the kid can't change and recognizing it it's never happened never will happen I received the greatest award in the world the greatest award is of recognition that I absolutely absolutely at any juncture at any point incredible but yours I know yours said what's that what are you talking about what's incredible what's this I know you see it but yours said I saw that solar I saw the Ashanti Alpha Grove. I saw it on his grave. I thought that was great. How can you tell me that happened? I saw it. I went to the Rabbi. I saw it. It was great. Now, why did you say it was good? You know, special records, not for that. Not for that. Do you know, just come on. So let's say, so what do you do? So, the person says, the resident so much. Let's say, I don't like that. I guess it's all right. We never want to make some more rap. We never will do that. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. No, he's not.
That's the hard answer. But the other one says, you know what? I think too many revives. People who left this year, and we left those events so we get more. They left this little kid with a continual
Walking the Bobby Lee, he really drove around whatever the fuck her name is. I'm like,
there's no such thing as an soul in
what are you talking about?
You see like how many people leave this world thinking that the world is so important. It's like one of the most tragic things in life. Tragic things in life is we leave this world. There's so many things that happen. We leave this world without opportunity, without potential.
He just yelled at weird. He's the trigger
so the reality is there's also different solar because things are possible. The nations of tragedy as going to the revivals of so many things, so many morals. People left this world and never made the changes they did because they thought that they believed too much of them solar incredible. You never said this else. Come on, also on Sunday. So it's an easy thing to talk about the world. You already got this. You already got this. You see like that around the like that. Well, I see lots of years. Never happened. Never will happen. A lot of this about isolation. So let's drop the couple slide. Ultimately, the it's just not that someone got covered, someone got hold. So Hashem. So therefore you see it's even one result of it trying to become a Leon Gachas. Can you go to Gachas?
Yeah, but also,
They're
Chris
doing
is working
Gachas
hard
every
to
system.
make sure
I'm
those
not
jump
doing
servers
it,
and
right? I need to see
that
yeah,
those
shut you up,
training
you up.
to
I'm going to
damn
go
famous fucking actor. No, dude, please don't understand.
I said the rooms of the city, I still wearing Gachas. You know what I'm once again to see me so, but everybody else is listening. But not necessarily saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become stronger. Again, communities are made up of individuals. So they think of people, they think of themselves as a bad soul that you can't change. You become a fabric, you become a couple, you become a year, you become a community. Out there, that's a thing that can't change as well. Tragically. You know what I was about to sign though? By the time you go, hurry up. Alright, let's stop over here. Listen, just the focus of you comes up. I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I said, we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. So we say, I said, you tell me, what can you see? What can you see? Nothing. I said, should not this train stop?
That's you on your mind that much. You're fucking weird, bro. People are like, dude, drag. It's like, drag. That's so weird. That's weird, bro. Anyways, I think I should have been like, can you cut that part out too? Who was that? Is that something now? No, I have no clue what that was. I feel like it's
all right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. Thank our sponsor for Top Chin. Hey. Those who spelled very salt, dedicating all the sugar questions this year. As it's a post for the Soros, Tolos, and Yisrael. And that's the only sponsors for this morning. Milton Melanie Gurner, dedicating the Shir in honor of the birth of their grandson, God Moshe, or to Shira and Ari Gurner in Yerushalayim, Yerakosh. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov to the Gurner Mishpacha. Here from the Pepper, and also, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our show this morning, the Levaya, multiple Levayas for the Bivas family underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the American life and the prayers of those precious Nishams should have an aliyah, that broken family should experience in the Chama, and that Eretz Hashem for this wonderful situation being the Soros levels, two the Soros levels for all around Yisrael. Those who are back, let us begin. Today's back is Ayin Hour 71. We have to have Eretz Hashem on Ayin Hour. There's a lot about Hashem. And we are picking off 73, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. Okay, when we left off in the middle of the Sugya of Bathsheba giving Musa to Shlomo. And she said it's how not Masluchi. Actually, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. Not Barney, sorry. It's just Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, are you no yours? So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar, that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being a prince, you have a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number one is that people are going to hinge, your behavior on me. Because that's why your father's a tzaddik. If your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number three, she calls it binding to the son of my nephew. Also, this is incredible. She says, all of Shabbos wife. And you know this, you need to follow me later. You need to then hustle enough. Give me a son who is worthy of the manor. This is incredible. So all of David Amelech's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, brother. What did I want? But I mean, I got to the Amalek. Yehivi ben Zoris and the Mula Batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's the word. Zoris. Alacritus. He's Jesus, give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of kindness, does it with a sense of alacrity. Now, whenever he does things right, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible purpose. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. V'hagun l'nevios, and ultimately worthy of prophecy. You have to notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. Right? She says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. Listen, there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? All too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to be when they grow up. I want to make sure that my son, I'd rather deal with a doctor, a lawyer, or a rabbi, an accountant, all different. And it's such a hyper focus on what my kids want to be. I know, so much a question for myself is incredibly important, as we all know. What really what Bathsheba wanted for her son, and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Even a son who takes life seriously, that's his reason. So we'll say, you don't tell a lot about a person by how they approach the community kids in life. So there are people who are, Jesus is a leader, and Jesus is a leader of seriousness. And when you have leader of Jesus, that's why they're like, how puts it so in the Silas Yishar, when you have the leader of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a cold approach to life. And when people who are Zoris are successful in whatever it is that they do. The rule of the Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be the rule of the Torah? Be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person could be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mulling, I'm fully committed. Hagum Levius is all encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have Allah minus. That's what I'm wanted for her child. Jesus, Mamula B'Torah, Hagum Levius. Incredible. Elam Malachim B'Muah, Al Malachim Shasam Yanis. Lashem Shasam Al Malachim Amralo, Malachim to Malachim Shasam Yanis. Roman Lama Manu Kel. But Sheva said to Shlomo, it's incredible. You've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kids who become intoxicated? It's like a kind like a man on Kevra. Why are you hanging out with the man on Kevra? Because they drink too much wine. They drink so much wine, what are they saying? What do you mean, God? The kings are all powerful. They're wrong from the shape. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicated drivers too much. We should call us only human mode. We should get young and reach out there. We have access to the wine. Before more secrets are revealed. Since you become inebriated with wine, whereas we'll say, no, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow you to deal with many found circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that sometimes we won't be off your end can be done. On the other hand, it's easily misused as well. So, halacha l'maaseh, Hashem says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine? You have access to the lower of all secrets throughout this part. So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why is it trying to do this? How do you know that Shlomo B'Tzula, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was Mekabel, his mother's Musar. Yetziv, Ba'ar Anochi Mi'ish, V'Lobinas Adam Kvi. It says literally again, I'm less than Ish, and I don't even have wisdom. It's incredible. Ba'ar Anochi Mi'ish, who's the Ish is referring to? Noah. Yetziv, V'Yochel Noah, Ish Ha'adama. Shlomo was excited. Again, you might have faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he climbed the pines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself to be born by doing Noah. V'Lobinas Adam Kvi. He was not giving the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? Is that Adam Rishon? That refers to Adam Rishon. Again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech was meant that he's not even on that level. Incredible. They say another way, another tremendous question to ask you. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take listen. No one likes listen. No one likes you. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. Come to find positive feedback is often laced with, often sometimes for some people laced with some other people don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them as much as it stings. They're able to hear it. They're able to implicate it. And they're able to feel it with it. God, Shlomo HaMelech was the wisest of men. He gets a touch from his mother. He gets a real touch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's Shabbos. That's Shabbos. It's like it. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. I'll call it. I'm not going to vote. So again, that was back to the story. I'm not going to vote. Bring a fight. I feel from the Kabula. This is very interesting. Ben Soromar is when he snaps the issue with that, right? Because again, what he has to steal, right? What, or I should say, stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit. The Gemara is talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abon says it's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweetening. Now, what are sweetening? You're actually not sweetening. It's like three lines up in the cross-section. Lakin, she had below this is fascinating. What turns a person, or turns a kid into an entire Morat is not just that stealing money, but he's creating an addiction to overindulgence for wine. It's also the chevra that he hangs out. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abon says it's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweetening. That's what the speaking over is raking. Well, what does raking mean? Empty people. Empty people. שירגילו בכך, will habituate him to these type of habits, אבל ניש בחבורה אדם חגור, לפי היגענו, וממשיך, ונונס בן סור אמור, בחבורה גדולה במצווה. So we'll take this look at what Rabbi says, when it's Ben Sor Chayiv, only when he's eating the meat and the wine that he sweet. And I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines sweeting, he doesn't say like avar. People will go ahead and do like this. How does he define a bad chevra? Raking. An empty person may or may not be living in a veil. What is living in empty? There's nothing in it. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no shikha. There's no hope something later. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamuna latola. There's no hugging in the ears. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I nothing pulling towards something greater, I'm empty. And what Rashi says, listen, you know what? Chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sin. First of all, like every chevra is full of sin. People should go with others. I will say that at least when a person's committing a chevra, what does it say that a person should be designed for something? Designed for something? Okay, maybe the one who's designed for something. Maybe designed for nothing. Just that's the greatest idea. The concern over here is the surrounding himself with these kind of people. That's when he spends sort of Moya are really destroyed. However, you must behind and I must learn. One of the Kapuras is slightly has like what's the Mishnah says? If the kid is eating food and eating is one in a Kapura sweet spot. Now then we'll discuss what that means. But what that means is he's eating it, purchasing it up, stealing the money. He's purchasing the meat and the wine, he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, but he does not become a ben solar anymore. Unless it's kind of the mitzvah, the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of the mitzvah. Halab mitzvah, but the regular mitzvah, avagav, the last mitzvah, even if not everyone in the federal. Most expensive, most things like this. That if the banks right now is needed, the wine in the Sudas Mitzvah, even if the entire Shabbat in the Sudas Mitzvah are sweeping, it doesn't become a Ben Solar Mora. It doesn't become a Ben Solar Mora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is sweeping, it doesn't become Ben Solar Mora. Or how about when I say, if the entire group kind is one person or sweeping, or if there's one good guy in that Shabbat, it also becomes Ben Solar Mora. It only becomes a Ben Solar Mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all sweeping. So let's take 2 times lessons. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, power of Teflon. The power of Teflon. Surrounding yourself by the right people. You go through life and you think, because it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So the Kabura Kabula speaking, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is it's a fabric all speaking, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a Kabula speaking. What is it again? How is the individual to impact that? Now, one person in a Kabula of speaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole Kabbalah of speaking, but you're doing the Sivas Mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become a summer of wine. So you put yourself in the right circumstances. Even if you don't necessarily have the best Kabbalah, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. I like that Sivas Mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right Kabbalah has like a hashpah on you. So never underestimate the ability to have impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong kind of influence. Incredible reality. What you did see for Ben Solar and Murad, interestingly enough, is all of these things to do with this. Like, in other words, that is the fact that the money, the open gold is was a well, we don't have to pay for expensive things like the onion wine, right? And then also embedding himself with one group of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the Ben Solar and Murad. But about people that focus. And it's the most remember the example that we should do for us, that's the fun, and the secret that we live for Ibrahim. Ibrahim is for some point, the integration of God of the people. In other words, adding on the extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. So we're going to see look at that. You know, so what's that? Minga, the rest of the Admas is that saying that they had to eat wine for that speak about time. We learned in only law and the Bas who doesn't know about, but that meal is actually very simple. So what do they have the representation of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread and kidneys and legumes. So it was like, that was a very legume bread, but they want to decide about how to do this. You don't want that food into a remedy, right? In other words, that needs to be, like, there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time. You want to keep a very simple things. You must talk about from the Africa, people who are about to business, you do us, you must be lying. Also, the mitzvah costs so much. Oh, that's great. Normally, the people who were going for this Suda, they were only able to get this in fact. What did they eat by the Suda for people at Kodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say you're having a meal. But let's say Ben Solomon shows up for that meal, or not Ben Solomon yet. Ben Solomon or candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down with the chest that can transform it into a Ben Solomon meal. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of the Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of the Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Solomon meal. Come up, Alan. Ain't only Libra, was it? It's not just the word about that Suda. Ain't only Libra, but it's not possible. Saturday Adam, you need that is the meaning, right? That is the meaning for that Suda for the Kodesh. Very only whatever, has done with this. Furthermore, they're only going to go up there with bread and chocolate. Bread and kidneys and legumes. They only go on the field. They only go up on the next one. They only go up on the old out of a line. They only go up to see that at night and not like that. I Christ says they go up. This is the right day and not by night. They don't hear about Abba, so the day, people also go up early to the meal, go to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise, and people are starting to get up. That will make a rash. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Avo, this is so good. Just to keep our train of thought here. But we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a ben solar imora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a ben solar imora. In the same way, that eating with certain positive chavros also can't make the boy into a ben solar imora. Fascinating. So in other words, like all mais sushi, all mais sushi, even if you want to pay have a concern, even if you want to pay late for lunch, because remember again, somebody steals money, like steals money, by sushi money, doesn't purchase meat and wine eating you shalaim. So again, it doesn't go out and so on, why not? Because that's a normal guy. Right? Only something more than control money. The act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes it a ben solar imora is the development of non-normative appetites has developed through non-normative acts of consumption. And if you do something called normal, you can't become a ben solar imora like that. Fascinating. Let's go back to alcohol and village papers, touching the house. Alcohol buster old, international ben solar imora. Great. Chicken can't make you into ben solar imora. It's gotta be flesh. Gotta be meat. Rice is right there, you steal money. And he buys schnitzel, right? But that's not going to make me do that solar imora. Bוא נעקב במדורים, לנשמע. Open the doors to take off. That's okay. Let's get an essence of the border. Hot to hold an essence of the border. What's that? That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. It doesn't become a solar border. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, and even if it's cow, but Allah on that stuff, it should become a solar border. Which means in the world, you're not missing the so this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat how much meat does Ben Solar Mora have to eat in order to go and come to Ben Solar Mora? Right? I quote this. Where's the opinion of Mishnah? Right, Tatsuma. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a Tatsuma. Tatsuma, I don't know, minus size. So the halacha is, if he's mashing his desires with fowl with open chicken, that can become a solar mora. That's the thing here. So you can't eat the tartima, ultimately again, you can't eat the tartima of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartima of meat, and you go ahead and you mash them, eat that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that's going to be a good solar mora. All right, incredible. I'll go to this spot with Lara. So also, so we have the difference that garments or Varabira doesn't become a solar mora. What is that? So bar mitzvah, what is bar mitzvah? Tanchulu ability. Ultimately, again, you participate in the meal for consolation of mortals. Consolation of mortals. Look at actually just a moment. It actually says over here that soon as you think about it, we have it. That's what happens to one of the uncle who eating a leash of a new kapuras behind us. Let's say the kid, you can't call that so much, his name is so low yet. Kid joins a meet from a baby, right? The halacha is that when a baby come back from the cemetery, you have what's called a sudas havra, really consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and enjoys it, right? That's a sudas mitzvah. So remember again, the only single because the development of the kid. A ben solar mora only goes ahead and becomes ben solar mora if number one is stealing money, number two is purchasing wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. Or you see over and over again, consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then you are not concerned about achieving the addiction. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. I mean, definitely Shabbos all the time. Kiddush of the is that, let's say something as simple as Sudas Havra, and you're for our David. It's also not a mitzvah, but you're not concerned with the addiction. Incredible. The murder by the Gemara is kind of sequel. What do you mean Garadera? So let's say he steals money, starts eating and one, and eats it during the fast day. Eats it on Tiny Testament. Eats on Tiny Testament. And what it says, so that doesn't make no back Sora Mora. So why not? That's so strange. Like, why wouldn't that make it Sora Mora? I'm a crowd, and then there's Shomer Bikolenu. Bikolenu, we love to call those Shomer. This is fascinating. When we come to Sora Mora, it has to be that the child is defining his parents' instructions. And there's Bikolenu. But if his active consumption is in defiance of activity, that does not make him into the Sora Mora. Listen, it's never fascinating, but that's just a technicality. Sora Mora is someone who defies his parents. And his active consumption is an act of divine defiance that he doesn't have on Sora Mora. Again, he's getting up on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like, he steals money and buys chazer, of course no Sora Mora. It's not. It's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sora Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because that's the shot. So each one of Ben Sora Mora is an emission right now, they call label. His act of defiance is an act of defiance against his parents. But it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, ultimately it's an act of defiance against God. But he's stealing. Consumption itself technically is halakhically prohibited. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then halacha myself, he's not a Ben Sora Mora. Let's go back there. So for example, says for the same idea. Ben Sora Mora in anything, but didn't eat wine. I'm sorry, didn't eat. It doesn't go Ben Sora Mora. In order to Ben Sora Mora, you have to eat meat. In order to Ben Sora Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, what is it? Milasiye, the daily kilos. So what says, even if he ate cake of pressed cakes. A cake of pressed cakes from Kilos, was a very high quality food. And it's just respected even like that quality, almost like meat. And that's why even if you eat the daily kilos, Allah for the myself, you still don't become this sort of water. The Shasa, Vash, the color, sorry. But Veloshasi and Lasik Vash the color. See, interestingly now, currently, drinking of wine, milk and honey have an intoxicating effect on the person as well. So even if you drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, it doesn't go as well. The sign of Achol Kiel is just the Vash, the color, the Nicholas from the Dush, Chai, Tabavang. It was interesting enough to develop behind it. Before he goes ahead and eats, they will eat this case of that fruits and kilos, or he drinks honey or milk. He only drinks this because he does the avoda. He's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv doing the avoda until he eats. And that's how also you're not allowed to do the avoda while intoxicated. If you don't eat this, you have to consume these items. There's a level of inebriation. It's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Let's say Ayin Aleph from Dal 71a. In last of the show, more actually published in language, Kanabanon, Ako Buster. Ben Sora Mora, the kid eats any item, it doesn't eat meat. Shasa Kamash Villa Shasi Lang, or he drinks any drink, but he cannot drink wine. In last of Ben Sora Mora, actually, no Kabasa, and Ishki language. You only become Ben Sora Mora when you go ahead and eat and you drink wine. Mar Solel is Sofer. Because it calls him again, glutton and it goes low. The Alpha actually like the governor, even though it was, I don't really know specifically what solar and soda means, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, you right, after saying like the governor, say the governor, there's still a scriptural reason, because we said in this question, and our Al-Tihi is soda yain, do not eat amongst the guzzlers of wine, and the Zololate Basa or what is consumers of music. The Omer, the soda, the Zola, Yoresh, so again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses lush when it's rolled off his sorbet, and then we see from this other passage in Mishlei that again, sorbet refers to wine, and solo refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that then solo Morad, this issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating thing. I'm Rabbi Zira. Kalayashe in the base of English. Rabbi sleeps in the base of English. Torah nasa lo k'ra'im k'ra'im. This Torah becomes patchy. Torah becomes patchy, like patches of clothing. Shemel nar k'ra'im halbish k'ruma. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say, there is no great close to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. It's like one of the most important things, right? When it comes to Torah, there's two studies, two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning. And that experiential piece of learning literally happens just by showing up. And Rabbi says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind doesn't understand. But your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. So even I walk out and say, what did you learn? I have no idea. Right? But I switch some days with that like that, right? And but I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. Also, what's the formula for being bought in? The formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Gushing doesn't really have to mean that I was asleep. Gushing just means that sometimes I'm on the job, sometimes I'm over here. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, you get a scratch for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was doing that. Again, just the reality is, the Torah is broken up. It's not pieces because I wasn't to be recognized. By the way, you begin to see it through, right? You begin to see it through. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Jesus. So I say, so again, so what does Jesus mean? Jesus means when I'm doing something, I'm in. Let's say ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking that you're in the middle of the meeting and not anyone, right? It's like, wow, what over this? I started this now. Hey, you're checking you in a meeting with me? I better do this. Better things. So you're going to Zoom, right? Better things. It's okay. Go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of clarity. What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we do. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. And that is working. Work. You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you do whatever you want. Right? If you work for someone, you're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Work. And when you're in share, you have to work. And don't do work. You're sleep, you're tired all your life. And after 120, when you come to the business from Allah, you go something shit, and what did you learn? I'm going to say, I remember it was that day when we did this circle. But I got through and emailed that day, right? And I texted some of my friends to share that day. Right? I checked the news 40 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? If they do not know the rules, just do it. And commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself. And this is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasures in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. Watching, we live in a dark, we live in a time where it's so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Don't sleep figuratively in your business. Just do that. Bring us Jesus to our learning. Bring us Jesus to our life. Have a long young people. There is no time that we can accomplish. That's what I do. Mishnah. You shall open So by the way, I was going to point out, I think I said this when we started the subject of solar, which is, let's say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen. Right? And again, that's okay. It's good to say that. The system is set up not to execute something. That's how it's set up. So there's sort of also all the details. So watch this. He says, "None of Mishal other okay, all issues others." Kid, let's call him kid. Right, he's an adult. Remember what I said. Also, how old is Ben Sora Mora? How old is he? How old is he? Right. So remember again, he is a global, and he's watching the Gemara. Some of English. In other words, he just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again. We're going to see that concept very shortly there, Hashem. So go to Mishal Abed. Watch this. He stole his father's money. Also Rishus Abed. But he stole in his father's Rishus. Okay, or he went ahead and stole other people's money and ate it in their wishes. Okay, or he stole other people's money and ate it in the wishes of his father. So first by nine, I come about it. And I said, "Ben Soramora." What's the order? He's going Ben Soramora. Ad sheignom b'shal aviv yochal b'shus achir. So he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and eats it in someone else's rishos. Well, let me just say this outside, this is the second. Remember, when Surah Umara is all about what? All about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what in order to happen, what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? The father's going to say, what are you doing? If the father sees his son engaging in this behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So therefore, suppose I this is just a tremendous sort of thing as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if you discipline them. People are so great. Parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think that if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off and die. If you discipline your kid, you actually have a better chance of staying on the diet. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, you think that's love. That's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that a Baruch Hu is giving you out of this country, from down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries of parents. And sometimes parents think, oh, just let my kids go do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself if you meet the right in front of my father. My father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So remember, the only case of Ben more interestingly enough is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because that combination is, again, the assumption is if he steals his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, he has access to money, plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination of these Ben Sora or Mora. And don't hear more about it. And last Ben Sora Mora, second one, actually, you don't become Ben Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming your house money. You also read the order, actually, you also read it says, it's not just for your father's money, it's for your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says the Gemara. So again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit from his father. If his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit for me. Why? After that, we have no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos. Other people's money. So it's like the whole concept of sort of is stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's what we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The coach came, the more so he's stealing from other people, but eating in his father's domain. The money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. And she even though we shall audit, you'll publish it. So what's that? the only formula that makes a kid into a Mansor Mora, so there wasn't keeping a running list of all of the qualifications, is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the really combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. But again, stealing his father's money, worried about having coming right because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him research about his behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming. Incredible. University who the owner actually going to show up. He says he only had students from his father and his mother. The Gemara says, Imo Minolo. First of all, again, what do you mean distinct from his mother? Where does his mother property from? Masha Konstitution from the Bible. I was going to say again, what do you distinct from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother only belongs to his father. So what's the Shaila? So the Gemara says, how you tell that over, you'll decide. Whereas I'm going to be also everything. Let me see that's what it means is his parents, his kids' parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves and bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. What does the kid do? So that's a soup that is ready for his parents. And the kid only steals that from his parents. He's technically distinct from both his parents. Once again, that doesn't do that so well. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't come in Sarmor to steal food. You don't come in Sarmor at what? If you steal money, I then purchase expensive wine at a discount, and you get a discount. So the Gemara says, right, rather than what happened, the father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. Expensive friendship scene that made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? He stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. Or again, the mother could have money. How did she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift, and previously her husband has no right to do that. Okay, let's say bottom line, just like the Rambam does not accept that yes, the Rambam does not accept it. The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. This has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, higher other votes of the also this incredible. Let's say the father. The father wanted to bring him to the baby, and the mother did not. Or other thing are also the father did not, the mother wanted to. International and Mora actually stand on the side. A kid only goes to Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to basement or the Sora Mora process. And Jesus says, the others do not say Sora Mora. When Jesus says, the marriage wasn't a legal one. That's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have a legal marriage, their sons can't become a base Sora Mora. All right, so what does this mean? Well, not even what does that mean exactly? What does that mean? Allah for the wife is not fit for her husband. So the Gemara says, who cares if the marriage is legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? Which the Gemara says, Ella, the Shabbat la'avis comma. So let's say this is incredible. Now we know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? Hanging on the Rabbi that's the question. You know that. And Rothschild Shabbat la'avis because the Nara is the Komanasa and Solomon. This is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become against Solar Mora. Why not? Nighttime, the Amakra, and Neno Shomea, fascinating, right? That the Pasuk says, parents say, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us, need the call button on Shabbat. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Nara the call and Nami button on Shabbat. So to again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Actually, look exactly what they have to do. Have to have some level of resemblance. And also resemblance that's almost like what a tremendous Musa has. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? That parents have to be Shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the unit of their kids. When children receive conflicting messages from parents, it's a disaster for their child. Disaster for their child. So it has to be Shomei of the Kohen. Parents have to figure out. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the same public kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're not just with the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving the kids, think of the guy, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of the kid can't become a Salmon. Why? Because it can't fault the kid from making one decision. When the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch, if the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Solar more kicks in. But let's say, but what if mother and father have to each other, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire? Incredible. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. Come on, Oswald the Sandra. From where? According to who? According to is the following thing. Ben Solar, actually, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make this. It should be broken out. That's pretty wrong. You can't put all of this on one screen. Literally, Livnei Iver. So this Gemara says as follows. Again, I'm not I'm just going to put you on $4. So if people from other shir told you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them, in the last two cycles, we never finished later than any other shir. Right? It's about at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be doing the daily basis, but we'll get there. That wasn't easy to this together. Firman Oslo, Hod the Sign. So who's it being reflected in the following idea? Then Sora Umora, Lo Haya Velo Asim Leads. So you're like, what? Why were we just doing this the whole time? But who's it being reflected in the following idea? Then Sora Umora never happened, Lo Haya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So I'll say, by the way, actually when you see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. If you get all of these details lined up, what the probability of that happening actually makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it's not saying it can't happen. Really, it can't happen. You might just think with probability never has happened and never will happen. You might say the Lama Nifdov, so why was it written? Why was it written? You might say Josh for Kabbalah. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get started. Listen, I just want to point out. Gemara says that just sometimes look at that phrase. Rosh for Kabbalah means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you can do with this. But there is schar. There's a word for the act. It's a very important. There is schar to the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means. Rosh for Kabbalah means you're right. Could very well be that the Torah and Mora will never happen. Never happen, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it. Kabbalah, what's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Torah and Mora, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What's the Drosh? What's the Drosh for Kabbalah? So let's say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod Ben Torah and Mora is what? What's the whole Yisod Ben Torah? The whole Yisod is Hashem Ha'asid. Hashem Ha'asid. And Solomon is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, doing something amazing. Do you know what the essence, the ultimate lesson of Ben Solar and Mora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Solar and Mora? What is the Ben Solar and Mora? What's the lesson, Captain? The lesson of Ben Solar and Mora is that once a person makes a decision, it can't change. That's Ben Solar and Mora. This kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy wine. Right? That's not even a decision. But Ben Solar and Mora says, if you make those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes on and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Soda Mora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true. Because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you can always put it in reverse. You can always go ahead and take your life. That's what it means when it says, listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry, Ben Soda Mora, Ben Soda Umora. Lo hoya, lo asilios. There's no such thing. There's conceptually. There's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So why is it here? Goes for Kabbal's time. So learn it from the secret one. What's the one? What's the question? So what's the analysis? The analysis of the ceremony is that there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. Who makes an incredible decision, but can't get result out of it. That's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage.
Yo.
And it doesn't mean that there aren't
How are you?
There are. Some of the decisions.
How old are you, friend?
Change is done, but change is absolutely
How old are you?
always possible. That's there's no such thing
You
as a
sound
person
18.
cannot change. Below so what you should do it? Draw the Kabbal's side. So many times in life, we think we can't change.
How old are
We
you?
think we can't change. So learn Ben Soda more, and that's what you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman, us Leos, the laminate. So who's the thing? Is this Kiman Kabihuda? It's like Kabihuda. He decided it's very interesting.
Yo. How are you? What up, Top Shada?
Some money and purchase meat and wine. It's probably going to take him out to get stoned.
Yo, how old are you?
And Solomon never happened, and it's never going to
All right, my
happen
friend.
in the future.
Well, you can come back in 5 years. Take care.
I will say this is it. This is probably the most
Because you have to be 18 to be here, dog.
It never happened. It never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Soda? Because that's what Ben Soda is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbal's Khan, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible.
Oops.
But be honest, I'm
I
going
think I tore my ACL.
One second, what are you talking
I
about?
think what happened to Rick, what happened to me? Oh, it's done.
I saw a Ben Soda Ramona.
Yom Kippur sucks. Day of Atonement sucks. Worst day ever.
I went to Ohio. I saw the Science Gate. Why? About this, not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, "Come on, Aslan." So I say, so what do you do with this? So the Yonasan says, there wasn't a sermon. So I think the way it works is like this. The Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Soda Mora. There never will be a Ben Soda Mora. The Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Soda Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many Levias, people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Soda Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Soda or Mora, yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Soda or Mora. Those say one of the most tragic things in life. Tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Soda Mora because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says, tragically, I've gone to the Levias of so many Ben Soda Moras, people who left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Soda Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, also all the sign here. So we'll say whose opinion is reflected in the following idea. Yerni Dachas. So again, Yerni Dachas is a city wiped out of idolatry because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. I said, why is it written in the Torah? So Gemara says, Drosh the Kabul Schar, ultimately again to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. Rabbi said, now what does this mean? How can it be that there's never any dachas? As Rabbi said, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not kaddish, someone's not holy. So learn it and you receive reward. Kiman Rabbi Eliezer, the son Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, called Ir Shish Bafilu Mezuzah Achos, Eno Nasi Ir Nidachos. So Rabbi Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Ir Nidachos. It can't become Ir Nidachos. So most of my time, what's the reason for that? Because what do you have to do with the Ir Nidachos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, you have to mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Ir Nidachos. It can't become an Ir Nidachos. Therefore, it's impossible that Ir Nidachos ever existed. I'm Rabbi Yonasan says, "Ani reisiya yashafti atila." Again, Rabbi Yonasan says, "You're wrong. You're wrong. Is Ir Nidachos? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I took the Ir Nidachos walking tour, and again, I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Ir Nidachos. Once again, it's the same soul. I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. If you have a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sorah or they can't change, they become a Chevra, they become a Chabur, they become a Kiyah, they become a community of Ir Nidachos. I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Kiman Ozlad Desanyo. Bais Amanuga. Haya. All right, but you know what? We have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I was like, we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. So we're going to be great. I'll say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped? There's nothing. I'll say, tremendous stuff. All right, come on Zoom. All right, I want to say good morning. It's so far. I'm trying to see everyone back in person. It's good stuff. It's beautiful. It's very beautiful. I'm here for this. A great school partnership to come back to this register together. So we have an incredible day ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tzimtzum Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as a zechus for the souls Torahs for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyoni sponsors, Fortunate Marin, Karen Ram, Ivi Rishmas Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak, and Ariel Asapa, in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arina Masburn, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, she together with Kol Chol Israel have a complete and enduring refuah, Yishbach Kushin Yetz Hashem. Provide the to all of the Rishams and come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful with all of them. Once we got to be an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. So we'll say Ben Sorah Umora. Ben Sorah Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorah Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorah Umora? So the Mishnah says, Yishiyokal Tartima Balsa, Yishtekatsi Yain Haitalki. This is fascinating. So when it's Ben Sorah Umora Chayiv, when he goes ahead and eats a tartima, now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartima is. But when he eats a tartima of meat and he drinks a half of Murkab,
Dog. I fucking sprained my knee or something. It's kind of serious. It's fucking.
So 说听懂你Rashi says something very interesting. Like I tell you, Italian wine is the best. Rashi says right? So Italian wine is the best. He says
I Jerry killed myself.
What's we're going to see is as follows. In Italian issue of Renzolo and Mora,
Sounds like he is the
what he has chose to do, but what we are concerned is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that is going to get addicted to. So this one works under the assumption, quite fascinating. What people get addicted
if your hat makes your hair look like this, don't fucking wear a hat. You know what I mean? Like if you look like this even one time, don't ever do it again.
He's only claiming that he steals money to purchase very high-end wine.
Nah, dude, different.
The high-end
Nothing
wine
I mean, sure, it doesn't, right?
Italian
No,
wine,
that's nowhere
so
near,
they have installed on money to purchase other kinds
Get
of wine.
stomped by that. I'm trying to count.
But the answer is, he said, but here's the argument in this. He says, money of Hashem will look like. He said, not a kachima of meat, rather again, a money of meat, and not a half of the wine, rather again, a whole of the wine. Okay, so let's now watch this. So that's how the avos. And yes, it's one part of avos. These are Polish avos. Let's say it happens that you can sell it in more stolen money, and when you have hand, when you have hand, bought the wine, like they bought the meat, but you consumed it in a habilas mitzvah. This is not the same. So you took the stolen food, and you did it, for example, in a meal that has a mitzvah. What example is this? For example, people have context, so discuss this more and more. But again, they would decide to go ahead and intercalate the month, like make the month of 4 months of 30 days. So you have a suda to the Torah, or up on my Shekini Yushalayim, or the Shekini Yushalayim, up on the day with the trade of Shatzim Brahmasim, for that matter, you need non-kosher items. Let's say for that they need non-kosher meat. Up on Tomei, Mason, Kosher, Muscle, Chaytara, you cattle with anti-produce, Mason Yushalayim, like you have in the Mason Yushalayim goes to the lady, and the lady is obligated to separate out Shuma from the Mason Yushalayim. Or Mason Yushalayim has to show this to a Mason Yushalayim, the Hektish, like with Hektish. So I
know I say this all the time, like there's someone like him, but it's like weird as heck. It's like it comes from nowhere, but I also expect, like I never heard someone be like, yeah, I finally told my baseball then. I just never like feel like I didn't lose. Isn't it crazy? He is amazing. That is so funny. He writes a sitcom every show. I can't get enough. Dude. The matching, the rain, the shirt has been the shirt has been like great cold. It's like every time it's not paid. It was like it was bad for you, right? I mean, it's obviously bad for you. I'm not allowed to say that you're no longer a girl. It's like skinny now. Like, I'm not drunk anymore, but I'm a shirt shop. It's so one thing that makes you not drunk like that. So it seems legal in his face, right? I'm the president. You're speaking like I just this thing really doesn't make you look any more. Yeah, it comes like this is ridiculous. You can't drink myself. But there's nothing that makes you not drunk. Okay, why did I have to talk about this? What's the name?
purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink is not to make one into a base soda demolition. Because it says soda is so great. So this is the concept from Torah, right? Vabra security of the soda is soda. Literally again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing meat. You are guzzler representing the world. So it says, how do you know that soda is so eaten for? Like how do you know that? You know, it says, no, it's not explicit. How to eat the soda lining is soda pasta. The soda version of soda, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again the gluttonous consumer of wine. Okay, so this is so incredible. Now let's analyze. So much says, Tatsuma is in the Amahu.
We can finally take away the cubbies, or like give the cubbies back to the kids, or just put it in the
Sky. Or they advertise this, but so comes on the Gemara and says, the King says, I don't know how much is a tartine. What is that?
is mind-boggling, probably. In the grand scheme of things, but in my mind, if I'm on a team and Brendan Schaub is like my kids are on the team and Brendan Schaub is, that's happy to save my life. Like fucking Brendan Schaub, like fuck, he's hilarious. And he's like, dude, today I was supposed to like go out and fucking go to fucking Buffalo Wild Wings with me, so I don't know,
The fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the cost just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements
I love
as
watching
well.
him eat. It's hilarious.
A half a money.
I have so few wins now. I'm tired of a dad. Because I'm the left and Brendan Schaub's all I have. Next one is hosted by Rabbi and Sarah Today. Anything Papa just turns the shit off. I don't remember him talking about how he was a little bit. I'm sure he did now. Papa's hockey market. And I can leave.
So just mention it because again, we're trying to hold the
Brendan Schaub was taking care of this and
trying to pause
that's
at
where
different
around.
stages. You might just
USA
understand what
found out
you do
from
as a
boys.
understand.
And until the NBA All-Star slash Pro Bowl games,
So you
that's
see the beginnings
how
and ends. So you see what you do again. That's just a unit of discussion that's just ended. Now we've clarified the
Let's move.
that you see any kind of comment. Next, I'm going to kind of I'm not Everybody except it's Islam. He's the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. But right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table, right now we're on everybody's. So you know what it's like, I'm going to kind of invite you on the Buddha. Everybody actually got lots of results. We get a lot of results. You just start to sit
I like hockey. I like the idea of it. When I watch it, I like it. But I don't really know anything about it. I'm gonna go. Yeah,
I love the way you go out and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't become a consumer more if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you can run it and you Jewish. You're not a consumer more. Right? So you only have one moment to sell more if you get it. You say, now what's the shot with that? Take it as a sheet. Yeah, I need this all. About your particular laws, if you're driving on, let's work backwards. Because we've already seen it, but we see what this is today. Why is it very solar and solar executed? Why is he executed? Because you know this, that someone who has developed these type of appetites in his life is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle. And it's not going to happen necessarily first. To sustain constant consumption of meat and wine, and what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea of the here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's able to figure out how to get wine, good wine, good shot, good wine, cheap,
It's that tofu Navy SEAL, dog.
and that's what gives rise to this concern.
When you forget what Shepherd's Spear is, posted by
It's only how you eat raw meat and drinks undiluted wines.
I did too this week. Post my plan.
But hot
Chips. That's like such a big thing. So everybody was like,
it's not true.
it's
It's not true. It's watching and drinks undiluted wine. It's not true. It's not connected to
by the way,
Rabbi, what does it mean? It means that it's not full dilution. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So if you want it stronger, that's the chap. Right? What does it mean?
so tell me what we got they start talking like that. You're like,
But not really
this far back in your podcast, you could possibly your check book is like,
the type of
no way, and I need to understand what Sometimes that thing called life.
How do things eat the meat? How do they eat? They see it. They see it on the outside. It's very inside. I'm very hard time to eat. everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakhic Jew. That's all. That's all. And then you get just the look of the camera, when you see stuff red, there is stuff red, right? And it's see it on the outside, so on the inside, you need to be a freshman. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right? Again, clearly, that's how easy that you can see it, state is managed a micro on black market. Okay. That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay. He said, we get back to shot like that. So all these guys, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting techniques. That's what we're looking for. There are networks out here. So already, like I said, freaking okay, it's like tomorrow, what are the fuckers there? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? You're on the run, and you to the next market, everything else like that. So that's why the seriousness is just seriously, and then we go and make it. So this is simply very important. Considering these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up, and the very first one, this child is going to have almost irreversible path. You might go back there. You might go back there. Rabbi, let's go back. I'll go back to my life. This is not what you tell. Every answer is about this. This is fascinating. So I don't know if it's like others. Both ways that. If there's someone who's salty meat, what he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Israel. That's the reason that you just salty meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, when you become that price protected, non-habit wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore again, non-habit wine. So therefore, if you have a board, this was made by the tenants, you use that money to buy salty meat, or to buy wine right off the press. I'm also remembering again that does not make you inferior based on what works in the Rashi. Rashi is not Rashi right across. What's the way if you don't, you're Hashim, you're not important, you're not Hashim, you're born in a mountain. Ultimately, again, you're not habit forming. You're not habit forming. So let's say such a, backtracking this way with it. You might go back there. You might say, turn us, and that's an obviously, the challenge will be, what's the definition of salty? And what's the definition of wine right from the press? Something that's for the business. So let's say this. That's in Halacha. It's not Halacha. All the Halacha here. Every Tishbav. So I like this one. So I see myself. Remember again. These stories are in Halacha. 2 times a year, you have to do sacrifice. Like 2 times a year. One before Tishbav, one before the Jacob Barshvoy. They are worlds apart. Like the worlds apart. The Suda not sacrifice before Yom Kippur is a Yom Suda. It's management of Suda. Like it is a celebratory Suda, excited for the occasion and the trigger that's about to come. Like it is literally, even when we talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it was excited for that to come opportunity to manage cleanse ourselves. Conversely, a Tishabah, which is not sacrifice, is a morning meal. Right? And a mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately that is a meal that puts us in restrictions in that meal. So if you use much as awesome. After what, Malacha obviously that the person should not eat 2 cooked foods. Obviously, we don't say keep up 2 different foods. But Malacha, you can't eat these drink wine. Listen to this. Avo, listen to this. Open Basar Maria, which says in Ayuka, wow, what can you eat on Eretz Yisrael? Salt meat. You want to beef jerky if you're not sacrifice. You can't speak to you could have salt and meat. I don't think so. You could have salt and meat, and you could have wine. It's really rough in your belly. Right? So you could have salt and meat, and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. But you know, someone says, now, people go, what does that show you? What does that show you? It shows that these items don't have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's so it's interesting that as a tissue box, which means that it's not the basar and it's not yayin. So the Gemara says, so you do it. Also, that's what's inside. Obviously, we have to get definition of what are these things. So that's why we have to cover. So that's actually interesting. Obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and showing you again that salt and meat. What When he's being assaulted with the passions, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliach? So the Gemara says, as follows. Basar maliach had kama, amri bakana, kol matzu kishlamim. So as long as it's like shlamim, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, 1 foot salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. It loses its identity as meat if you eat it. Just to be clear, like, to be deflatious. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Solomon of Steve when he purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not high. You want to eat that meat on a sushi box, you can eat that meat on a sushi box. So that's easy. If you get that, that's what you're going to so the upper Alex Shloim, Shloim Mikalach, as I've been listening to saying, they won't do so what this is the idea. So we get troubles on so we get troubles in one night. So again, if we need to be salted 2 days in 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, as one of the lady had for it, and I love your son, and I love your son, I used to be on a sushi box. So we went to what I know, the idea is like, okay, so what point do we is one whole month that's what's the understand. Remember, fresh one was the so one is one facility, the whole one from the fresh, I use fresh one. That's the idea. When it's one says, Akama, Kokoshi Tosis, when it's fermented. Tosis means fermented. That was the one thing. And she was that way, the reason that one is fermented. It's like a sugar froth. So it's frothing, that means that the one is fermenting, that's the idea of people. So when I say that, for our purpose, so as the tree start coming out, it's just supposed to be essential, but what we are establishing over here is that it's kind of testing when you're purchasing one and we start charging the book from Mishnah, so very machloket how much he has to steal, how much money, how much meat. But now, definitionally, one is usually good one. The Mishnah called it the terrible one. But right now, the Gemara is saying it's got to be one. One for purposes means it's not fermented. It's not fermented for what? Meat non-salted meat. That's the definition of salted meat. And what fermented means that it's set for at least 2 days and 1 night. We've got to make them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not. But be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then you can have them down right now to make the tea. So you hate tea. So that's because it doesn't give you a price where tea. And this is the important bit. Don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea at all. Just don't make them tea. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week. Wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. That is such a great thing. Yes, that's good. I'm learning, but it's like, you have to understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea. And you are able to understand when people don't want tea. Then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? How much I love tea. I get the analogy talking about sex. Also, truly, that's what you take from this. That's what British would take from it too. The next time I mention that man is the tease. very useful. But even that, we're the guys who are in business because of their lifestyle. So the culture of mindset. In order for that certain more for there to be a pure art addiction to the high life, so ultimately again, something really high quality. Even if you know some city of operations salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a dealer, that would not be subject ultimately again to that solar yoga. The young
on a TV show once, and I got
up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after
you just already a similar thing. It's fine. I just want to attack for that too. Wow. Well, that's on you. The best of best. Nothing for 3 days. I was short of it. Yeah, it's like all bad special orders left to because of we can't say, but yeah, you know the culprits. Just like it's fun. I think I did your video joke on
why did I check to eat wine? And what's a good checker? Why, you know, it's interesting by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no website on earth without wine. Right? A whiskey has wine. A copper has wine. Right? A Levaya has wine. Everything has wine. Yet, we see that Chazal
yeah, I mean, that is some fun damn secret. Like, we never had a big shot.
Why did they go from UB2
it's like fucking,
Number one, to give comfort to warriors. What does this mean? If you're not supposed to buy come back after the funeral, what are you going to get? You're going to get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine to drink the entire thing. Why?
To be honest, in this picture, if I didn't know any of these people, I said I was successful, I think it's okay.
But ultimately, I don't know, you don't think it's like fake.
It's like a hanger on, but yeah,
Sometimes you can solve. And also problems you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix. And they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to move into it. Is how to embrace it. Is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. I like because of his bending my shoulder, leaning to it, and somehow making something great out of these circumstances. And that
because he was an innovator with footwork that inspired both brands and Dillashaw and not. I like the music connection. I was thinking more like the Harry Tubman, but I realized the honest I'm so glad that
I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. You know, these glasses of wine have no problem. I know my problems are still there. But you know what?
yes, the guy who was out in Nessa and GFL draft is working on
I don't know.
So most of us game record, the guy is just all.
I got this. The stuff
So yeah, I go watch Brendan's show, and
now
yeah,
what's
that
possible
tape is I might have to go back and watch that.
It's such a trip. So that is what we want. I should create one to help us create that collective
He doesn't say anything after telling you what happens. Like, he drops a bomb, and he's like, I deal with it. Clean it up, and throw it, and they're just like making noises, they don't suck it.
But somehow, some way, I will get this together and use myself forward. That is so good. And the shot is covered shot. I would say, but again, you watch the one that cover also plays. Life's problems and people buckets. The way you can solve, the way you can change. The way you can solve, the way you can create the solution. The ones you can't, the ones you can't, into it, embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, for the one who wants to do it for a child, there's a lot of this week, which every week is doing this double shot. Every week is with the person, does with this, does things that are good, right? Then I got one myself, returns to the work for it. I was getting to work for it, and then also the bottom line. The bottom line, I got that's going to work for insurance, and therefore they get to work in this world. The judgment that comes with it is what you're not to shape on the levels, and the outside future on the organ, the yang and the money levels. You're going to give it time to win damage. The only one is what is you might understand is the first Russia. So that's why and the war is to those who are good of soul. All of this stuff. Might be say I hear lying Jesus on them. What is it that it says? The Bible says, I hear lying shall not be given, shall be shed on my bread, will not be given on your body. So it's the devil is one, the devil is one, one makes the things I'm going to shut you out. That is the devil and it's you get over the flush. So when shut you out, you know, the flush would be running from this world, but they will be hell in the world to come. Again, so yeah, it's like you get one, you enjoy your enjoy whatever's coming through this world, because you're the judgment of the world to come. Therefore, Amar Akiri Yang Jesus, Akiri Yang Shaka, you said that. You can't live one. You can't live one, because once they say that, it's too much conception of life. And we took life, and we lead to the same curious result, the conrancy. So it's a one contrast of Duksu, to the one hand he says, T-Rosh, sorry, he says, T-Rash, Yukarina, T-Rosh. So it's going over here, it's going over here to the bottom. These are the blocks. Other views, check out the picture of So let's say, what's the difference between this? Jesus Christ. Joey, knock it off with the So let's say, alcohol, right? Alcohol, right? Could be used one of two ways. Alcohol could be used constantly as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, like any person engage in all type of tribal language, or turning us and your nucleus reality lets us so. Sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our bar a little bit, it lowers our rotations, and the unity is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes when we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. And that matters, so we put up walls, justice is like this, so much, we put up walls around our neshama. And those walls, we block ourselves from spiritually self-actualizing. But sometimes a little bit of wine comes in, the walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So interestingly, the same thing, wine, can either be T-rash. Rash means like a bottle, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks the debasement, and for other people, T-rash, like a rush, like a head. A little bit of wine to roll those walls and allow you to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rabbi says, you smell, or you smell. You come in on, you smell. So again, what is that? Wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not both ways. So either yishma or yisma. So you might say, sorry, Zachar sounds called. The person is like this, and ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much stronger. Zachar, if I'm not the person is not so bad, yishma, wine is destroyed. So let's say the whole cup of wine, see, with that wine, it'll say anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out of the inner. And it'll say, then when that inner comes out, that's when the truth comes out. The shining skin on the inside, am I a Russian constitutional masculinity of the Sabbath? Or perhaps again, a mediocre guy, or I should say, I'm a Sabbath masculinity as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, it's not fun to be able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Example, Rabbi said, wine and nice smells, right? Aromatic smells can make you very smart. So Rabbi was saying like this, that a little bit of wine helps you to access a lot of living information, and also the scent of smell is also linked to that representation of summer. Like in the beginning of the Shinki that we have, the process of Vayikach Ba'ach Hashem is really running into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected
Detail versus like just the ideology of it all. We do always need and measure these immigration. Obviously, you don't want to
all of that to unlock
the problem though is that the irony is like talking like Trump was making that
Rothschild says that it's wine and sense that need be smart. What about like learning, right? I went to yeshiva, I went to this. So it's like, what you see from that is really very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often, like what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time on externals. I got here a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder, like, why doesn't it have the full impact on me? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, of course I learned that Torah. Of course I learned that Torah. But in addition to what the Torah Rabbi says, I also know who I was on the inside. That's what water and kind of something represents. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's hard, what's working. And because of that, because I'm touching my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi Avi, Lemi Akli, Lemi Madani, Lemi Sia, Lemi Bitsanikiyo, Lemi Chachilinos Inayu, Lemi Achim Ayayin, Lebai Mach Einasa. What we need, let's interpret this pasuk here. So this pasuk that was quoting over here is from Rothschild. And essentially what Shalom is lamenting over here, by the way, is opening bunches in wine. They're opening bunches in wine. So the Gemara says this house. Guess what? The Gemara is a very tremendous. Ultimately, everything except for this pasuk is also what the pasuk essentially is saying is, we are who will act the same way. We are going. Who will act the same way? Who says I? Who says Rabbi? Right? So ultimately, again, who will be open? So the answer to the pasuk is, no, she's going to next time what? And remember, Yeshama understood this firsthand. Yeshama had everything. Yeshama also said again to this more about the destructive nature of overindulgence. And you might actually this pasuk turn the beginning to the end from the end to the beginning. It's the same as Russia. Daraj only B'Yirah. So what's this? Sorry, Daraj over B'Yirah. So a certain guy, B'Yirah B'Yirah, Daraj should be following the idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. This is quite fascinating. But the guy should be following Russia. What was his justification? This is fascinating. There are 13 vowels that are said in conjunction with wine. What's the name? The first time you have mention of wine is where? No. So 13 vowels in the section of law with wine. You know, actually, I say it, but that's like people that focus on like trying to tear someone down. Like I never see that work out, but represents vine. Vine is the translation of vine is right? So what this Galilean was saying was, it's interesting because a lot of artists, a lot of roles in the section concerning wine by law. So you have to do this. Now here we are.
if you want to get again, we can't let you go about. So the lead time, the lead, so again, so you're not cut off the thing off. The first thing you do was, you planted a video. Right? Valia, Rothschild, Rabbi, this man has ever sabi. Valia, David, stay at the first, right? So remember, the Noah gets struck. He falls asleep. He's naked, or if his son sends sleep and this is really good. Khan sees his father in the sleep, comes and sees the other brothers. Vaika, what about? She, what about? As I see that, right? See me, what about? Ash comes here. So Khan does nothing. Then Noah sees him, there's something about him. So she and Yachas come, they walking back home to cover up their father. But yet, what about the holidays? That's how you know about. They say that's a real. And you can't block, you're up there, exactly, you know, fucking wines. Vayev, another about, Eris, Ashah, some of the Markata. So what's it? This is the story of Noah. So when he comes, just sees his father, doesn't do anything, calls his brothers, Shem Yachas come, and they cover up their father in the state of fearlessly. Noah wakes up, and the prophet says Noah knew what his son did. That is what. So Noah says, obviously, God did something to Noah. Usually the prophet doesn't say what Noah did to Noah. So he's not like this. That is what otherwise seriously. One of these says that God castrated his father. That's what his father. The Khan, among the other thing he says, that Khan went ahead and sodomized his father. He was not an associate. One is that he castrated him because of the So it's the one that's castrated. Why did Khan castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. Three of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Khan went ahead and prevented his father from having a fourth son, so Noah first comes before his son. Who is Khan's fourth son? Comes before the son of some world, Cush. It's Cush. Like Cush, I put it now. Right? So comes first over Cush, Israel, Canaan. So just like a dog. So just like Khan preventing Noah from having his fourth son, Noah first Khan's fourth son. And now they were one of them is automatically going by Vayar. See, Papa Vayar Khan, right? And he cannot, as well as having the Tzinasa, Vayar and Shechem ben Hamor. When Shechem abducted and violated Judah. And again, there are those ideas that God tell us that he violated when he was selected by a brother. So he was initially so we should walk in to the building. So ultimately, again, so let's say bonus has been captured. I'd recognize the fourth son makes sense. And then Noah first Khan's fourth son. I remember Rubo, my sugar be Noah through the other. But according to what he said, that he's automatically why did he put him his fourth son? Why not just curse his first son? Usually when it's how the sodomizing, you don't sodomize him and castrate him. Okay? No like that's in there. Okay, you like that. So what happens? So the Pasuk said, Noah profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, so just to point out over here, the Rothschild over here is incredibly important. So the whole notion of almost is bringing Noah to pass. And the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's what he profanes himself. Some of the people are exactly, I'm not talking about Noah. That's enough. Well, how you look at your argument, you show, no, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be ready from Adam? You say, should I go to tomorrow ever young? So let's say this is wild. What caused Adam and Chava to make the mistake? It was one. So the Lord says, now what's that? What does that mean? Command the Amma, yes, there was a one to see, we're going to see interestingly enough. But there's a fundamental progress. What type of trees did Adam and Chava eat from? It's money that they eat from the eight dance Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? There's no progress.
I love this.
But they all know all these things are automation and death. So it's like first the video here says these grapes. These grapes, but the big fruit was grapes. So
I love this song.
So now Rock gets off the table. I want the first thing that is planned, the original plan. What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not listen to the cause every day? So please, so your fuck never to leave you alone with other guys. And also the same man said, that is a man like this one. It's always look like the man backs into this, because the man says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like war. Obviously, it looks like it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we see all the extent, all the basis of war, the power of war, the beauty of war. But, we do have the possibility for extreme to do so, which is what war has. You also have the power for extreme division, which also has a beautiful graph, which is why the really is besides just supporting the economy that it's just to really do the real one. Really, for orchestra has a incredible and beautiful award-winning ones. It's absolutely, I don't know what to say. I thought the other time I was producing this beautiful award-winning ones. This is never easy for it. One is doing this. One is secret is up. One is really doing this. I think that one of the ways we have to offset that business a little bit is making sure that our line is clear from the place of producing power. So if I knew this thing more consonant to self, it's looking at what is turning out to self, I would absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. If one person runs over to self, by definition, that one has a position that other one is 2.5. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that one in a much more powerful way than they can with any other type of one. Okay, the information is over. Anyway, so this is self. He knows that's therefore one comes along every night. So therefore, that's what the responsibility is not to tax. How can you go ahead? How can you go ahead and be planting water with others going to trouble water? The Ruth says, no, it wasn't one, what was it? It was meat. It was meat. The H is fascinating. The H das Tovara was meat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean meat different meat? But this maybe is just more like a description, not to be taken literally. But then we say we need Shanakin is like the other beginner actually don't count the rubber. Because what's interesting enough to read is that what a child is interesting. Because meat really represents like the first conception of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again there's a certain level of gas that comes with that. Now the heaven of the coming to real what's the thing is how you say that's a couple of mystery. There's a lot because we're very clear that they say it, but we're very clear that they cover themselves with. So now, like, it's fully other to remember after other copies to read that over that, it's not the thing they don't know doing with this. So what they do, they cover themselves. Now, Chazal tells us that the man has a choose one to give them their lease. But they say, the fig tree gave them the lease because again, that was the tree in which they would have and they should promote it. By the way, just fascinating, during that protest, as to what other than Cavasillo. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, the other two, figs. Interestingly enough, what were you verifying mentioning Chazal? Apples. Right, so where does that come from? Where does that come from? Chazal says that everybody is apples. So it's actually it's an interesting connection. Remember that Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along, it comes in masculine as a brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, basically Yitzchak thinks that himself, and remember what word that Yitzchak uses. He says, the scent of the sun is like the scent of the field. That's what it says. Basically, the sun is moving and touching it with this thing. What that means to me is the scent of Yitzchak Avinu is referring to Saga, or Sanshur, and Russia published his message that said, what the law of that again, and it is what is it called? The scent of the so that the scent of the Russia quotes that. Somehow, so again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because then they didn't like the scent of the Russia, so they did the seed, that all of us are being covered. It's brown, it's red, and apple. But when I say you see a wheeler, it is no longer when it's like an apple, one of these anyway. So when you read that says that I offer the mason, it was grapes. And both if it's not the task for going ahead and Ripening grapes. So what's the example of Diben and Mara? Masa Asher Yisar Su'ido. These are the words of Yemuel. And Yemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? Two Yemuel chastised by his mother. Twins get chastised by their mother. So he was with this first I was like, who is Yemuel? So actually what is that? Yemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Yemuel myself had much like a Mishpachu. So what's that? Yemuel is actually two ways. Lomo, Tel. The whole two was. All he was actually kept Mishpachu. So again, what's the other thing tomorrow? Shama was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. Other people saying, Shemaiah Kai, Milan again, Shekafasa Dima Ala Amr. So Bathsheba, remember again, so someone else knows Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry she was, right? I was like, this is an adult section. You were adult section. She tied him to it, she was really going to flog him. She wanted to put him on the field. So that's all. She said, in my Bible, she said to him, what are you doing, my son? Like, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my dad. What are you doing? So he was not the religious chastisement. How can you do it? So he's a young child. I do know the father doesn't have a specific type. What was on the word this is? Shlomo was living the high life. Like he's the son of king. Like he's got money. He's got lucky. He's got that he's young boy. So he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And what I think the testament is, you know what people are going to say? Don't get excited. It must be that this side of Shlomo that must come from the mother's side. It's not come from the mother's side, right? So he wasn't hinge all of the overindulgent parent behaviors on me. And my practice is in the son of my youth, all of us in something, something called all of your fathers, otherwise, creation. So I wrote shit in the Lord to me. I know that. Once they become pregnant, they no longer have a relationship with the kids. Now, the country is not stipulation, maybe saying yours and it's society. So it has unprotected. So originally pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So she stopped said to her son, said to Shlomo, even after I was pregnant with you, I didn't just have a relationship with your father. And then that you'll be healthy about your child. I think that's what her parents are doing. But the nice thing is, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and you see what you did with that. The God Bible, what's the other reason? It's not on your It's not on your website. Again, we're fine, by the way. You gotta get short in this, so we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be outside. What's the rush? What's the rush? Back on the one way back to the
I always have a camera in front of me. That's true. Eventually, you're gonna fuck up. Even if you're somebody who's perfect, otherwise, like, yeah.
Have a great day.
That's the only time I ever see him do something nasty, especially with eating. Yeah. He's like very carefully good. Yeah. Let's see here. This is posted by particular mind 2159. We don't matter. Nice. What? Donnie, you are out of your element. Posted by Danny Hoffman 2. Yeah, I'm gonna put 2 ounces here. That's all I know. Talk about the keyboard.
All right, so it's like good morning. Good morning. It's Swiss Hashem. Going back in person. Swiss Hashem is beautiful. It's really fun. Okay, Swiss Hashem from that part. It's registered together. So also we have an incredible dot ahead of us today. Begin by taking all of us months to think. Our annual commentary is going to be placing the Shpach of Eretz Yisrael and dedicating all the Shiurim and Toshos as his first. From Sarah's Troubles for Am Yisrael, our Gafuri sponsors for today, Melon, Karen Rami, Igor Nishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai, David Yitzchok, and Ariel Asafov in the merit of his continued good health, the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Kaspoin, we hope that the merit of our Torah should get with both of Israel to complete and during the Fuah, which both the Shiurim and Hashem. Right, Maria, all of the Shams and come to the families. She should bring back the rest of our hostages, the Shalom and Kalos, and our holy soldiers to be successful with all Maaseh. Incredible we are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amadal 78. Me'ima Sechai, we'll say Ben Sora Imora. Ben Sora Imora. From what point in time is Ben Sora Imora Chayim should be Ben Sora Imora? So the Mishnah says, Yishinochal Tarsim Arbazar, Yishka Kasi with Yain Hankal. This is fascinating. So when is Ben Sora Imora Chayim? when he goes and he eats a tartimar, now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. When he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Israel wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. The wine kind of starts. Hold up. So first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very clear. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, right? So Italian wine is the best. He says, we're going to see the entire issue of Ransora and Mora is not really what he has done presently, but what you are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that you're going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only chayiv if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. This Italian wine, so if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't the Mishnah. Okay, Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mana Basar V'Mud Yayin. He says, not a tartimar of meat, rather again a mana of meat, and not the half a mug of wine, rather again a whole mug of wine. Okay, so let's now watch this. So that's halacha. Let's say it happened that the guy stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine, right? Or bought the meat. They consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. They took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibra Chodesh. So we'll discuss this more in the Gemara. But again, when they would decide to go ahead and make the month, right? Make the month a full month of 30 days. So they would have a sida to declare that. Or, Alchol Maisvishim Yushalai. Or Maisvishim Yushalai. Alchol Medevis Tzefos. That's what I must say. That matter. He ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Alchol Tome Maisvishim Yushalai. Muscle. Sorry, Kava. He ate Kava, which is untied produce. Maisvishim that Maisvishim goes to the meat. Maybe he's obligated to cut it out to come up from the Maisvishim. Or Maisvishim Hektish. Maisvishim Hektish. That we're not reviewed. The alcohol does whether we eat something that it's not sure example, actually more going to describe examples what that's talking about. Alcohol coma, so again, so first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with stolen money? That's Machokas, Hanakama, and Rabbi. After that, you can have an exception. The exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine because he uses the Chaburas mitzvah, so Allah again, he's going to be public. This is exactly what I mean as well. What happens if there's more stolen money, but he didn't purchase meat? I don't know, he purchased something else, right? Anything else, but not meat. Or Shasa Kamas, Shasa Gali, or for that matter, he purchased stolen money.
Yo, how are you?
Kicking
ass, taking names. What's good, Brandon? What's new?
Not too much, just been working.
All right. On what have you been working?
The DoorDash.
All right. How's that been?
Pretty good.
All right. What else?
Hasn't been bad.
What else have you been?
Just trying to relax and, just live nice. What have you been up to?
Slaying chicks like it's going out of style. Aside from that, just making robots on Twitter, getting people in here. How did you find out about me?
I found you in the Asian server.
Oh, there you go. All right, yeah. I'm in there right now live streaming, but I'll be live streaming the UFC on Saturday. Get a bunch of people in there.
Okay.
So that'll be cool as fuck. So how has DoorDash been?
Good.
Did you know that DoorDash just launched a robot today?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it can go up to 20 miles. It's got lights, a speaker, microphone, all kinds of shit.
That's crazy.
Word, Mockingbird. All right, so you've been doing DoorDash. How's that been? All right. Well, Brandon, yeah, it's all good fun. Doug, I think I Tyreek killed myself when I was dabbing. Better not fast for Yom Kippur. I didn't do anything wrong, so what the fuck do I have to atone for? What do I have to atone? I haven't done any of that shit. I haven't fucking lied and stolen and done all that other shit. I don't do that. I'm tight as fuck. I don't think I should have to do it. Yo. How are you? Ryan. How old are you? How old are you? All right, dog. Well, I don't even know what you said, but that did not sound like 35. So get the fuck out of here, son.
They're here to watch them as a shop, so start the timer. Alrighty, so we've got, we missed a lot. Okay, listen, we record Saturdays, so this is like 2 weeks later. News type shit, right? Oh, fuck, the Super Bowl and Fight Companion, dude. Fight Companion on Saturday, Super Bowl Sunday. We record the next Saturday, so everything's gonna be. We missed the Super Bowl and we missed Earl Bass at Fight Companion. We're not Earl Bass at the same thing twice. O.J. Simpson or something, what was it? Magic Johnson, San Jose Jack Johnson. Yeah, San Jose Jack Johnson. Let's see what we got here, Olivia. The first one's sponsored by Rhonda XX. Rhonda XX. Art on a Super Bowl commercial. Yeah, nuts, right? Cool. Great guy, never met him. They died for success. Imagine if the Super Bowl commercial fucking put a lion over his face, dude.
William, dog, I Tyreek killed my knee. I might have to take off Yom Kippur for health reasons. It was a davening related injury that gives me any street cred. Dog, my fucking knee. I'm not kidding. I was taking a shit, allegedly, and I was like, dog, my knee is fucked. I feel like I sprained it. Could be an ACL tear, though. Could be an MCL cafeteria tear.
Next one is posted by Dana White's mom. New Netflix content just dropped. What is it? Brennan Chop bombs on JRE and embarrasses himself. I like that dumbass. It's so funny. There's an arrow pointing to him that says dumbass. Don't sleep on the diesel head. Oh, dude. He's got so many, like, hats. I know I've talked about him. It's him crying in the back. The Gringo Poppy. Like, he's laughing, crying, laughing at Mr. Whole Foods. The diesel hat reminds me of that stupid Patriot hat. But it's Patriot, but it's like the Marlboro. Yeah. He's so fucking stupid. God, he's stupid. His hats make him look dumber. Right? Not like this hat. Timo's, I got no merch. Let's see. The next one's going to be posted by Dandy Kaufman, too. Guy who, quote, discovered Jelly Roll says Kendrick was not mainstream and black rappers aren't artists. Okay, I'm not ready for this week's episode. You can't say that. I don't think you can say that, can you? I mean, you shouldn't say that. That's what you said. Kendrick Lamar is like a platform. It's selling. It's not real beef. It also sells records.
Smells functional bicycle. I think I can beat that.
So it gets the best shock each other. Also, imagine speaking down on Kendrick more than Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, that's not good. That's a good point. Yeah, it's like, oh, Kendrick just did. You may not like his music, but you know, all he did was those songs. Bryce Mitchell said Heather was good. You know what though? I would like to hear his opinion on Kanye West. His brain is exploding a bit. He's just like, what do I say? He's black, but he said the same thing as Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, what's Chin doing? Why isn't he like Chin doing an emergency meeting? We got it. Everybody that has to say about Kanye. Maybe they did it. We missed it. Or not even for the audience, just for me.
It's like Drake's Connor and Kendrick's been Jose Aldo.
Drake's Connor and what do you say? Kendrick's is Jose Aldo.
He's on Jeopardy, and he just said, worst analogies ever for $500. That's, no, Drake is definitely Jose Aldo, because he gets knocked out mad fast.
If you're saying who won, Kendrick would be, who the fuck is this guy?
Jose needed a Connor to bring him to life. So Kendrick, even though hip-hop heads love him, he was never mainstream, really. Not like Drake. He needed Drake to bring him,
right? Because he was like considered more of an artist or more of a...
No, but it wasn't me was fucking rapping. But what's more legit is a rap.
No, rap. Oh my god. Chop does not think that rap is hard. I'm kind of surprised by that, to be honest. Right? Because what about lowbrows? He's got a good douchey lowbrows. He loves that shit. You have rap open your comedy special. Yeah. Big boy squad. That's news. They're not really artists. What? I think both of them are artists.
How do you think Jelly Rolls are?
Oh, yeah.
That is not hard.
Dude, you're fucking killing it with the fucking thing. Yeah, both Kendrick and Drake are way better than Jelly Roll.
Wait a minute, what are you doing?
Jelly Roll's good.
I think Kendrick's in his own little lane. I'm not interested in saying what's better or worse. I like Kendrick a lot more. But,
Okay, you know what?
I think Drake is kind of like skinny Jelly Roll, honestly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was. Yeah, musically, I mean, I
honestly, way more talented than Jelly Roll. Oh, Drake, right? Yeah, but still kind of like the end to be living, you know.
I'm of the opinion that Jelly Roll is pretty bad. I'm not into that kind of music at all. But, so you don't like Drake at all?
Yeah, I don't have a pussy, so.
Okay. I don't like to do.
That was my impression of Brendan Child.
It's not fucking. He's not like us. Drake. You heard it here, folks.
I saw Brendan Chop sing this song. He said, I like balls on my chin. Instead of saying I like it.
It's thinking my mouth. We'll read the comments on that. I don't give a fuck. You read the comments.
I can't do that. I'm the white corner.
6. Am I on the shop side?
Well, yeah, when you're doing that, yeah.
No, I'm on the shop side. Like, if you look at this, I can't do that. Look at this.
We're trying to go shopping. Oh, shit. I don't want to be a accountant, son. You're the accountant. I'm like, dude,
you're the one that's forced to be shows. Let's see. 6.
I got one. Yeah. Baller, and it's his birthday. 22 years old. Damn. Crazy little fucking baller. Wow. Little baller, dude. Can he get?
What was the white corner thing?
He's just like
white corner bag. God, and all in one clip. No, well, like what he went.
So it says does not become a solo.
Big boy squad.
His money and he uses that money.
Big boy nation.
Week or war. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a ben solar umor. Shneimar, the pasuk says, "Zolel v'sovei." So this is the pasuk from Torah, right? Va'amru al-sekei Rabbi says solar umora, and then Zolel v'sovei. Literally, again, he's like a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says, "How do you know that Zolel v'sovei means wine, right? How do you know that? The Gemara says, it's not explicit. Sheikh Ladav Shnemar, Al Kihi is Sove Yayin, is Sove Lebase. Since you're going to Russian of Sove, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be, again, a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, most of this is Mishnah so incredible. Now let's analyze. Some Rabbi Zera says, Tartimar Zaini will be a mountain. So says it. Remember again, the Tanakh said that the amount of meat for which a ben solar umora is chayiv, if he steals money and buys it, is a tartima. So some going to Gemara and says, Rabbi Zera says, I don't know how much is a tartima. What is that? So Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi, the yayin, nimsa kofa at the basar, the nimsa tartima chatimana. So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakh. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakh measurements, right? Because again, remember, the Tanakh says, tartimar of meat, a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the Pash just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar? A half a mana. Rabbi, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in the session. Right? So a half a mana. So that's not focus. Rabbi Yossi trying to comment. Incredible. That's money. So I'm going to just about that. Just steady thing is working on getting together a kabula that needs to perform it after in the morning, or it doesn't have to do whatever kabula wants to be. And also, whatever you see something about that, chazer over the shakla v'tariyah, just to give a take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again, we try to always try to pause at different stages of the Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand when the Gemara right here, you even just mark it up from the Gemara, so you see the beginnings and the ends. So you see over here again, that's just the unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakh. Next, Amrav Kana Bar Molga, Amrav Huda. Enochai and C7 is the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. That's good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table, right? I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So the Gemara says as follows: Amrav Kana Bar Molga, Amrav Huda. Enochai. Achidat basar b'sol, v'yochal yayin b'sol, v'yishta b'tzif b'solo b'solo. So say this is very interesting. There's another qualification. The Buddha says, the only time you become ben sora mora is when halacha l'maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't, this Israel said, you can't become a ben sora or mora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. You're going to forget about ben sora and mora. Right? So you only have halacha ben sora and mora if you get at a discount. Now what's the shot? Right? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin Vizol. About Yokel or Shlichi like Mos. Also, remember again, let's work backwards. Because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a ben sora and mora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine, that's the top, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a particular addiction going on over there. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, 1 second. You eat raw meat and undiluted wine. That's not true. That brother wasn't explicit statement. That if he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. So the Gemara says, no. Yayin chai is muzzled v'lo muzzled. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right, so the wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean? Basar chai. This is incredible. What does it mean? Raw meat. Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashio v'lo bashio. It means cooked but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba da'achlo ganvi, like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right across. Basar kiba da'achlo ganvi. Kaya begecholim. The kavase be'irevin, the nichve v'nichve v'zachat. What's fascinating? How did thieves eat their meat? How do they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside. It was rare on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time for eating everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakhic Jew. That's all. That's all. Apparently, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's seared on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon nefesh. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak is mamish a micro of ganovim. Okay? That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay. You see, if you can't get the shop in the car, right? The word says, so again, I will say, so all of this also, remember, what we're looking for here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, tomorrow, what does this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go ahead and they eat it. So this is something from a young age. Exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. Gemara goes like that. Rabbi, this is fascinating. So Rabbi Yosef said as follows. Both of them said, if the Rebbe eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Saramor. That was very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore, again, non-habit forming. So therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents, who uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go to buy wine right off the press, halakha again, that does not make him into a Ben Saramor. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is writing for us. They're not important, they're not chashuv, therefore, ultimately, again, they're not habits forming. So say such a, right? Okay, we'll come back to this for a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, Turn hustle. Now, obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat? And what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next pillar of business. So we'll say, this is the fasting halacha. It's not hustle. All part of our sugya. Erev Tishabov. So on Erev Tishabov, we'll say sugam of seconds, right? Remember again, you should always recognize in halacha, 2 times a year you have sugam of seconds, right? 2 times a year. One before Tishabov, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The sugam of seconds before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's mamish Yom Tov Suda. Right? It is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing and tshuva that's about to come. You know, it's interesting, even honestly, when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, is a morning meal, right? With M-O-U-R, right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in. There are restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tisha B'Av, lo yocha adam shnei tafshilin. A person should not eat 2 cooked foods. At the Sugam of sex, you can't have 2 different cooked foods. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have beef jerky at your Sugam of sex? You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. Right? You could have salted meat, and you could have wine. If there's any left in the belt, right? So you could have salted meat, and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. Nevertheless, I'm saying now, before we go, what does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat. identity of wine. That's ours. That's to say mamish means that it's not basar and it's not yain. So the Gemara says, so the basar maliyach is not obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So basar maliyach kama. So what sense is interesting? Obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and so only again that's salted meat. What in other words, when we speak of salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows: basar maliyach ad kama. So as long as it's like shlamim, let's say, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, once you've salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When we say loses its identity as meat, if you eat it, deflations. Right? I don't know, just to be clear, right? There's going to be deflations. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So if Ben Sora Mora steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not chayiv. You want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that meat even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that seems so. If you look at Rashi says there, "Kol Mashu Tishlamim, Shelo Avar Alav Zman Akilah Shlamim, Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad, Adayin Belich Luchusahu, V'Lo Shri Maliyach." So let's say, so this is the idea. The window of shlamim is our metric. If you eat shlamim for 2 days and 1 night, so to again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, then so Mora is not going to be chayiv for it. And halach l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Up until what point in time is wine called wine for the best? I want to understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, ad kama kozman shu toses, when it's fermented. Toses means fermenting. I will say, apparently, Rashi points out over here, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a stick of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin. So if I will say again, for our purpose, so that's finished. That time, actually, just puzzle for a second. So therefore, what we are establishing over here is that Ben Sora Mora is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. We've established already from Mishnah, Yisrael V'Sobei, Machlokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. But now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine, but right now the Gemara is just saying it's got to be wine. Wine, for our purposes, means it's not fermented. It's not fermented. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? When I say any meat that is sat in salt for at least 2 days and 1 week. Let's go back to that time. So the Gemara says, we learned that fermenting wine, Rabosa, is not subject to the halacha of givli. Remember again, what halacha of givli? The halacha says that if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What is Gemara concerned about? Snake venom. Now, I'll just point out that we know this Rothschild brings down that today many people aren't knocking on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight. But we do drink it the next day. So Gemara says that's because again we live in locales where venomous snakes are not really as common, and that's why again we see in general people are not. In any event, the point over here is frothing, right, fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. So, how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently, for the first 3 days after the wine is first pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation. And therefore, again, there's no issue of givli. So it's an interesting enough. So the reason I'm bringing this up over here is beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. Here it says 3 days. Now the consequence, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha over by Ben Sora Mar? We need to know what kind of wine is he chayiv for stealing. So the Gemara says, So ultimately, again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, right? When it comes to Tisha B'Av, so remember again, it's a din in Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like shlamim, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and there's going to be an element of simcha. By then, Surah Mara will say, it's not a din in simcha. What is it a din in? What is it a din in? Addiction. That's the development. I hesitate to use that word addiction. I'm really fucking trying to do stuff. But we're using now, we're worried about being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, "Mishum shukiyu, or the choshu v'mamshik." In order for the Ben Solar more to be a clear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately, again, it has to be something of really high quality. So even if Gemara seems to say, even if halacha l'maisa is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a deal, that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Solar and Mora. The yayin ad yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the Ben Solar would not be high for that. And I will say, now it happens to be, it appears from the Gemara, that halacha l'maisa, that for Ben Solar or Mora, we adopt the shlamim metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals money and purchases, that meat is not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv if he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But but if it's still frothing, then ultimately again it's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. We'll say beautiful Gemara. Amar Chanan, lo nivra ba'olam, Amar Chanan, lo nivra yayin ba'olam. Why did Hashem create wine? Right? We'll say it's a good shayla. Wine, it's interesting by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine, right? A bris milah has wine. A chuppah has wine, right? We're going to see a levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet, we see that Chazal say that wine could get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did the Rebbe Shalom really create wine? So you know, incredible Gemara. Hashem created wine, El Lenachim Avelim, or the Shalim Schal Rishai. Hashem created wine really for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mourners. And let's say that what is this? Remember again, you remember seconds my party. Remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. They were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? You understand why? Because what did it do? It took the edge off. A little bit. Right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and soothed. It was there's a tremendous Moshe Haskell in this. So what does this mean? So you're going to give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? Well, in life, there are 2 different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to move into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a life deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of the circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. And listen, we all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens when you have 3 glasses of wine? I'm getting the blank looks over here. Right? What happens? Because 2 azukos, right? 2 azukos, right? I have 3 glasses of wine. Suddenly again, you know what? The problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. We at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems, right? With 3, right? I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Hey, I'll handle it. When, how, what, I don't know. But I know I got this. The stuff that looks impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. It looks like it's such a tremendous. So why did Hashem create wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, For the other, I just lost someone that I love. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That's the assault of one, says the Gemara. Furthermore, and the shine is called the shine. I will say, but again, without the one, also the Ashkafa also applies. Life's problems in two different buckets. The one you can solve, the one you can't. The ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, one was also created for a shine. For a shine. What does this mean? Even the greatest of the shine, right? Even the most wicked person does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And halacha l'maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottle of wine. Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for his shine, and therefore they get the reward in this world, and judgment and punishment in the next world. Tinu sheichar la'ovei nefesh. Tinu sheichar la'ovei v'yayin l'mari nefesh. This will be again giving intoxicating beverage. La'ovei to the one who is lost. The Gemara is understanding to be to the Rasha, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. Rabbi spoke. What does it mean when it says the pasuk? So be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning again, so enjoy it, Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world, because know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Rabbi Amar Alteri Yain Kiyis Adam, Alteri Yain Shacharis Adam. Be careful with wine. Be careful with wine, because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. That kind of ramixiv. So it's a kind of contrast to two psukim. On one hand, it says Tirosh. It says Tirash Vikarinon Tirosh. So we'll say it's quoting over here. It's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos. These are the brachos of Yitzchak Avinu Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim. Again, it says so much of Shabbos. V'yitin l'cha Elokim. V'chalashayim mishmani haaretz. The rove dagon the sirosh. The both say sirosh means grapes. But what the Gemara is pointing out over here is it's written with chased, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as tirash, right? It can be looked right. You see it as tirash, but yet we read it as tirosh. Tirosh. So we'll say what's the difference? Listen to this. Zacha naaseh rosh. Lo zacha naaseh rosh. So they both say alcohol, right? Alcohol, wine, could be used in one of two ways. Alcohol could be used as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, right? Any person can engage in all type of terrible behaviors, or sometimes we're both saying, nicholas yayin lets the soul. Sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, it lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes when we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Right? I don't, so we put up walls. Piaget speaks about this so much. We put up walls around our life, and those walls lock ourselves before we see self-actualizing. Sometimes a little bit of wine comes in. The walls come down. And my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, could either be tirash, rash means like a bottle, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement, and for other people, tirosh, like a rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rabbi says, Yismach or Yishmach, Bikarinon Yismach. So again, according to the pasuk, wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, Zacha b'samcha. The person is righteous, then ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. Lo zacha, if I'm the person who is not zocha, mishamanehi. Wine could destroy it. So we'll say the whole chap of wine. Without wine, we'll say anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner view. And then we'll say, then when that inner view comes out, that's when it truly comes out. The shaila is who am I really on the inside? Am I a Russia Chassidon masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps, again, I'm really a mediocre guy, or I should say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, a little bit of wine is able to show on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rava said, wine and nice smells, right? Aromatic smells made me very smart. What Rava was saying is like this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha, and it wasn't like in the scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember when Hashem created Adam and Chava, the Torah says, "Vayibach ba'apav," Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why much Shabbos we have the summon, right? Why we have the summon? That's why some people have to be accustomed to smell the summon on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that unlocked in the Shabbat. Incredible. Amar Bamram, praise Reb Shimon Bar Abba. Also, by the way, it's interesting. Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made you smart. What about like learning, right? I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So I say, what you see from Rabbi is something very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time like on external things. I travel a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder, like, why doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, you're right, of course I learned about Torah, Rabbi says. Of course I learned about Torah. But in addition to all the Torah, Rabbi says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and summit represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am. About what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. Because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. My siv was the meaning of the pasuk. Lemi avi, lemi avoy, lemi medanim, lemi siach, lemi pitzan chino, lemi chach lilos inayim, lema achrin al yain lebayim machtum masach. Let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk that we're putting over here is from Mishlei. And essentially what Shlomo Melech is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says as follows. The Sefer Reisha Madrash, ultimately, however you interpret this passage, what the passage essentially is saying is, Lemi I, right? Who's the one who has to say, whoa? Lemi Avai, who's the one who has to say, right? Who's the one who says I, who's the one who says Vavai, right? Lemi Madana, Lemi Siak. So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the passage is, Lema Achrim Alayai. Those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, again, Shlomo Melech understood this firsthand, because Shlomo Melech had everything. So Shlomo Melech also understood, and we'll get into this more, about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So the Gemara says you could dash in this pasuk from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash obey Galilah. Yud Gimel Vav. So what's it? Right? So Darash over Galilah. So a certain guy who lived in the Galil dashed the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he dashed and he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? Listen to this. This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavin Ne'emru B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again. The first time we have mention of wine is where? Noah. So 13 vavs in the section of Noah with wine. If you look at Rashi is over here. Yud Gimel Vav in Lashon Vai. So what does that mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, whose translation of Vai is Vai. Right? Vai means Va. So what this Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of ice, a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now we got here they are. two vav right there. Again, you'll count as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayesh. So again, Noach cut off the table. The first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayera or Vayar Chama Vikinan es Evas Aviv. Vayage l'shnei echad b'chutz. Right? So Cham. So remember again, Noach gets drunk, falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobement. Cham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another vav. Shem v'yafas, another vav. Esa simba, vayasimu, another vav. Al shechem shneim. So Cham does nothing. Right, well, actually, he does something, but so Shem and Yafas come, they walk in backwards, they cover up their father. Vayel, another vav, Achalonis, Vaychas, another vav, Eservas Avim, Upanim, another vav. Vayikatz Noach, another vav. Noach wakes up, from his wine. Vayed, another vav. Eis Asher Asal of Noach. So we'll say this is the story of Noach. Remember, Cham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, tells his brothers, Shem and Yafas come, and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noach wakes up, and the pasuk says Noach knew what his son Cham did to him. Rabbi Shmuel, so Moses, obviously, it's interesting. Obviously, Cham did something to Noach. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Cham did to Noach. So it's not focus. Rabbi Shmuel, Chad Amar Sirsu. One opinion says that Cham castrated his father. The Chad Amar Revel. Other opinion says that Cham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? One says that he castrated him because over Rabbi, kill over Rabbi. So the one says castrated. Why would Cham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Cham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noach cursed Cham's 4th son. Who was Cham's 4th son? Cham's 4th son of Osai was Cush. Cush. Right? Sorry, Cush is for the Canaan. Right? So Cham's 4 sons were Cush, Mitzrayim, Put, Canaan. So just like Cham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. The one who says that he sodomized him, Bayar. Sifafa Bayar Cham. Right? Vikinan as Evas Havim. Sivasam Bayar Osa Shechem Ben Hamor. When Shechem abducted and violated him. And again, the Rebbe says in Chazal tell us that he violated him with Yir Shalot Darkot. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, so it makes sense. The one who says that he castrated him, but rather than having the 4th son, it makes sense. Then that Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. But according to the one who says that he sodomized him, why didn't he curse him his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? In which the Gemara says, according to that thing, they sodomized him. We both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay? No life lessons there. Okay, Gemara says, so we'll say, so what happens? So the pasuk says Noach profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, we'll say, so just to point out over here, the Rothschild over here is incredibly important. The Ribono Shel Olam is bringing Noach to task. So the first thing that he does in the world is he plants a vineyard. That's Rothschild Chulin. He profaned himself. So I'm going to exactly. Noach, right? Noach, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're doing planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shalom. Garam lo elayayin. What caused Adam and Chava to make their mistake? It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one second, what does that mean? Commander Amar. We're going to see, interestingly enough, that there is a fundamental machlokas. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from it? Remember again, they eat from the das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? There's machlokas. Tisanya, Ve'emer Omer, Os Ilan Sha'afa Adam Arishon Geffen Hara. So we'll say, first opinion of Yemer says it was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Adam Arishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noach gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? Grapes. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from other Aishah? I'll say, I'm a base. She'ain, the fuck, Rabbi Shemedi, the wrong other Eliyah. And also, if the mayor says, now where does the mayor get this from? It's almost as if the mayor backs into this. Because the mayor says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like war. Obviously, I will say, it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we see we extol all of the greatness of wine, the power of wine, the beauty of wine. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kedusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Which also, by the way, I just want to point out, I want to cover up here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Really, again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. There's absolutely, I don't have like shares in everything. That's what I'm doing. It's not a business thing. We live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is the most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine, you see the result. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of tradition power. So if I know at least that wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's grown on every soil of Eretz Yisrael, I absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a condition that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more published way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. Any event. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, therefore, wine, right? Wine comes along, Eliyai. So therefore, again, that's why for Baruch Hu brings off the cast. How can you go ahead? And be planting wine that other should have to trouble wine? Rabbi says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was wheat. The eighth is fascinating. The eighth das tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe eights was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally. But eventually, this as it was wheat. Because what's interestingly enough, wheat in Desmond, when a child begins, it's interesting. Because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again, there's a certain level of das that comes with that. Like in the Chemio says, no, it was a fig. I will say why, because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava each when they eat das tovara, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognize that they were naked. So what they do? They covered themselves. Now, Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because, again, that was the tree which they would have had hands. By the way, just fascinating, it's really not focus as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples, right? So where does that come from? Right? Because that Adam and Chava ate apples. So we'll say it's actually an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau, and remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, the scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says, scent of the field. When somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, he says, Yaakov, Yitzchak Avinu was referring to Reach HaSada was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes Medrash that says, what's the Reach of Gan Eden? And even smells, stay capuchin, like an apple orchard. And Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of it. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that all Adam Chava ate from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no mandomer that says it was an apple. One of these many things. So according to the opinion that says that Allah Lamaisa it was grapes. So the Shmuel takes Noach to task for going ahead and planting grapes. We'll say incredible Gemara. Masa asher yisarsu imo. Okay, so let's see what it is. These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First I want to say, who is Lemuel? Rashi points out over here, Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Ma'asav HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I want to say Lemuel is a contraction of two words, Lamo Kel. That all he was an attribute to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what's the other this Gemara? Shlomo was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. Amr So Bathsheba, never again. So Shlomo is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents could get with children, right? I must say, this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tied him to a post. She wasn't really going to flog him. Rather, she wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So Bamrolo, she said to him, Maburi, Umar Barbitni, Umar Barbitni. She said to him, what are you doing, my son? Like Maburi, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my vow. What are you doing? So he was saying, Maburi, what was Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? I told you, Shavich Yari Shamayim. Everyone knows your father's David HaMelech is such a big tzaddik. What's now? What we're going to see is Shlomo was living the high life. Right? He's the son of a king. Right? He's got money. He's good looking. He's got everything going for him. See, he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? Tell me it's a tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent behavior on me. Omar Bar me and the son of my womb. All of your fathers otherwise once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. From Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, you know me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy and vibrant child. Very interesting parent-child conversation, right? But Lamaisa again, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. Umar Barbari, what's you know what to do? We'll stop over here. Stop over here, both sides. Again, we're fine, by the way. It happened to get short in Makkos, so we're gonna be fine. You know, say, what's the rush? What's the rush? She got it from the one so we got to this. All right, Kavra Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
If I'm running a rope and I dress you up like a furry or something and you just didn't say anything like you were in it, no, that'd be kind of cool, right? If you were just next to me.
Okay, good morning.
Well, shut it down, you will. If I'm running a rope, I'll do it, dude.
Today's daf is Sanhedrin daf Samach Tes. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors of the year 5785, the Tulsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, as is close to the Surah Tevis for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Dationi sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Ram. We were just with Mel's father, Mordechai and Yitzchak. Mordechai and Yitzchak have a real relationship with families who have in the family. We're going to begin in Daf Samach Tes on the days, and we begin with the 4 lines up at the bottom, Kliga, the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quote Rav Kista, who tells us another exception to the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. That is that the Ben Sora Umora cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote it, it says, Amar Rav Kista, Kontak Saholit, Ein Beno, Nasa, Kontak Saholit, Ein Beno, Nasa Ben Sora Umora. Just as halacha is, if the Kontak gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption in the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Why? It says the pasuk Le'ish that the son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this then is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt in the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire Amud today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's the discussion of tomorrow. Speaking the Rabbi who is telling us the Prophet is trying to exclude the child of a child, must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The speaking the Rabbi is that's arguing. Rabbi, why? No, Rabbi says the child is Chata in a moment. The child cannot give birth. Never, but the Prophet in English goes. Talking about the halacha of Gezel Ager. There's a halacha person and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes his oath, he takes his word to steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. Turns out it's lied. Halacha is that you have to see the person that carries the person of so much business, and you have to read his heart. Now the Bible says in English, if this person gets already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate. Halacha is when the payment goes to the Torah. The word is Halacha is possible, but the age of the other Yisrael in the law of the person doesn't have any relatives. Everybody's got some relatives. Even if you don't have that many relatives, you go back generation, find somebody who is actually doesn't say that there's a person who's not of a Goel. Hell of a Gezel Agar comes to Gary because the Dabar is looking at a person who steals from the Kaver. The Kaver collectively talks with half of his family, unless he gets married to no family. Now, the Amrach, is says very clearly in the concept that the aim what is Goel. What is does not have anybody as the redeemer. Then the pasuk says, "Is as the if the person who stole from wasn't is, you have to start reviewing in years for garland. If you have people who are references who can actually pick up the payment for it, they laugh or not. However, Katan, if the person who was stolen from is the child, he has to start the lock for love. You do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? The child is the convert to Yeshua in the garland. If obviously from your family member, why is the child not father another child? Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child ever has a relative, therefore don't bother with them. Clearly, we see the rabbis have the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, it's stark contrast with this, because this says the whole possible issue that the child has a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well, it's possible to constantly look at the Torah. Hey, Rabbi asks the following question. Ish, it says in the pasuk. This is my approach to Rashi that we show what we're talking about with Rashi. Rashi tells us to talk about a person who has an affair with a shippa. Shippa is a shippa who is considered to be halfway free and halfway still a servant. So she's married to an Evangelist. The person has an affair with her, that person gets malchus but does not get visa. Also says this, Haley, I only know this halacha is true if we're talking about an it. Then test son of your efforts to royal Rabbi. How do I know that he's a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day he's technically able to engage in the Bia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in the parsha? On the low where it says this above the word of this, that includes even a 9-year-old child. A 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of Bia. And if he's included in the concept of Bia, that means he has the physical ability to perform the Bia. He's able to perform the Bia physically, and also be able to, be Shefazera. He gets to be Shefazera because if he can't, that would be the fundamental flaw in the Bia. If you're saying that a 9-year-old child one day can produce the Sarah, then obviously what should happen is built with father or child, the person is still in the mode. Yes, you can't actually physically perform the Bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is it like? Who wants to heavy something? This is similar to the grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. She tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to grow. The tree can have a seed, never currently try to plant it, and it will grow. The same thing is true when it comes to the child. He will be able to perform the child, but the actions that he is
how are you?
strong enough to actually produce the child. Okay, so it's possible that
Yo, can you hear me?
Correct, the child cannot.
Yo, Liz. Seminary Rose.
They just get some they learn. another.
can you hear me? Yo, do you speak English? Go fuck yourself. No English.
It's a childish thing, really. I mean, these guys haven't really grown up. I mean, neither have I, but I try to pretend like I am. And they say the illusion of an adult, right? I'm like that. But they don't even, they're like, dude, guns, cigar, fucking drugs, like, fucking that shit. I'm 45. I had 12 beers last night. I'm 15. Yeah, they're like, I fucking showed my cock to a 3-year-old. They're like, what the fuck? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's see here. Survival, that's a promotion. Let's see. This is posted by psychic scientist. Tim Kennedy gets blackballed from the fire ministry thing. Tim Kennedy probably won't pick any other bit. So it's just a bunch of negative comments. Oh, there are some things we need to clarify. Tim Kennedy is not and has never been reported as made as European influencer staccato. What is staccato? I don't know. Alright, well, he's getting gadooushed. That's funny. That's like his totals. It's a sandals company. The flops. I'll tell you the verbatim. Read the room, y'all. Posted by Haphazard. We haven't seen this right now. I don't think so. Let's see what this is. I'll tell you the biggest thing, the most wildest thing I made of all the Grammys, Kendrick Lamar wins Grammy of the Year. You're not like us. The entire crowd filled with pedos. Start lyricking, mimicking his lyrics. I mean, all of that was pretty redacted.
I fucking did it.
My buddy Cootie here, filled with Graves' disease. He sounded like Vince McMahon. Fire. Really? Yeah, the Drake word. Minor, and fucking Beyonce's dancing. Meanwhile, her husband Jay-Z's under investigation for a minor. It's so weird. So weird. It's read the room. Yeah, read. Really, dude?
Allegations of 40-year-old Conahan actor has been sexually harassing underage girls began surfacing this week after one alleged victim claimed that the Netflix series You After once asked her for nude pictures, knowing that she was underage.
Yeah, shop, take that. Fucking idiot. You dummy. Read the room, y'all. Let's see, this is posted by 12 Washing Beard, an all-time classic that still holds up today. That's facts. That's facts. The years talking at the water cooler because every day. And I'll give shout out to whoever posted that because, like, dude, I mean, you just nailed it. Sick poster. Yeah, one of the best. The album art doesn't get enough shout out, like the Mexican flag, dude. The fucking cool tattoos. Yeah, that's a great fucking thing. Yeah. This is easily the funniest Callahan has been. Most my accomplished gap, 4690. Let's see what part that's talking about. Okay, why is it not opening? I would never say who I don't think is funny. It's so mean. Okay, let me listen to the phrase like this. Is Theo Vaughn funny? Yes. He's very funny. Yes. Is your co-host funny? I think my co-host, you got funny. Well, you didn't say it. Why is Theo Vaughn funny? I'm firing kids. You're firing the kids. Very funny. Please stop. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That's great. Great movie. Never seen it. Let's see this one. In any facet was like meme time. I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but continues to defend Bryce. Nuts. Let's see. This is Horror Nothing Activity 9 Bishwab riding an electric car is probably. Yeah, I saw this one already. Howard Hoover's consistently offline driving the stop and go and heavy on the brake. It's taking everything you need to not keep all over this lovely test. Yeah, I mean, fucking real men don't drive electric cars. That's why you want to use. Yeah, your van on those things you're fucking pussy driving. Yeah, is this a pussy driving or is that a man? Yeah, he's got the mask on. He's probably been vaccinated 1,000 times. Probably moved for Kamala 1,000 times. Even his ears like, he's not a fucking, he would last a day in Austin. Oh, shit. Have you ever been with this? No, dude. I have. Really? Yeah. Are you okay?
Oh, what an amazing job.
Yeah, dude, I was in one for the first time not too recently.
Rank 79th.
I did when my mom, when I was getting, when she was having me, like the day I was born, they didn't even go, they didn't get like an ambulance. They drove her to the hospital in a truck. In the back. Just like this. The truck bed. Because my dad was like, dude, you're a truck family. Yeah, you were delivered on the wheel well. Always been a Porsche family. Goes by Ford. I rolled down the thing that you, what's the thing that you walk out? I don't know. No things before you bring them up. Well, tailgate. I rolled down the tailgate. Yep. Ford, nothing 789 post. This one's always been a Porsche family. Explores the streets of Texas. Good for her. You gotta always be looking for your next move, right? That's what fucking successful people do. Yep. I speak for all California when I say good riddance. The graph experiment posted this. Denmark is reportedly planning on increasing tariffs for frozen to 500% for the U.S. only. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck. Oh, shit. The tariffs. Yeah, gonna be bad news for Brennan. Yeah, various content 2615 posted this one. Get the fryers ready. Jerry fight companion. Damn, that's today, dude. Dicey. People are asking if we're gonna do a stream today. Hell no, dude. I'm barely awake. Nah, fam. Damn, but I'm excited for that. Yeah. It's with the four. Who's this other guy? Is that Joey Diaz last week? That's that. I forget his name. Brian Simpson. It's Brian Simpson. Man, something. Sarah? Yes. Okay. Shout out to them. I'll be watching from my apartment. Let's see. This is haphazard. The guys finally heard him say Super Bowl. Let's hear it. Okay, it's called the Super Bowl. Oh, say oh. Hey, don't be able to do like some kind of European. And that's a Super Bowl all over the night. He's like a terrible Uber driver. What do you got in the Super Bowl? Guys, I'm going to say something real quick. I'm going to Starbucks to get this new thing called a Taco.
Yo, what up, Michael? Michael, how you living? Can you hear me? Michael.
Yo, dog, you had a great game, buddy. You should personality. No way. Get better now. Yeah,
Just like you just found out you're Super Bowl. You just found out what a band called for. It's the movie with it's Dracula. Oh, is it that take place in the Super Bowl? Yeah. Dracula was actually in the Super Bowl. I know, my name is Dracula. I'm in the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. Culture. That's how you say it. Dracula's acting as like the black it's like your blood out your neck, bitch. Shit. Yo, I wish Dracula. You ever see me in the mirror? No. Exactly. I love horror, deuces. I love horrors. What if they had a meeting before the show? Like, all right, Brad, we gotta be honest with you. Like, a lot of that content making fun of you is doing pretty good. They show charts. They're like, okay, so this episode, me and Gary are good Montes are gonna talk about how you say we're drunk. Like, we've researched and these are the bits that we're gonna try out, and we're gonna something that's genius. That's awesome. Let's do it. It's like, what are you talking about? And then they're like, we're starting with Super Bowl. He's like, no, come on. Eric was like, he said terrible Uber driver. Why is everyone gonna be terrible? Just because it worked. Eric is a little bit, what's the stop on Eric's side here? You know, you're an Uber driver, so where are we? America. You're speaking English. All right. Fair enough. Take me to my motherfucking Chipotle, dog. Come on, bro. Chipotle? Jeez, man, you gonna get the Chipotle, stack it up with a meat that's toast. Get a chicken ball, burrito ball, chicken ball. Same thing. All right, Papa's next drift posted by Peter Gooch Sr. This trends at least once every 2 months. Yeah, the Pornhub post. It's funny. Yeah. Thick boy cake. Oh no. Now, why is George in there, dude? George is, he's part of the show. They changed the locks though. George don't really know. Let's see, this next one is Chin's Insta story question mark. Joe Rain posted this. Very funny. On scale that goes. Crazy. That is very funny. It is cool if he's doing it. Take no judgment. Behind the scenes. Yeah, that's clearly solved. That's not cocaine. Because if it was cocaine, it would be in my nose. It's not real because there's no gun. Oh, legal age of dope. Ari Clown's delayed for being a PDF file posted by Mike Honcho is self 7. Santa Estonia gets 15, 12, 14, 40, 40, Location. Oh my god. Yeah. Back in Estonia, my man's a gentleman. Not for me. Yeah. Great comic, not for me. Yeah. How about you be funny next time? You are never good. Your clips are always bad and have been said many times before. Brandon Queen has a lot of teeth. If he did that would be good. So that would be too original for me. But in Estonia, he has a big gun or something. I took an edible and it didn't work. But then 30 minutes later, I was like, whoa, jazz. Tony, get you clip from me. He does Brian Callen with an Estonian accent. Oh, fuck.
Yo. IWS, how are you?
Yeah, nobody wants to fucking talk to you anymore.
This smug ass face when Papa feels like he drops knowledge posted by Hot Cinema. Yeah. Damn, dude, his face could be like that thing that pops up. You like the paper clip on the whole word. Like
This person's definitely ready.
This face. Yeah. Got a question? Oh, Floppy. Yeah, Floppy. It looks like they're like, hey, Brandon, what should we name the dog? He looks like that. Donnie. Give it back. Bye. Alrighty. Next joke. Next one is, gotta in Calabasas. Oh my gosh. Interesting. 3 deals in 1 hour. So is this on Tripod Podcast? What channel is this on? I think that's fake, but it would be funny as fuck if he did a real estate bit. Yeah, that would be fun. So in the middle of trying to work on my truck, my house got sold. I've always been kind of a guy that's into like real estate, money, making it happen, and I don't know why I've been that voice for shopping. Yeah, I sold my house, I flipped it for $3 million. Yeah, I asked the guy, can you give me more money than that? Got done. Instead of calling it Drive Fast All Gas, you should have called it West Coast Choppers. I don't know, just because I don't know. I tried. I mean, it's better than Drive Fast All Gas. Let's see here. Well, Luke doesn't rate the Rogan Hack Pack. Wow. Let's see here. Attachment to Monarchy's downfall. No. This show has turned into a Rush Limbaugh with DMT and shit comedians. Well, it's almost not shit comedians. Skits and beats. That's hilarious. Oh, yeah. Teach his own, I think, is probably the best memes out there. Luke is a good guy. It depends on how numbers you count it or whatever. Oh, boy, 250. The Grammys make me sick. Only inviting Beatles posted my Grammys concert 26 minutes. Wow, this is the best post of the week right here, dude. Yeah, dude, calling out for his idiocy. Very stupid. What room were you rating that, Brendan? That one. Oh, dude, come on. No, I have inside knowledge. I was a double agent. That's why he stopped, because when he went, he was like, oh my God, everyone here's a pedophile. I'll never fire me, Showtime. I better bet on myself. I better bet on myself. Let's see here. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. I was upstairs, patient 373. Yeah, dude. We were talking about this last night. You don't look good. Look, evil does this to a man, right? You're bad inside, eventually outside, bad too. Yeah. Too many hot chips can lead down a treacherous road. My camera angles are not helping. All of these pictures look like each one of them looks like he caught his dick in something. These are all stills from that's what he's trying to like not like if there a way to like not let anyone know that caught his dick in something. And the rest of them are him just screaming for help. Please! He's trying to describe how it got caught. He's like, I don't know. My dick is stuck in the pie. That's the first try to get it out. Oh, fuck. He's resigned now. He's like, I didn't find it, just I forgot. Like, what did it do? I don't care. Yeah. I don't have a dentist. I might as well have a dentist. This is also how hard you laugh when you've done something terrible. Yeah, you finally feel good again. Yeah, for that 15 seconds before you're just really dead. Oh my God, so funny. Why did I do that? Yeah, let's see. What's I present to you the 250 fucking suck me comment search 8648 posted this one. I'm pretty glad somebody said that. A brand new minute from one of the hardest working men in all of the Austin, Texas comedy scene. This is the return of Cam Patterson. Hey, I was around the fires. I was there. I blamed the gays. That's who I blame for. It's funny because I was riding around and I see like all the house on fire and shit. And you know what's crazy? You know who's still standing? Not all the ash in the roof and all the fire. Who's still standing? Was breaking the chimneys. Why not make the house out of that next time? I mean, the most sense ever, you fucking dumbass niggas. Hey, we're on our own. Let's keep going. Airplane's still under. Airplane's still under. And what is the deal? Tommy, it's the only thing that survives a crash. Why don't they build the whole plane out of the black box? You happy? Asian niggas, they all are. Asian as shit. Bad comedy funnier than good comedy. that then. So take that if you're a comedian, you think about being a comedian, start writing jokes about Asians. You know, your wife takes some Adderall and hit up way too many women on Instagram. You know what I mean? Yeah, keep it big. 3 C's. If there was a horrible fire recently, blame it on the people in it. Yeah. That's good. That's your way of calling the policies. Wait, I don't know. I was like, I don't know. Cam said that. It's like they should build the house. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't understand why you went on the case. That I don't get it. Maybe that's just the truth. Yeah, I don't know. That was like a whole one section I explained, and then he went into the brick thing. I don't know why I believe it on the case. I would have said I believe it on the cookies. I mean, the Cam saying blame it on the I think he probably just did that because that like kills in Austin. It's just like that's really all I'm gonna say. And the gays. And then like everybody there's like, oh, it's one of us. We haven't read a book in 17 years. I want to go to Austin and be like, I'm a doctor. I delivered a baby yesterday. It turns out it was killed. Yeah, Amy Rich. Austin just passed out for a second there. What is it then? Posted by Danny Kaufman. This one is called Bryce, quote, is not a bad dude, end quote. Just a byproduct of social media. He's a kid. Bryce is like some evil kid, you know. I think Bryce is a product of the current society obsession with social media. I don't think he has a background in history, especially when it comes to World War II and Hitler in Germany, for that matter. I think he's homeschooled, if that's right, or dropped out of school. The point is he's not the most educated dude to give these hot takes. That's fine, you know, freedom of speech. He's welcome to say what he wants to say, but you just got to be ready for the repercussions. When you say some wild crap like he said, you think he knows that. He said that. Yeah, no, I mean, what he did is inexcusable. And again, I don't think what Shab is saying is wrong in the sense that he doesn't know anything about history. He's probably homeschooled. He's an idiot. Right? So that part actually is true. And he probably is a product of social media. Because if you go on Twitter now, it's all Nazi crap. So I understand that, but it doesn't excuse me. I go on Twitter too. I don't believe in Nazi crap. I read it. Then go, you know, what else? It's Hitler was right. But like that just, you have to be a moron to. So that's what's lacking from this critique. So I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but I think you guys need to realize that this is a kid. He's a kid. This is a kid who probably is on social media, and his algorithm, for better or worse, is filled with this narrative that he is kind of pushing, and there's much smarter people than him pushing this narrative, and he's smarter people. And they're also kind of right. These days. But remember, Bryce is a fact. He's not a bad person. He's not a bad dude. He's not at all. Do you think he was in the bunker? They're like, we lost, son. We lost. He's about to load in the gun with his wife and Steve O'Brien. He's like, wait for 8 or give it like 80 years, dude. Hitler's return is either Bryce or Job Kanye. What Bryce is, he's in this bubble. This team is great. Kanye's like, how much money was right then? And he's the perfect storm of growing up super religious, which most of those super religious people don't mess around with the gay stuff. And then, so when he's seen online, it's really not super, it's not good. So he sees online, like the transgender stuff and prejudice, and, you know, there's these safe rooms where kids can come out if they're gay or trans. So he's constantly seeing that in his algorithm on the news. He's like, oh, I didn't remember he's a religious dude. He's like, what the fuck? Who's turned to shit? So he's just this byproduct of nice bitch luck, they said all that stuff. But then they put 5 acres on a UFC card, and you are so pissed about it, dude. Yeah, that is a lot. That's a great point. He's worried about the guy that loves Hitler and all that. Yeah. But just the idea of black acres, he can't. They're there because they're black. There's no compassion. We get it. There's no we get it, Bryce. We get it. That's where you should. It's like that crazy shit.
Most people are gonna write him off. Can't wait to see him fight next and get his ass whooped. But you gotta step back a little bit. The kid is a product of the current climate we're living in.
It's face.
That's the face from it. Where do you get a head like that? I don't know. The Walmart store. Wonder if somebody was with him when he bought that hat. They're like, yeah, give it.
It was a gift. He's like, oh,
somebody trolling him. The homeless cat sent him that. 10:30 fan. Read this on the show, please.
damn, I'm really upset there's no Antonio Brown clips. You think there would be?
Maybe it wasn't a good show.
Maybe. Probably not. They probably best show. Posted by Confidence Search 8648. Rigs playing Bloomingdale's, Minnesota.
10:30 a.m. A.m. And I do Bloomington, Minnesota.
You know what I was saying, Bloomingdale? I'm like, isn't that like a store? It's not a city. Maybe if the city was named after the store, named after the city.
When you said that, I thought it was like a joke, like he's gonna have to play at Bloomingdale. It's like, oh, he's like, he's a shift at Bloomingdale. He's helping you find his shirt. He's folding pants. 122. All right, kids, that's it. I've been able to fight Japan myself. Joseph, I'm going to be and I go to Bloomington, Minnesota.
Very funny. He's just a product of the current climate of social media. That's all the films they did. Okay, so this is V Talks About Kids, posted by Water Dude 1984. Let's see.
You have any kids? I do. God damn them to hell.
I want to watch that whole episode, and I was waiting for this episode to even think about watching it. Now I want to watch it just because I'm wishing death upon you. Let's see.
Hey, we'll try to
He would never say anything bad about LA, posted by Haphazard. Oh, come on. Let's end on this one. This is a 2-minute, 38-second Haphazard.
Hey, we'll try new bands. Hey, shit, you always gotta do new material. Yeah, friend. Daddy has a little reservations about going to Austin. It's getting real.
Daddy's not so much sure about making Austin his new grandfather.
Me? Yeah.
But he was like, are you daddy or my daddy? Who's daddy? Fucking daddy.
It was always a little bit scary. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'll miss that one. I've been here a long time, man. 30 years. Don't get it twisted. You and I think I can speak for we're like those guys that leave LA and trash LA. I know them.
Wow. This is going to beat them in the ass later, dude. Or about right now. It's not gonna be a hot second. Wait till they go to Austin and start talking shit about LA. Yeah, that's the fucking beginning of every clip right there. Every name. Yeah. Oh, really, dude?
Dude, I absolutely adore LA. Yeah, I love it here.
There's a lot of my things.
A lot of shitty things. There's so many good things.
So many good things. So immediately touched it. I have to say,
I'm just having excited for all right now. There's so much changing. So, and then also the thing today while we're doing this podcast early is that Slamback coming. I've been working on since September. We got to finish it tonight because I got to drive 3 hours to Johnson Valley, King of the Hammers. I finished it tonight. Yeah, I hit the guy up last night. He's like,
get ready to hunt down some can't help himself. He talks about, so I have a friend in the group chat that will just bring up people that we don't know. He'd be like, you know my brother Dave, and we never knew he was wrong, right? He acts as if like he's been telling us about Dave for years. Dave tail. Yeah, and so it's annoying, and that's what Brennan does with cars. He just says things that you don't have any idea what he's talking about. You know, we got that HVAC clamp. I tried that up. It's finally done. Johnson Valley's going to be a weather night tonight. Key, what do you say? He goes, look at the hammers. He got hammers. What are you talking about? We'll keep it taking the shock value. Nobody knows. Brian clearly doesn't know what you're talking about. You fucking asshole. Your wife, kids, you'll be able to. Also, I heard you said this, but no one will remember you working late except for your kids. No one. The people you work with, the employee, the boss, nobody will remember you working late, but your kids will. Yeah. So I hate when I did it. Whenever I miss anything, I fucking hate it. Yeah. Hate it. You're gonna get it done. Yeah, we'll get it done with the squad. We'll get it done. That's just that's all that. It's just anything. And then I gotta drive it home. It well, but you know, it's a 3-hour drive over there. It's a brand new truck. Something goes wrong. I'm sitting on the side of the road. There's no wipers. It's raining. There's no wipers. That's all I that is. No wipers. Why would you drive a truck in the rain that doesn't have windshield wipers? Put windshield wipers. That's not even a hard thing to do. I think you can do that yourself. If it has no wipers, it has no wipers. Not at all. You know how to replace the wiper. You don't have the mechanism that makes the wiper. That's true. Yeah. But he should know. He's a truck guy. Yeah, you're right. But why doesn't have it at all? I'm on your side. How does he not have that? Has he fit that? It's an HVAC thing. That's why, dude. Why would he go to the king of shocks? Well, that's a great question. If you get hammers, it has the shocks of the Kivitek. When you put the wipers in, it doesn't really let the engine run as it goes. It's like traction control. You should be involved. Yeah, dude. Anyway, so yeah, we'll never trash that lady. Just like plugging it into random conversation. Yeah. See, it's a goddamn issue. We'll see. How are that good wipers? I took them off. I didn't like the way they looked. Can't take. Okay, never mind. So I'm on your side 100%. So he does know that too. I took them off. Okay. They never rains in Austin. Yeah, I never regret it. Yeah. Let's get those back on. Can you get them back on? You know what? It's okay. We're going to need wipers, I think, just for the drive up. The Johnson Valley's dry and sunny right now, but driving up there, you might need one, no doubt. Because you have them right away, for sure. I'm in the garage and I can't find them. That sounds like me. Yeah. It's kind of real. It's like when I did the shelves. It's like, I moved the shelves somewhere, I don't know where they are. They're over there. Yeah. It's like, what's it called? He's like, I was looking for the wipers, found out got a lot of mold. Well, fuck you. Get out. Yeah. You won't. And that's the thing. When it starts raining really heavy, you can't see anything. That's safe. Yeah, but since September, working on it, and then today is the final day. Just anxiety.
How about the fact that last time you were in this exact same area, another thing happened with a car?
Remember that? I'm talking about when I flipped it to the Johnson Valley's where I flipped it to. We were talking about me. Clearly, that's what she meant. You moron. And you monkey brained it in. I like how he started the man's speaking like what she's trying to say. He wouldn't let her have that joke. Yeah, no jokes for women on the show. All right, that's it. See you next week. Ah!
Join the Patreon, join the Reddit. We live stream on Wednesdays. Never heard of it. On the Patreon, we watch Dave Chappelle's Closer. And I won't say what we think about it, but one person wrote on a YouTube comment, and it was on linked, talking about the closer. So, I mean, the people are talking, but that is not why they're here. No. You guys are here to watch Tim does the shop. Start the timer. Alrighty. Timer started. Consider yourself warned and strapped in. Thank you. This one's posted by one usual 4460. It's Marg, bring the dick juice and Annie's. Yeah, I remember this one. I didn't forget this. Why is that? Because you mean. I'm sorry, I wish I had remembered it, but I do. Let's see. Here we go. Changing, grabbing a lift. So that's not the shop. That's the person in my room. Give me. Okay, I'm going. What are we gonna do with you? I like it. You're gonna swallow a big dick from me, babe. Let's be that way. Good girl. I'm really good to Miss McKay. Close, babe. It's gross. It's gross to see Sean talking to people like what his thoughts are, how he interacts with people. And you wish he didn't see it. Never make your heroes, right? Devil's assistant. He's trying to avoid the awkward moments in the room where he's like, sweet. That's the awkward moment is him asking for sex. That's what I'm sure he's trying to get that out of the way. He wants her to show for, what is he, Kristen? Is that probably not Kristen? They had talks about it too. He wants no conversation. Yeah. He's like, I'm going to come over though, and do it, and then I watch TV and go straight to eat. No talking. Hello, here we go again. Hello. We're in the shop. I'm horrible. Why are you horrible? Papa. I've never been good at texting. I'm not attached to my phone. I dig that. Just a drop in my hand. Feel. When I see tomorrow, I later went to shows until 7:30. So. I can pay before 6 p.m. and obviously after 2. Damn, these guys are like too old to be like setting up sex rendezvous after shows. And we're getting married. Yeah, Blockbuster. Yeah. Don't go MIA on me, buddy. How about that? I am married. I am open to cheating on my wife. I would like to have sex with you. Is that something that you're also open to? I'm a bad person. That's the communication. Would you be okay with having sex with a married man? Don't go married and action on me. Like 5 minutes from the club, I'm at the hotel with Dave. Like 11 minutes from the club. With that face, he loves that face. From down that face. Alright, try some bag. Yeah, that's his top 3 used. His thinking. The wiki face and the gimmick. Okay, next.
Your account may not be able to do that, dog.
Let's see what else we got here. Joanna needs a handler. Gotta go 543. Should we? I'm trying to avoid it. Alright, it's short open, so I'm sure it's gonna happen. Oh, this is gonna be. I know what this is gonna be. This is gonna be the thing where he's like, I see like friends of mine.
Bateman had some guy on, and the guy was explaining how Instagram is essentially an infidelity accelerating machine. Because if you think of like how many, I know guys who are married and their wife's page is all their wife sticking the titties out and sticking the butt out. Literally the whole page is on the rail. I'm not talking about girls who are like professional fitness influencers that are just showing how good their body is. I'm just talking about just regular gals. Like if you're a professional fitness person and maybe training people or something like that, of course you should show your body. That's what everybody wants. You're literally advertising. Look, I did this to me. I can help you do this to you. But some of them are just ass and titties. And like they're married, right? So
Rogan is the minimum sky. He posts a lot. Yeah, he posts a
who knows? Got you. Toasted dairy. Holy shit. The hell was that all about? You never talk about your friend's wife. I mean, look, one of them broke up. Well, who's breaking the code? Because Shop is cheating on her. Oh, yeah, no, Shop. Shop is broken a different code. But I don't think Rogan should be talking about his wife. Right. Yeah. You can fucking dude. This is posted by Rothschild 6149. Mama has listed their house for sale in Texas. God, that's a big ass house, though. How does he fit in that thing? That's insane. It's like a Wes Anderson. Can you imagine like Wes Anderson doing a shot? Yeah, the Wes Anderson version. Make it happen, shit. Wow. That is a nice house. The Secret Life of Brendan Schaub, Chapter 1. 5 beds, 6 baths, 6,700 square feet. I'm a number one.
Ooh, let me. I really did sprain my fucking knee.
Dude, you sound like you're doing it. Were you trying to do messages in there? Yeah. That's okay. Let's see. I don't know. That's insane. He's definitely going to Texas. Yeah. All right. Slojo is going to change her identity when they move to Texas. Should we read it? Okay. Hosted by Alien. The Kardashian, egotistical, materialistic, always left front isn't going to fly in Texas. She's going to ship their own. LARPing is a Texan. As soon as she gets there, she's going to start wearing cowboy hats and boots and jeans, clothes, etc. She's going to become extremely patriotic and will start posting about Christianity, conservative politics. She's going to start I don't know about that. As we learned from Roach and Shaw, Austin's liberal shit beat is basically fucking North Korea with a beach. So I don't know about that. Don't agree with this at all. Whatever, if we get it. Oh my god. Texas area coming. I was motherfucking up posted by Dodo the X. Shot from the Atlanta and started me. I mean, this looks like it's a real picture. Yeah, this is very good Photoshop.